Hi everyone. Welcome today. I'm sharing an exciting what if Naruto mastered Secratly more than just mixed jutsus under Jiraiya with you. It's full of action, emotions, and surprises. Let's jump into it. Something flew through the air. The bar of soap bounced thrice, rattled on along a wooden railing, and then fell at the edge of the large oaken tub. Huh? Naruto looked up at Jiraiya. Use the strong soap today, lack wit. Jiraiya walked over to the wall of the men's bathhouse that bordered the women's onken. He pulled out a secret plug of wood, then readied his telescope. I used soap, Arrow Sennin. Naruto shouted, having difficulty judging the loudness of his voice, given that his ears were full of suds. Shish. You blasted idiot. Jiraiya cursed, seeing the woman all scatter. Shit. A rather large-looking woman, the bathguard, was running towards the peephole with a long thin pole. Hey, look out. Naruto spoke too late, as Jiraiya ran into a rather large wrestler who stepped out of the big bath. His path blocked, the legendary Sannin had to dodge the pole as it came in through the hole and smacked here and there. One thrust went deep in the wrestler where a pole should never go. Enraged, that man burst out through the wall to show his displeasure to the guard. The subsequent sound of blowing whistles could be heard, as large numbers of constables were called to the scene. You need the strong soap today, Naruto, because I have another student coming. I received the details from Tsunade. She and I have discussed this over the past few months, and it looks like the time is finally right. Jiraiya walked over to the large man-shaped exposure in the wall. Briefly, he could see a number of shapely posteriors disappearing into one of the women's buildings. Beggars can't be choosers. I doubt some new guy is going to give a damn how I smell. Naruto tossed the soap back at his master. His sensei often talked tough and made loud demands, but that was often just for motivational reasons. Naruto was not in the mood to be motivated. Jiraiya sighed and shook his head. Then he chuckled, knowing something that Naruto didn't know. Have it your way. Jiraiya left the bathhouse, but left the double doors opened. It would have been a lot simpler just to lather up and wash off. Ha! Score. Uzumaki Naruto 1, perverted old hermit ZROOO. Naruto didn't see his sensei perform a summoning. A huge frog tongue zipped into the bath, wrapped around Naruto's naked form, then pulled him out into the street. Women gasped, and small children pointed. The men of the district just shook their heads. Those two again. Gamabunta, toss the rascal into the hottest of the hot springs, if you please. Jiraiya stood on top of the boss frog, using the height to view one of the further women's springs. With pleasure, Jiraiya. I take it he hasn't been too respectful. The fourth was never like that. Of all the things said and done, it was that which finally shut Naruto up. Arms crossed and jaw set, he flew through the air, landing with a great splash. He stood for a moment. Then he shot out of the water like a rocket. I'm cooking, you crazy Arrow Sennin. Sure enough, Naruto was already a deep shade of red. When you're all soaped up, you can come out. Don't try any tricks, Chowderhead. We can do this all day, if necessary. There just might not be any meat left on your bones if you dawdle too long. Jiraiya smiled, hearing the giant frog rumble with amusement. Ow www. But, Naruto kept jumping out of the water, hands over his privates, embarrassed to see old ladies and perverted men eyeing him. I don't have, he began cursing, seeing people from the village newspaper coming. Ahhh, any soap. You mean this? Jiraiya lost his grip of the soap, accidentally on purpose. Bending over to pick it up, he repeatedly kicked it further away. I'll get it, just wait. One middle-aged woman with a large brood of children retrieved the soap, kicked Jiraiya in the shin, then threw the soap to Naruto. That is certainly no way to behave, the woman said to her children, before marching down the street in self-righteous fashion. I take it your need for me is over, Jiraiya. You certainly have your hands full. You haven't seen anything yet, Jiraiya replied to the great amphibian, uncorking a clay pot of alcohol. Wait until the Othar one arrives. Gamabunta disappeared in a large puff of smoke. The small group of customers peered around racks of clothing. Two rather flamboyant shinobi were in the middle of an argument. Those that recognized the pair just shook their heads and sighed. They could come back and shop later. This doesn't make any damn sense. Naruto put the frog purse behind his back, trying to keep it away from Jiraiya. Here, I'll give you some stinking money, so you can get drunk and impress the girls. Probably not in that frigging order, if you just let me out of here. He scowled, still sore from his punishment for cheeky behavior at the hot springs. Naruto, we don't have time for your contrariness. Here what will happen, one way or another. You're going to place the money on the counter, and then you are going to try on the new robes. The Sennin nodded to the woman who ran the clothing shop. She still had a somewhat wary look in her eyes. This is long overdue. I haven't been the best influence on you, according to Tsunade. While you've been here training, most of your friends and peers have moved on to become chunin. Their clothing has changed accordingly. Even though you won't be leading a team anytime soon, you will be taking a step up. You will be my head student now. That had Naruto grumbling again. Afraid the newcomer will be better than you. I see. Are you afraid to deal with another Sasuke? That must be it? Jiraiya smirked. That kind of stuff won't work on me. Naruto grudgingly put the money bag in the woman's hand. Hell, it might even be nice to have someone else to run your damn errands for you. That's the spirit. Keep it up, and I might even buy you some ramen. The Sennin shook his head. No, when the woman held up one set of clothing. Bring him something distinguished, like mine. The woman just stared. I said might, Naruto answered, rubbing his nose. So did I, his master answered. By any chance, do you have a daughter, madam? Jiraiya asked. When the women threw the clothes in the air and headed for the back of the shop, he said, I meant for my apprentice here. If he had someone to try and impress, he might be less trouble to fit. The shop owner came out from a back room carrying a long yellow measuring tape and a small cloth pillow full of pins. So, Arrow Sennin, who is it? Naruto made certain to speak very loudly. Most of the people in the store began backing away slowly. Some fought with each other to be the first out the door. Shish. Jiraiya slumped his shoulder and shook his head. I told you, you would find out soon enough. Well, it's probably not one of my buddies, I can be certain of that. There would be no reason to send one of them. Is it someone from another nation? That makes sense, given the treaties being signed. Naruto rubbed his chin, then stopped. Oh no, not Konohamaru. That would be so bogus. Just because his grandfather was Hokage. Jiraiya shook his head. Who then, damn it, Naruto's voice continued to crescendo. Shish. This time it was the shopkeeper who shushed Naruto. If the boy keeps on making trouble, feel free to take a little extra money. Jiraiya sounded extremely generous. The old man looked at Naruto, his look begging the young shinobi to drive more customers away. Hey, but that's my FC King money. Naruto knocked over a clothes rack in an effort to reach his froggy. Giving you a very good reason to behave, right? Jiraiya held up 3 fingers. The man removed 3 coins. But Naruto shook a moment, and then forced himself to calm down. He had been very edgy once he received the news of a new student, but wasn't certain why. It had been a while since he acted this childish. Hanging his head, he figured it was because he would have to share his master's time. That would slow down his progress. And, it would encroach upon his space. None of this made any sense. Unless Akatsuki was after someone else, wouldn't this just hurt Naruto's chances to be strong enough? You know, I took the 4th shopping for clothes once. Jiraiya was lying. Yondaime had always been quite content to select his own wardrobe. Naruto actually smiled. He knew Jiraiya was lying. And, he knew that his sensei knew that he knew. Alright. I guess a Hokage does have to dress nicely. So, I'd better start getting used to it now. Naruto smirked. Hey, you, LD man. Naruto caught the shopkeeper's attention. There will be some extra money for you if you can find the hairy one here a set of normal robes. There's no need for that, Jiraiya said, sounding annoyed. Naruto swept his arm around the shop. All of the hardly souls who remained were nodding their heads. You're right, Naruto. The Sennin sighed. I only need 1 student. Really? The young ninja froze, and then looked at Jiraiya. Yes, if my new pupil works out, I'm going to mail you back to Tsunade. Jiraiya began laughing. Stupid, cheap, drunken, perverted, ugly, hairy, loud, unpopular. With each word Naruto grumbled, Jiraiya raised a finger. The shop owner's smile got bigger and bigger. Shit. Naruto wiped the sweat off of his brow. You say something, moron? Jiraiya walked at a leisurely pace, looking like he didn't have a care in the world. His arms were empty. Naruto spat. Why didn't you rent a pack mule or something? Why? Jiraiya asked. I have you. Naruto said something obscene under his breath, before griping some more. I mean, this is so damn ridiculous. You make me take a bath more than once. You make me use the strong soap. And you make me dress in new robes. He shook his head, grunting under the weight he carried. But, you have me lugging this crap all of the way up the mountain. I'll probably have to bathe again, and then get another set of new clothes. Jiraiya chuckled, then stopped to rub his chin. Good idea. He took a pull of water from his hip canister. Looking at his apprentice, he smiled. Naruto was piled high with provisions and necessary equipment. I can understand why you make me carry up the food and stuff. You're too damn lazy to do it yourself. But another sleeping bag, blankets, pillows, a lot more soap, toiletries, a clothesline, pots, pans, everything. Naruto swore under his breath. Why couldn't the damn new guy carry his own shit up? You say something? Jiraiya said, grinning. He took out a small piece of dried meat and began chewing. Naruto turned bright red. It looked like he was ready to explode. Save some of that energy, the Sennin put in. You have a new latrine to dig. You can use Jutsu to do it again, if you like. And I will want you to build another cabin as well. We also need to get our training site ready. He looked deep in thought for a moment. Yes. We will need a training circle down by the pond. That means that there will be rocks to move. And we forgot to get enough lanterns. Nighttime study will continue, for everyone. Arrow Sennin. Naruto, his view of the path impeded, stepped on a gnarled root sticking out of the path. He fell, hitting the ground hard, covered by provisions and sundry items. Jiraiya kept walking. There's no time for a rest, slacker. You have work to do. Your fellow student could be here any minute. Naruto cursed again, but then smiled. He watched as Jiraiya disappeared around the bend. At least he would have a few minutes to himself. This whole situation was ridiculous. But, thinking about the demon sealed behind his navel, he just shook his head and sighed. This was nothing compared to that. Naruto-kun? Are you alright? Naruto spun, rubbing his eyes. That voice was familiar. He had heard it 5 or 6 weeks ago. Hinata, the young ninja stood there, once again dressed in a nice set of robes, and with a bag in her hand. Hello, Naruto-kun. That's a, very attractive robe. Hinata sniffed. And, you smell very nice. Naruto began picking things up. Yay, I practically had to beg Jiraiya to let me get cleaned up, and to spend my own money, if you believe that. I see. Hinata smiled. It's really nice that you brought more food. Naruto bit his lip. He needed to work on his people skills. And, you came to visit. He thought back to the day that they had swapped stories. It had been pleasant. For some reason, he kept thinking back to that day. But, well, you actually picked a very bad time. Really, Naruto-kun. Hinata picked up a few small bags and slung them over her shoulder. Naruto's comment made her forget to mention that she didn't have food in her bag. You don't have to, Naruto started. Then he grinned. Hey, thanks Hinata. Room for a couple more? Naruto-kun. Hinata frowned. I was just kidding. Geez. You need to lighten up some, Hinata. He scowled when she dropped the bag. That was just a figure of speech. Hinata just stood watching. Then she smiled and picked the bags up again. Why is this a bad time? Hinata asked her question while the two of them began their trek up the mountainside. Well, Grunt. Today, Grunt. My stupid master, Spit, is getting a, Grunt. Another stupid, moan, student. I see, Hinata said. Is that a bad thing? Maybe. Naruto began wobbling. He had stepped in a loose patch of soil. Precariously balanced, he teetered over to a large drop. Hinata grabbed his robe and helped him regain his balance. Thanks, Hinata. You see, Grunt. The new guy might want to share some of the snacks, moan, that you brought. As it is, Grunt, you have to hide them from Spit, my stupid sensei. And that's just the beginning. Naruto-kun? Hinata watched as familiar landmarks went past. This was the same trail she had hiked up before to visit Naruto. I have all this work to do, Grunt. Probably for some, moan, pimply-faced pampered, Grunt, prima donna, Spit, whose daddy wipes his, Grunt. Lily white ass for him. Naruto cursed, making Hinata blush. There were a few moments before he became coherent again. Not only that, Grunt, but I won't have as much, curse, chance for individual instruction. Don't you think there might be a bright side to things, Naruto-kun? Perhaps the new pupil can help you learn your jutsus, or provide you with, more company. The Hokage was probably worried about you. Hinata put both of her hands against Naruto's back and pushed with all her might. He had started to slide backward on a cresting wave of pebbles and twigs. Right, Naruto summed up all of his doubts, concerns, and frustrations with that single word. Well, while we walk, I have another story for you, Naruto-kun. Hinata knew that she was probably pushing things. But, at the very least, it ought to distract Naruto until he reached the top of the hill.
Can I stop you? Naruto winced when he said that. Sorry, Hinata, you're only grunt trying to help, grunt, and I do like to hear the sound of your. Naruto swallowed, straightened his shoulders, and picked up speed. Hinata smiled inside. She knew what he had been about to say.
Switching her heavy bag to her other hand, she began her tale. Long ago it is said that there was an old priest who lived at a temple in this area. He taught holy practices day in and day out. The old man took great pleasure in the ancient tea ceremonies in particular. He found great satisfaction in finding old kettles and fixing them up. Do me a favor, will you, grunt, Hinata. Don't tell this, moan, story to my sensei. We need a, grunt, new kettle, and the stupid perverted, spit bastard forgot to buy one on this trip. I, grunt, am too damn tired to, moan, run back down to the, moan, village again, today. Okay. Naruto-kun. Hinata couldn't help herself. Looking at Naruto and listening to all of the noises he was making, she began to giggle. What's so freaking funny, Hinata? Naruto sounded cross. Well, I have always liked this story. Seeing that Naruto was not convinced, she continued with the story. One day, the old man bought a rusty old kettle from a shop in an infrequently traveled alley. He took it to his temple, polished it, and fixed the cracks. It was ready for tea the next day. The old man showed the kettle to his pupils. They thought the kettle was beautiful. He put some water in the kettle and placed it on the stove. The kettle started spinning around and around on the stove. Then it started screaming, "Oh help, ouch, 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 it's hot. Get me out." Naruto swore. He thought back to the hot springs. Naruto-kun. Hinata raised one eyebrow, wondering what had gotten Naruto upset this time. Never mind, Hinata bit her lip, took a deep breath, then forged ahead. The holy man and his pupils jumped away from the spinning tea kettle. Then the kettle grew a face, a tail, arms and legs. It was a tanuki. The holy man decided the tanuki tea kettle was cursed and must not stay in the temple. So the next day when a tinker passed by the temple, the holy man said, "Tinker, you may have this tea kettle for next to nothing. You were very generous. Thank you very much," and the tinker went off with the bewitched tea kettle. The tinker went home and made himself some tea with his new tea kettle. Again the tea kettle acted up. But before the tinker got scared, the tanuki tea kettle spoke. "Tinker, I have an agreement we can make. How about if you never put me on the stove? I will make you rich." Since the tinker was quite poor, he agreed. Besides, he had other kettles. So the tinker took the tanuki off the stove, and the next day they went to the village square. The tea kettle was placed on a platform and then it transformed into a tanuki. The crowd cried out in surprise. The tanuki danced and sang and did marvelous tricks. The tanuki did this for many weeks. People paid a great deal of money to see the famous tanuki tea kettle. Soon the tinker was very wealthy. The tanuki ate his favorite rice cakes every night because of the money they made from the performances. Hey, Hinata? Naruto-kun? You got any rice cakes, today? Or more of those jam buns? No, I do not, Naruto-kun. But I can make some for you, if you like. Ah, okay, thanks, Naruto's stomach rumbled. He didn't pay much attention to the implication behind the girl's words. Hinata continued. One night the tinker said, "Tanuki, I have more than enough money. You have made me very rich. Would you like to go back to the temple?" The tanuki considered this. Then he answered, "Only if you make sure that they won't put me on the stove. I promise that I won't leave you there unless they take good care of you, don't put you on the stove, and most importantly, they give you your favorite rice cakes." The tanuki was satisfied. The next day the tinker and the tanuki went back to the temple and were greeted warmly by the holy man. The tinker explained the situation and told the holy man the requirements. The holy man said, "Tanuki, I am very sorry for putting you on the stove in the first place. If I had known what a special tea kettle you are, I never would have done it. Please forgive me and become part of the temple." Shit. If I was the tanuki, I would have pissed on the old guy's head. The damn priest jumped to conclusions and got rid of the kettle before he even found out what the story was. Hinata blushed, but smiled. Naruto had made her point for her. And the tanuki tea kettle was placed on a table to rest with his favorite rice cakes beside him. He is still there now. Then he still has time to piss on the guy. Or, just kick his bony old ass. That's what I wish I could do to that damn Ero Sennin. I still can't believe he is doing this to me. Naruto grunted a few more times as he crested the final ridge.
Do you know what the legend proves, Naruto-kun? Hinata hoped that he wouldn't be mad at her.
Huh? Naruto turned away from Hinata. Jiraiya was heading in their direction. The old son of a bitch probably smelled the FC King food. The story shows that treating others as you want to be treated pays off. I'm certain your new training partner doesn't want you to be so angry and belittling. Hinata swallowed hard, and then spoke further. The old priest said that he wouldn't have put the tanuki on the stove if he had known, but he had automatically assumed that the magic was evil, and the tanuki tea kettle was hoaxed or cursed, instead of thinking that maybe it could do good. So, Naruto frowned. Well, the priest tried to get rid of his new acquaintance, and because of his hastiness, good things came to the tinker instead of the holy man. Hinata bowed as the Sennin walked up. Damn, it sure took you long enough, idiot. Jiraiya smiled, seeing the look on Naruto's face. Oh, I meant the malcontent here, not you. Hyuga Hinata. The old hermit returned the bow. What? Naruto let all of his burden fall to the ground. Did you realize that we need a new tea kettle, boy? Jiraiya's eyes widened, as he snapped his fingers. But Naruto was getting steamed again. Before you go back down the mountain, move Hinata's things into your cabin. It's her cabin now. I suggest you get busy, you'll want to build another cabin tonight. Jiraiya scratched his belly. Unless you want to rough it. He looked up at the sky, there'll be rain tonight. Hinata smiled a lopsided smile. Naruto just stood with his mouth open. The flash of lightning illuminated the trees. Watching through the incomplete wall of his new hut, Naruto saw the strong wind bend large trees like they were blades of grass. Grimacing, he waited for the following thunder to rumble past, the great waves of pressure shaking the blanket he used as a roof, causing yet another stream of water to leap down somewhere, striking him or one of the few remaining dry spots on his bedding. He was shivering, teeth chattering, he wondered what else could go wrong. The young shinobi cursed. His master had not been very sympathetic. The damn hermit wouldn't allow Naruto within his small dwelling. But, he had tossed him the frog purse and graciously said that he could march down to the town and rent a room until the storm was over. That would have gotten him even wet that he was now. It's bullshit. He was beyond caring about the reason now. My old hut was perfect. The walls were sealed. There was a vented chimney and a small fire pit. And, there was a thick layer of spruce boughs placed over the dirt. Hinata would be enjoying all that now. A huge swirling gust of wind came through the spot on the wall where Naruto had run out of slats. Wet leaves struck him in the face and clung like hungry leeches. This was just so damn great. All these hardships were coming about because Tsunade had come up with some great idea that Naruto wasn't privy to. Hinata probably didn't know. Jiraiya wouldn't tell him. Naruto had shouted his question into night, but the darkness was no more help than his master. FCK. The worse Naruto felt, the coarser his language got. By the time the next crash of thunder set his wallboards to rattling, he was making up new curse words. His mouth open, he started choking, as a large leaf had flown right into his mouth. He spat it out, his eyes watering. It almost seemed like the very forces of nature were against him. Maybe he deserved it. Bad karma and all that mumbo-jumbo.
He could have been more polite to Hinata. It wasn't as if any of this was her fault.
Was it? Shocked by the news of his new training partner, Naruto had stomped off to do his errands. But, he had been too disgruntled to focus on the task at hand. Witness his soggy state. Hinata had followed, asking if she could help. Naruto had ignored her completely, and then Jiraiya had pulled her aside to discuss some issues.
To make matters worse, the damn hermit had told him that his attitude had to change, and fast. What a damn joke.
If anyone's behavior needed to change, it was that old reprobate's. The nerve of that perverted old jerk. Jiraiya had said that Naruto would need to dress better. He would have to shave and bathe regularly. There would be no more crude behavior on the young ninja's part. There would be no more temper tantrums. But, if by chance there was, it would not be laced with obscenities.
Shit, but wait, there was more. There would be structured lectures and discussions around the cook fire at night. Whoop-dee-fricking-do, Naruto could just feel the love.
Maybe they should all shave their heads and buy a bunch of meditation beads. All of that crap would just get in the way. He had a routine. It worked well enough for him. For all Naruto knew, it might have been Akatsuki that sent Hinata. Huh. That was it. Why else would she show up? Likely to screw up his training. Yay, it had been kind of nice to visit with her before. The food had been great, right? Maybe it had been nice to talk with her too. But, this was altogether different. Why? Why her? Why Jiraiya? It just didn't make any damn sense. Jiraiya's reputation as a ninja was only surpassed by his recognition as a boozing womanizer. How could Hyuga Heishi even think about letting his daughter train with that perverted old skunk? Even if he didn't personally care for Hinata, there was the clan name to think about. Naruto spat. He thought of something else. Naruto wasn't exactly Mr. Popularity himself. Why would any parent let their child train next to the boy with Kyuubi in his belly? There was another flash of lightning. In the after image, Naruto thought that he had detected a moving human shape. He stood immediately, reading the first weapon within reach, a kunai used to secure one corner of the blanket. Pulling it out, he bit his lip. The corner free, a fair amount of water ran right down the back of his neck.
There was a knock on the makeshift door. Naruto was still tense, even though he doubted that one of the 9 would walk up to his cabin in a rainstorm, then politely beg entry.
NN Naruto-kun? Naruto stood stunned for a moment. Why would Hinata be standing out in the dark, braving a furious storm, knocking on the door to his woefully unfinished shelter? Did she have a leak that she needed fixed? She could just suffer like he was. Was she afraid of the horrendous lightning and thunder? A ninja? If she was, maybe she ought to look for another profession?
Yay, may I come in, Naruto-kun? Sure, why not? I won't try to stop you. Naruto shook his head, disgusted with himself.
That had sounded awfully petty. Then again, did he really care at the moment? Hinata opened the door and walked in sideways, holding a large bundle of cedar branches over her head like an umbrella, wrapped in a large gray blanket decorated with a frog motif. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Naruto couldn't see Hinata in the dark, unless the lightning did its thing. But, she certainly sounded remorseful. I was hoping that you would be glad to have me here. Hinata put the cradle to her bundle like a baby. Why would I care if you were standing here in the dark, Hinata? Again, his voice sounded angrier than it should. Naruto tried to control his temper. None of this was her fault. I mean, what I wanted, I was talking about my being here to train. Oh. Well, Naruto shrugged in the dark, nearly invisible to Hinata. When a succession of lightning flashes followed in a row, he could see Hinata jump.
Startled, Hinata raised her armload of branches up, bumping them into the blanket, hanging ponderously with a heavy collection of water.
The water found its way to one edge of the blanket, then cascaded down onto Hinata's head, drenching her completely. Naruto tried to keep a straight face. The light had been present long enough to see everything, including the expression on Hinata's face. It's, okay. Hinata. I know it's not, your fault. Naruto couldn't help himself. Hinata stood, her mouth open. She shivered, one hand twitched. Welcome to my humble abode, Hinata. Naruto finally got his laughter under control.
When the hut's interior was partially illuminated by the next streak of lightning, Hinata could see just how lacking it was.
You have no fire, Naruto-kun. Because everything is wet. It's very cold in here now. You'll get sick. Hinata shivered again as a strong gust of wind blew through a hole between slats. Naruto spoke haughtily, even though he wasn't actually feeling apathetic at the moment. I'm shinobi. Every so often, that bastard Sennin sends me to live off the land, with various exercises to work on while I'm gone. No doubt the no doubt the big jerk goes into town at those times, eating away all my money and getting drunk with the ladies. And we've both been on plenty of missions. You know what it's like in the field. This isn't really all that different. Naruto sneezed. But, this isn't a test, Naruto-kun, and we're not on a mission. Hinata paused a moment, trying to speak the words at the tip of her tongue. You could. Well, my hut, your old hut, it's, dry and warm. Naruto jerked abruptly. He unintentionally slid one arm out in a gap between boards, wedging it painfully tight. Pulling harder than he needed to, he cracked one board, then flew forward with his excess momentum. He slid, flailed his arms, then barreled into Hinata, knocking her flat on her back. With a solid thud, he landed right on top of her. Hinata made a brief squeaking noise. Naruto jumped back up like he had stepped on an explosive seal. Sorry, Hinata. Well, you should not have been standing right there. Naruto backed away from Hinata. Sorry, Naruto-kun. Hinata wished that she could see his face. He sounded embarrassed, not angry. There is plenty of room over it, Hinata swallowed hard, feeling as if she couldn't breathe. She only wanted to be considerate, but couldn't help but think what people might think if they knew that she spent a night together in a cabin with Naruto, no matter what her intentions were. Yes, there is. I built it. I should know, and I did a very good job. Naruto ran down, just realizing what Hinata was offering. A very nice job, Naruto-kun. Hinata managed to force those words out.
The two-leaf shinobi just stood like that for a minute or two, the very elements at conflict around them. Their faces pelted by raindrops blown on the wind, neither knew what to say. For Hinata, it was understandable, but Naruto was not one to stay quiet, even when embarrassed or taken by surprise.
Finally, Naruto's inability to stay silent for long took control. Alright. Let's go, Hinata. No doubt you're frightened by this storm and need some company. Uzumaki Naruto always comes to the aid of those in need. Striking a nice guy pose, he stood just in the right spot for the blanket to dump its new load of water. Hinata tried very hard not to laugh. She had seen it all when a flash of light had initially made Naruto seem heroic in his stance. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Running, the two ninjas made their way through the storm, heading for the other building. The cabin had been the first one that Naruto had built, nestled between two great oak trees, a long massive crossbar resting in the crotch of each massive oak. An orange flickering glow in the front window was clear sign that a fire was lit. Naruto caught a whiff of the wood burning inside. That scent had become one of his favorites. Each night he returned home during a starlit night. When the two of them were safely inside, each had trouble finding their tongue again. For some reason, it felt like a terribly awkward situation, even though the two of them had known each other for a long time. Both looked like someone had tossed them fully clothed into the middle of a lake. Water ran off them, disappearing between the aromatic needles and branches lining the hut floor. Their hair was plastered to the side of their heads. Naruto sneezed. Please, sit by the fire, Naruto-kun. Hinata moved her belongings off of the thickest cushion of tree branches. Naruto sat, holding his hands over the small fire.
I'll get you the blanket. Hinata walked over to the far side of the tiny cabin.
Hey, forget about that, Hinata. You're wet and cold, too. I don't want to get your last blanket wet. Did you bring an extra one in your bag? Naruto looked hopeful. Hinata shook her head. It's okay if it gets wet, Naruto-kun. I don't want you to catch a cold. You were sneezing. Hinata handed the blanket to her fellow ninja. Nah. Naruto refused the offering. You're wet now, because your clothes are wet. When you go to bed, you could take all of your clothes off, and then, the blanket would stay dry. Naruto gulped, realizing what he had just said. Hinata brought her hand to her mouth. She closed her eyes, then opened them again. You were correct, Naruto-kun. Hinata's hands fluttered. It's not good to sleep in wet clothing. If you were to, get the blanket from your cabin, you could, hang it as a divider. She could sleep under the blanket, while Naruto slept unseen and unseeing by the fire. Naruto felt very uneasy. Part of him warmed to the idea immediately. Another part had trouble picturing Hinata naked under a blanket, just a few feet away from him. When Naruto didn't answer, Hinata spoke again, her conscience finally catching up with her. But we could also just sit as close to the fire as we could, and, share the blanket. It would get wet, but we would still be warmer. Naruto let out a long breath that he had been holding without knowing. Yay. That makes sense. I won't tell anyone that you were trying to, his mischievous character rushed into to fill the void. He smiled. The look on Hinata's face was priceless. Naruto-kun. It's okay, Hinata. This is your first day here, so I'll cut you some slack. I won't tell that perverted old hermit that you were interested in people seeing you naked, Naruto chuckled. You probably knew that it was going to rain tonight, huh? You're mighty clever. Hinata couldn't retort. She just stood frozen, her mouth working, but no sound coming out. A red flush crept from her neck up to her face.
Yay, who knows what might happen if word ever got back to Kiba. As I understand it, he's become quite the gossip, and I can only imagine what would happen when Kurenai got wind of things. Naruto kept a straight face. It wasn't easy. I can even hear Shikamaru. Hinata and Naruto naked together, how troublesome. Ha, Choji's eyes would bulge, and snot would come shooting out of his nose. Naruto laughed, but Neji would probably assume that I was the exhibitionist, not you. That might end up causing trouble, especially when he told your father, or your younger sister.
Nah, too, KK-kun. Sorry, Hinata. No matter how loud you shout, I will not take my clothes off. Naruto put both hands behind his head. Hinata shook ever so slightly. Okay. Don't bust a gut or something, maybe just my shirt. Naruto made as if he were going to take his shirt off. He stopped. Not because the joke was getting old, but because he was struck by a fact. He was grinning. Not too many moments ago, he had been wet, depressed, and bitter. I think I will stay in the other hut. Hinata walked towards the door. She looked over at Naruto, obviously expecting him to tell her otherwise, promising to tone down his behavior.
Sure, Naruto said, putting his hands over the fire again. Ah, toasty. He rubbed his hands together, then looked up at Hinata. See ya.
Hinata stood, overwhelmed by disbelief. Hinata? Is there something I can do for you before you go? There was a gleam in Naruto's eye. He almost felt guilty teasing Hinata. Almost. Hinata ran her hand along her hair, squeezing out some water. She stared at Naruto, then grinned timidly. You are still a troublemaker, Naruto-kun. Why mess with a good thing? Naruto smiled. It certainly felt good to have someone to joke around with, even if the person wasn't much of a jokester herself. Hinata smiled, then sat across the fire from Naruto. When her fellow ninja asked how all of his friends were doing, Hinata filled him in. Lee's chasing after Sakura. Naruto shook his head, feeling a slight twinge of jealousy. I never would have seen that one. Has she even given up pining away for Sasuke? He sighed. But that's nothing compared to Ino and Kankuro. I find it hard to believe that old lady Tsunade would have swapped Ino for Temari, even temporarily, for the sake of a cultural exchange. I mean, the Sand are supposed to be our allies, right? Hinata grinned. By the sound of it, Shikamaru and Temari have their own private alliance going. Huh? And Tenten and Neji makes sense, I guess. I would have guessed that she would have ended up with Lee, if she were to go out with one of the gang. Of course, she was a Uchiha groupie, just like Ino and Sakura. So, there's no accounting for taste. Naruto sighed. He still had a hard time thinking about Sasuke. You weren't ever one though, were you, Hinata? Naruto raised one eyebrow. No, Hinata shook her head. So, you didn't mention yourself. Do you have a boyfriend, Hinata? Naruto reached behind him, took a few sticks off of a pile, then tossed them on the fire. His back turned, he missed the frantic look on Hinata's face. No, really? Well, that's a shame. You're a really nice girl. It will happen someday, I bet. Naruto laced his fingers together, then stretched his arms out, cracking his knuckles. Hinata swallowed hard, unable to look at Naruto's face. She moved to change the subject. Were you upset, Naruto-kun, when you realized that I would be the new student, staying here with you and Master Jiraiya? Well, Naruto screwed up his face. Yay. I suppose. A little. His previous feelings seemed somewhat foolish to him then. But, I was probably more upset that your bag wasn't full of nice snacks again. He looked away. It wouldn't hurt him to lie some, if it made Hinata feel better. Hinata heard the truth behind Naruto's words just the same. She sighed and twiddled her fingers. Why had she thought that this assignment would be a dream come true? Far out in the woods, on a mountain. Close to a village she knew very little about. Roughing it with only 2 men as company. I will be glad to cook for you and our sensei, when I have the time. Hinata seized onto that idea. There were possibilities there, for sure. I'm pretty good. She looked down at her feet. I will just need pots, pans, and things, and a place to cook them. Really? Naruto sat bolt upright, almost straining his back in the process. You might have some use after all. He bit his tongue. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Hinata hung her head. It's okay, Naruto-kun. Hinata sounded dejected. It's nothing really new. Hey. Naruto pointed a finger at Hinata, then shook it. His spirit took over, helping him patch over his mistake. We'll fix that. His throat tightened a moment. What had he just signed himself up for? Naruto-kun. Hinata's face brightened, ever so slightly. Well, with 2 great ninjas around, you'll have no choice but to be great, too. Right? He nodded his head, then crossed his arms over his chest. Hinata's eyes searched Naruto's face. Don't sweat it, Naruto chuckled. Our utter magnificence may seem humbling at first, but you'll get used to bowing in no time. The white-eyed girl grinned. She wasn't entirely certain if Naruto was joking or not. It was funny either way. So, is that why Granny Tsunade sent you here, Hinata? Naruto rubbed at the side of his nose, a serious look on his face. Or, are you not at liberty to say, again? He thought back to her previous unannounced visit.
Hinata had her own suspicions, but had never been given any explanation. I don't know for sure, Naruto-kun. My training with father and Neji had been picking up more and more. I had been doing much better on missions each time out.
Huh. Naruto scratched his head. Maybe she thinks that you can be something special. Naruto pursed his lips. His eyes narrowed, as another possible crossed his mind. He felt somewhat numb for a moment. Or, maybe someone is after Hyuga's secrets again.
Could someone be interested in kidnapping Hinata? The Cloud had tried that when she was a child. If she were captured, someone might try to learn the secret of the Byakugan. Or, maybe they would force Hinata to be breeding stock.
He shook his head. Maybe that was all a bit too fanciful. It was also a subject he didn't want to touch upon too heavily. It might make Hinata uneasy for no reason, and it might have her looking at him, wondering if he was worried about something similar himself. I didn't get that impression, Naruto-kun. Hinata twitched, then calmed herself. She thought back to the past, and about all of the strife that had arisen between the main and branch families prior to her father's offer to bring Neji into his household. Well, whatever it is, knowing old lady Tsunade, it will be something arrogant and stupid. Not that I think you are arrogant, Hinata, or stupid.
Hinata looked Naruto in the eyes, then felt relieved. She didn't want to find out that Naruto thought poorly of her.
The Hokage did tell me something. But, come on, Hinata. Spill it. Naruto stuck out his chin. It wasn't an answer in itself, Naruto-kun. It was just a story. And, well, I've told you so many stories already. Hinata looked down at the fire. So, another story might bore you, I think. Some people don't like a lot of, culture or, Hinata looked anxious. Not at all. At that moment, Naruto couldn't fight a yawn. It had Hinata doubting his words. He could see it on her face. I mean it, go ahead. It would be nice to hear someone else's voice, other than his own or his teacher's. You have a very nice voice. Naruto realized he had verbalized his last thought. Oh. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed, then grinned timidly. She sat a little closer to the fire, then began telling the tale she had heard. Once, there was a poor bamboo cutter who lived with his wife in a beautiful village in the shadow of Mount Fuji, with his kind and loving wife. They lived a quiet life in each other's company and worked hard to make their meager living. The man would rise early in the morning and trek deep into the forest to cut bamboo while his wife would tend to their house and garden. The bamboo cutter would return at sunset with a sack full of bamboo and an empty stomach, which his wife would fill with the good food from their garden. Though the couple was grateful to have their secure existence, they longed for something more, a child. But they dreamed in vain. The poor woman could not bear children. And so she began to pray. She traveled to the temple every day and prayed for a child. An entire year passed and still the woman continued her daily pilgrimage without fail. Her husband began to pray as well, not only for a child, but for his heartbroken wife. One morning, whilst on his journey into the forest, the bamboo cutter noticed a beacon of silver light was shining through the trees with such brilliance that he was compelled to travel further into the forest than he ever had before. He walked in and in for what seemed like hours, when he laid eyes on the most beautiful bamboo plant he had ever come upon. It shone with all the sparkling brilliance of stardust and glowed silver, like the moon. The bamboo cutter fell to his knees and gazed upon the glittering spectacle with tears in his eyes. A voice spoke to him from the heavens, gently urged him to cut the bamboo and take its contents home for he and his wife. The bamboo cutter retrieved his axe from his satchel and felled the luminous plant with one clean stroke. Inside the stump lay a tiny baby wrapped in silk. You know, Hinata. That's not where babies come from. Naruto chuckled. Hinata paused, amazed that Naruto could be yawning so frequently, but still have enough energy to cause trouble. Yay. First, Naruto looked to see if Hinata would blush. She didn't. Go ahead, Naruto-kun. Hinata had decided on another tact. Well, Naruto rubbed the back of his head, realizing he had been called out. Go on with your story. Hinata grinned. That did not sit well with Naruto. The bamboo cutter was overcome with joy and he reached out to stroke the beautiful child's cheek. As he did, she smiled and laughed with all the glorious music of soft ringing bells. He took up the child in his arms and rushed home with the heavenly gift for he and his wife. Now they had a child and their lives were complete and happy. Since discovering the baby, the bamboo cutter began to find large sums of gold in stalks of bamboo and soon became very rich. He bought a beautiful house and was able to keep many servants to accommodate himself, his wife, and his new child. With all the money he could ever want, the bamboo cutter bought beautiful clothing and lovely gifts for his wife and daughter. But he remained a kind and generous person despite his great wealth. The couple named their child Kaguya Hime, or Shining Princess, and she was lovely beyond compare. She was gentle and kind, and her presence elicited joy to all who were near her.
Sounds a lot like me. If she were a boy. Naruto hooked a thumb under his arm.
Hinata snickered. Naruto grumped, then he scratched his chin. He didn't even know that Hinata could snicker. The village praised the couple and fawned over Kaguya. But she did not become spoiled or jaded. She maintained her pleasant demeanor and mild temperament as she grew.
Kaguya was also incomparably beautiful. Her face was as pure and soft as porcelain, and her lips were tiny and tinted deep vermilion. She had long dark hair that poured down her back in glossy rivulets of ebony. Her eyes shone with sparks of intelligence and wisdom far beyond her years. Now that the bamboo cutter was rich, he ensured the very best of everything for his daughter, including an extensive education. She became quite an accomplished poet and was well known for her wit and intellect.
Hinata paused. Well, that sounds like, she had wanted to say that it sounded like her, but it wasn't in her to make such a claim, even if it were in jest. She shook her head and sighed. It's okay, Hinata. You're cute enough. Naruto nodded off, waking up when his chin hit his chest. What was I saying? Hinata blushed. Nothing, Naruto-kun. She continued with her story, seeing that Naruto might not hear it all if she didn't hurry. The young woman was feeling rather drowsy herself. Fingering the blanket, she made up her mind. Her decision was the right one, even thought it seemed brazen to her. Here. We should share this, Naruto-kun. She walked over and sat next to Naruto, draping the blanket around the two of them. That had Naruto's eyes opening wide for a moment, before his eyelids became irresistibly heavy again. There is no question that the princess had many suitors, but she would have none of them. She wished to remain with her parents. Her father refused to force Kaguya into marriage because she was not truly his daughter. The bamboo cutter and his wife were growing old, and they became increasingly worried about their daughter. Should something happen to them, they wanted her taken care of. After seeing how distraught her parents had become, the princess's heart ached and she yearned to please them. She decided that she would marry on the condition that her suitor complete the difficult task which she would set for him. Only if he completed this task just as she asked would she become his bride. 5 suitors remained. Princes Ishidakuri, Kuromochi, Abi, Otomo, and Isonokami. Suitors, Naruto mumbled, trying to stay awake. Suitors for the princess babe. Yes, a pretty girl should have suitors. If I was there, his voice ran down. Hinata hesitated a moment, then began again. Ishidakuri was asked to retrieve a Buddhist begging bowl from India. But he became frightened of such a long trip and traveled only into the mountains to buy a bowl from a local temple, instead. Kaguya was surprised to see the prince return so quickly but inspected the bowl in spite of her suspicions. She was no fool and recognized that the bowl was not authentic. She sent Ishidakuri away empty-handed. Kuromochi was sent to the island of Punlai to retrieve a silver branch with golden leaves. He set off on his journey and returned 2 years later with branch in hand. The princess was stunned. Kuromochi regaled her with stories of rough seas and his harsh journey. Kaguya was close to admitting defeat when 2 craftsmen approached Kuromochi and demanded that he pay them for the branch and labor. Smugly, Kaguya paid the craftsmen and Kuromochi slunk away embarrassed. Abi's quest was to procure a coat made from the fur of the fire rat, who lived high atop a volcano. Their fur was nearly impenetrable by weapons and completely fireproof. As much of a coward as his predecessors, Abi purchased such a coat from a traveling salesman for an exorbitant amount of money. When he presented the coat to Kaguya, she immediately insisted that it be tested. It burnt to a crisp, leaving nothing but ashes and a powerful stench. For Otomo's challenge, the princess bid him to sail away and fetch the 7-colored jewel from the head of a dragon. Otomo began to recruit his men for the journey, but they fled in fear. Irritated, he rounded up a makeshift crew and set out to find the dragon and the jewel. But the ocean was rough and they threatened mutiny after only a few days. Heartbroken, he gave up. The last and final suitor, Isonokami, had accepted the challenge that he should bring Kaguya a swallow's cowrie shell. Swallows are extremely fast, so he would have no hope of capturing one on his own. But Isonokami was a smart man and built a catapult to hurl himself towards the birds in the hopes of catching one. He and his servants hunted all day and all night with no luck. On the last attempt, Isonokami managed to capture one tiny bird, but he lost his balance, slipped, and fell to the ground, breaking several bones. The princess, though touched by his attempts, sent him only her condolences.
And so Kaguya had won her freedom. Her father pressed the matter no further.
Bunch of losers, Naruto said, his chin on his chest. His words were slightly slurred. If I could have a girlfriend like that, I would do whatever I had to do. It's my ninja way. Again, the bobbing of his head woke him. Hinata stared at Naruto a moment, pulling at one strand of wet hair, twisting it around her finger.
Of course, Naruto said, looking into the heart of the fire. What girl is going to care about me? Not with the thing. He jerked a moment, realizing what he almost let slip.
Why was he finding it so easy to talk to Hinata? Hinata opened her mouth. Part of her wanted to speak her heart, but couldn't. Now would not be an ideal time. That much was certain. She yawned deeply herself, and then began speaking again. Hearing many a tale of Kaguya-hime, the emperor himself was immediately compelled to meet this beautiful creature. He sent for her to visit him at the palace. Surely, she could not be as wonderful as the stories had portrayed her. But the princess refused to meet with him. Over and over, she turned down his invitations till the emperor was so frustrated that he ventured out of the palace, himself, to track down the woman who rebuffed him. When he arrived at the bamboo cutter's manor, he burst into the room where the princess had been sitting with her attendants and spied the most enchanting woman he had ever seen.
The princess tried to escape the room, but the emperor caught her and pleaded for her to become his wife. She refused, saying that if she were to leave her father's household that she would vanish, never to be seen again. Seeing how distraught he had made the object of his affection, the emperor released her and promised to leave her free. Kaguya thanked him for his understanding and bid him visit her whenever he wished.
The emperor was always happy to visit Kaguya, and he soon fell deeply in love with her. It may be that she felt the same for him, but Kaguya always refused the emperor's many proposals and he eventually gave up. Nevertheless, their friendship never suffered and they were steadfast companions. Steadfast companion. That would be nice. Naruto picked up a pine cone he was sitting on, then tossed it into the small but steady blaze. I never had one until Iruka-sensei was kind to me. Even then, an instructor didn't have too much time for a genin. Then there was Sasuke. He spat into the fire. He still felt both angry and sad, years later. And Sakura. Naruto shook his head and sighed. I guess that crazy Ero Sennin is the closest thing I've had to a companion. I know how that feels. Hinata picked up her own pinecone, then began pulling it apart one small piece at a time. Huh? Naruto perked up a little. Kiba and Shino never went away, or pushed you aside, did they? And Kurenai-sensei is still close to you, I bet. He ran his hands through his hair, fluffing it up some, trying to make it dry faster. And you have a father, a sister, and even a cousin. Hinata just shook her head, but didn't elucidate. Instead, she continued the tale. Some years later on a moonlit night, the bamboo cutter passed by his daughter's chambers and overheard her weeping quietly on her terrace. He peered through a gap in the screen and saw her gazing at the moon with tears sliding down her lovely face. Not wanting to interfere, he continued on his way, though he was troubled by his daughter's depression. Every night thereafter the bamboo cutter passed his daughter's chambers, and every night she wept quietly to herself while gazing at the moon. When he could take it no more, the bamboo cutter walked out onto the terrace and asked his daughter what was troubling her. At first she was reluctant to tell him, but at last she divulged her secret. She told him that she was a child of the moon sent to Earth as punishment for a misdeed she had committed. She told him that her attendants would come to take her back to the Moon Kingdom the very next day. The old bamboo cutter could not bear the thought of losing his beloved daughter. He spoke with the emperor and the two hatched a plan to guard his daughter so heavily that no man or otherwise could reach her. And so they waited. As night fell, the princess began to weep again. She went to her father giving him 2 vials filled with glowing white liquid and a letter. She explained that the vial contained an elixir used by her people on the moon to stay young forever, but that if he and his wife should drink it they would become immortal. The second vial and the letter were gifts for the emperor. The bamboo cutter became frightened that his plan may not work, but could do nothing but wait. When the moon became full, the village grew silent. 1,000 warriors guarded the bamboo cutter's mansion and archers waited on the roof to strike down any who should try to retrieve the shining princess. But they waited in vain, for as a luminous cloud descended from the heavens, they became unable to move or call out. Upon the cloud were several beings comparable in beauty to the stunning Kaguya-hime. They called out to the princess to come with them, and though she longed to stay with her mother and father, she knew in her heart that she must go. All the armies of the world could not stop her. As she climbed onto her shimmering cloud, she bid farewell to the bamboo cutter and his wife one last time and pledged her undying love and devotion to them for eternity. When the cloud had disappeared into the night sky, the bamboo cutter sobbed in agony. His heart had shattered into more pieces than any could count. Shit. That's the kind of girl I would probably fall for. Someone who would leave me, not allowed to stay by my side. Uzumaki Naruto, tragedy waiting to happen. Naruto sighed.
But Hinata bit her lip. Naruto rubbed his eyes, glancing over at Hinata.
Hinata just shook her head. She had come close to telling Naruto how she felt. But, she was no princess. She was not so beautiful that men would come from the four corners of the globe to vie for her hand. And, she knew that her father had something against Naruto, even though the two had never met face to face. She couldn't remember what she had overheard in the past. There was some reason that the adults in her clan had a grudge against Naruto. For the life of her, she couldn't imagine why. In any case, she couldn't promise that she would always be there. Could she? The bamboo cutter and his wife could not handle the loss of their only child and thus sent both vials of immortality to the emperor along with the letter from the princess. They retreated into their house and were never seen again. When the emperor received Kaguya's kind words and proclamation of undying love, he climbed to the very top of Mount Fuji in an effort to be as close to the heavens, as close to her as possible, and burned both the letter and elixir, saying, "My eyes are parched and my soul is empty. What is the joy in immortality, if I must spend it without you?" With that last word, Hinata turned to look at Naruto. A moment later, his head landed on her shoulder.
He was fast asleep. She moved a slight bit, trying to become more comfortable without waking him up. She had dreamed about something like this, but under entirely different circumstances.
"Did you understand the points to the story, Naruto-kun?" she whispered to herself. Hinata thought that she understood some of what the Hokage had wanted to pass along. Fame, power, wealth, they were only worth so much. And, there were things that were more important than simply living as long as possible. It was important to care for someone, and to do it while the chance was still there. Who knows what the future might bring? Her eyelids succumbing to gravity, Hinata drifted off to sleep, wondering whether Tsunade was trying to make a point to her, Naruto, or the two of them.
Whatever the answer was, why would it be worth the Hokage's attention?
How could it benefit Shining Leaf Village? The two exhausted ninjas slept through the night uninterrupted. When the first rays of morning roused Jiraiya, he had went to examine Naruto's cabin, wanting to see how his apprentice had weathered the evening storm. Not finding him there, he checked in at Hinata's cabin. Seeing the two of them wrapped in a blanket, slumbering peacefully, he left smiling.
He would make breakfast that morning. "Well, we need a big lunch today, Hinata." Jiraiya stood with one foot on a stump, a big smile on his face. "I hope you've outdone yourself. This will be our first mission as a group."
Jiraiya's smile faded somewhat when he caught sight of Naruto's expression. Naruto scratched his head, looking a bit skeptical. "I did just as you had instructed, sensei. We will be provisioned until supper time," Hinata smiled. She tried not to seem too enthusiastic. What might they be doing? How much might she learn today? Would it be as special as she imagined it, going on missions with Naruto and one of the legendary Sennin?
"Don't get your hopes up, Hinata." Naruto spat. "I used to feel the same way, but Ero Sennin would disappoint me almost every time."
"Don't call me that." Jiraiya shook his fist at Naruto. "Especially not around a young lady." The older ninja smiled a sly smile. "I would have thought that you would be in a better mood last night, after your pleasant sleep." Naruto's mouth fell open. He remembered waking up next to Hinata, with the small girl pressed up against him. He hadn't been able to move away without waking her. His emotions were still confused. Hinata dropped the heavy food basket on her toe. Her eyes watered. "Yes. As senior student, I expect for you to set a fine example. It seems that there are things you can learn from Miss Hyuga, not just the other way around. You can start with respect." Jiraiya waved one arm while pontificating. "Shit." Naruto grumbled, imitating his master's arm movement. Hinata began giggling, but stopped when Jiraiya looked at her. The Sennin sighed, then threw both hands in the air. "What have I gotten myself into?" The legendary shinobi asked the great cloudless expanse of sky above his head. "One is bad enough."
Hinata, biting her lip, looked over at Naruto. He just shrugged, a subtle smirk on his lips. "In any case, there is one thing that you need to keep in mind at all times today, Hinata." Jiraiya gave Hinata a very stern look.
"SS sir." "Stealth." Jiraiya rubbed his chin, then nodded his head. "Stealth is the lifeblood of a ninja. It should be his or her stock in trade. No doubt you are well versed in it." He scowled, looking over at Naruto. Unlike someone I know. Yes, sir. Hinata stood straighter. She was slightly puzzled though. Why would they be dragging around a large food basket on a mission that required the utmost stealth? Crap. What is all that, sir, stuff? He's just a perverted old hermit. Naruto was still smarting from Jiraiya's comment. I told you, idiot. His master folded both arms over his chest. You need to change your behavior. If not, I know where the majority of my instruction will go from now on. Jiraiya winked at Hinata. Huh? Who else needs to change? You could certainly. Naruto never got a chance to list the things that his sensei could improve on. That is not the issue here. Jiraiya shook his head. But, I've been talking way too much. There are things to get done. Let's go. With that, the Sennin began marching down the path to the village, swinging both arms. Hinata followed, the lunch basket nearly half her size. After watching her for a while, Naruto bit his lip. He walked up and took the basket from Hinata without a word. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled a shy smile. Huh? Naruto looked away. It's merely to speed up our journey. And, shit. Hinata grinned at Naruto's reaction. Naruto-kun, what do you think the mission will be? Hinata's anticipation was thick enough to carve with a kunai. Naruto shifted the basket to one shoulder. He pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. He had his suspicion, but didn't answer honestly. If he was correct, he wanted to watch Hinata's expression. It ought to be a moment to remember. You never can tell, new student Hyuga. Naruto shrugged in an offhand manner. With that damn Sennin, it could be anything. Let's just say that you will be exposed to things you have never seen before. Oh. Hinata did a little jump step. That sounds exciting. She struggled to keep up, watching as Jiraiya and Naruto covered huge amounts of ground, walking in styles that were very similar. She hoped that she never walked like that. But, no matter how ridiculous the two other ninjas may have appeared, their quick and steady pace brought them all to the edge of the village in good time. As Hinata walked the quaint streets, she began taking note of the townspeople's reactions to her two companions. One old woman pushed her way through the crowd, then began throwing things at Jiraiya. A dog ran out, barked at Naruto, then began growling as it tugged at his pants leg. A small number of men, chefs by their outfits, ran over and praised Naruto, taking the unhappy mud away. Naruto-kun, Hinata tapped her fellow leaf shinobi on the arm. Serving under someone as special as Lord Jiraiya will be great, and, being on the same team as you will also. Hyuntia took a deep breath, reveling in the smells of the village. Everything seemed to smell better that morning. All the colors seemed brighter. The feel of the air on her skin was marvelous. I was very disappointed when, the genin teams were assigned. Hinata gave a shy sideways glance at the blonde-haired boy at her side. What? Naruto frowned, scratched his head. It's not, Lord, anything. Sure, the old hermit is powerful, and he's done a lot of amazing things, but he's too damn irresponsible to be a Hokage or clan chief. Naruto almost mentioned Jiraiya's penchant for writing, but held off. No, there were things that Hinata just had to learn on her own. Jiraiya was unique, to say the least. Naruto almost told Hinata some stories about his sensei, and how the two of them had met. That could wait for later. He puzzled over Hinata's statement regarding the genin teams. Walking past some stately old townhouses, Hinata saw Naruto start strutting, throwing his chest out. That action perplexed her until she saw a group of young women strolling along the sidewalk, grocery bags in hand, each of them dressed in attractive civilian dresses or skirts. Naruto waved. The women all hurried away, speaking together in tittering tones, laughing every so often. Cursing, Naruto kicked at a stone, then tugged at his Jiraiya-like hair. Hinata felt somewhat strange. She stopped to watch the girls disappear around a street corner. Naruto-kun, do you spend a lot of time with, the villagers? Huh? Naruto looked back at Hinata, wondering what she was getting at.
Well, were any of those girls, Hinata was blinking rapidly. She almost ran into a courier running with an ivory scroll case in hand. Naruto scowled, knowing what Hinata's question must be.
Hell. Village girls. Bunch of stuck-up jerks. He swore under his breath, still making the man ahead of him quickly move out of the way. No, I don't like any of them. I've got more important things to worry about. Just the same, Naruto sighed, staring in the direction the girls had headed. But, if there was someone who liked you, and she made you happy, to, spend time with her. Hinata bowed to a man whose foot she stepped on. Yay. Naruto laughed, Right? He spat. I might as well wander into a bamboo grove, looking for a moon princess. He sounded very sarcastic. Uzumaki Naruto. World's most fortunate man. There's probably someone waiting for me, right under my nose. Maybe in one of those scullery pots over there. Or, in the cabbage patch that old woman is growing. Hinata told herself to be calm, and to relax. She needed to be patient, if she was to have any hope at all. Still, as quiet as she was, she wanted to shout up at the heavens.
Why had the gods created anyone as clueless as Naruto?
She felt a sinking feeling in her stomach. Was he truly oblivious, or was he paying her little attention because he had already dismissed her? Maybe that was it, or, did he suffer from a shortage of confidence and self-esteem? Well, that could be true, too. Could it be obsession? Might he be cut from the same cloth as Sasuke?
She hoped not. Sometimes good things happen when you don't expect them. It isn't ever good to give up, Naruto-kun. Hinata began nibbling at her fingernail.
Do those good things happen for you, Hinata? Naruto looked like he was not about to be convinced. Well, I will keep my hopes up, Naruto-kun. I won't quit. That's my ninja way. Naruto turned to look at Hinata, a curious look on his face. Then he smiled, seeing where they were headed.
His new training partner was about to learn more about her teacher.
Hinata kept looking from one side of the street to another. The number of hot springs was growing rapidly. There seemed to be bath houses and waiting areas everywhere. She wondered if they were going to learn water jutsus that morning. Maybe, this water would be warm, whereas the water at their pond would be quite chill. Just what I thought. Naruto shook his head. Research. Quiet, moron. Jiraiya scowled. Don't talk so loudly. And don't let your bad attitude influence my new pupil.
Naruto-kun. Hinata wanted to know just what was going on. You'll find out soon enough, Hinata. Naruto chuckled. I don't want to spoil anything for you. It's not everybody who gets the same privileges that we do.
Jiraiya walked over to one panel of a long ornate wooden fence, deep red in color, and over 8 feet in height. Making certain that no one was watching, he began tapping on the fence lightly, concentrating at eye level. Here it is. Great, now, this is where you play your role this morning, Hinata. Jiraiya began chuckling to himself. Sensei. Hinata's eyes widened. She smiled. Yes. Genjutsu. I want you to work a long-duration transformation, making yourself look like any woman you choose. Then, you will need to enter the woman's bath on the other side of this fence. Jiraiya began rummaging through his carry bag. Sir? Hinata looked confused. What exactly were they doing? You're still here? Is there an issue? Okay. You can wear a towel. Jiraiya began prying a plug of painted wood out of the fence. But, it's not that. WHWH what? Hinata swallowed. Why was her master looking through that hole? Really? Naruto asked slyly, seeing a chance to have some fun. You're not worried about not wearing a towel? Tisk tisk tisk. He looked shocked and disapproving. I never thought of you as one to go gallivanting about naked. Then again, after last night. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. He smiled at Naruto, showing more approval for that joke than he had with his student's progress on the last few jutsus. Hinata blushed bright red. I meant, what purpose will my actions be serving? Is there an informant in there? A dangerous criminal? Hinata cocked her head. What jutsu will we be working on? Jutsu? Jiraiya made a strange face, looking like he had bitten into something unbelievably sour. We will be working on techniques this afternoon. This is all about research for my new book. He smiled, striking a pose. I don't want all of the responsibilities that Tsunade has saddled me with to interfere with my career. He took out a brass telescope and opened it to its full length. But, career, what? Hinata was sounding flustered. All you need to do, young lady, is convince some of the prettier young women to discard their towels, then choose this part of the onken to soak in. Make sure it's on this side of the big rocks. Jiraiya chuckled. He had the range zeroed in just right. Hinata's eyes widened. Her lower lip trembled. She turned to look at Naruto. Huh? Naruto wrinkled his nose. Naruto-kun. Hinata looked at Jiraiya. Then back at Naruto. Do you act the same way? Naruto swallowed hard. He shook his head, bringing his hands up. Does he ever? Jiraiya laughed quietly. He always tries to tell me how wrong it is, but when he thinks I'm not looking, he takes his turn peeping. I do not. Naruto spoke very loudly, his hands clenched into fists.
Shish, moron, idiot, nincompoop. Jiraiya shook the telescope at Naruto. Keep it down. He held out the frog purse, his usual hostage. That had Naruto wondering when the old hermit had stolen it this time.
Naruto grumbled. That same trick still worked, but why? That bastard Sennin would find some reason to swipe his savings later, anyway. Hinata checked her own purse, to make certain that her money was still there. Then, she stood stunned, wondering why she should have to do that. Well, let's get going, Hinata. Last week was a very busy one for me. I have a lot of research to catch up on. Jiraiya pouted, looking through the hole. No beauties yet. Hey, Arrow Sennin, that's not fair. You can't ask Hinata to do something like that. Naruto set his jaw, then spread his legs apart, a cantankerous look on his face. Really? Jiraiya asked, smiling. Naruto missed the twinkle in his eyes. I take it that you are volunteering to take her place. What? Naruto's bravado began to slip. You can use your special jutsu, right? The fourth developed Rasengan. His pupil Kakashi devised Chidori. Then you, the genius of the bunch, came up with the sexy no jutsu. Jiraiya began chuckling. He pantomimed an hourglass figure, then gave Naruto a V sign. You can do your trick, walk in, then do Hinata's part. You'll be the lucky one, getting to see everything up close. Naruto-kun. Hinata put her hand to her mouth. Her joy at Naruto's defense of her gave way to shock and disapproval. She blushed, imaging what Naruto would see if he followed their master's instructions. Now she knew why her father had spent an afternoon in the Hokage's office after he had received her orders. Hinata, Naruto shook his head. He didn't know why he suddenly felt guilty, even though he hadn't done anything. That was the first time he had ever seen Hinata look like that. He turned to glower at Jiraiya. Hey, you can't make me do this, old man. Shish. Damn you. Keep it down. You'll ruin everything. The Sennin cringed. That redhead is here. I just saw her walk into the bathhouse. You know, the one that had you drooling the other day. Well, Naruto began to sweat. He looked at Hinata, then spread his hands in supplication. You see, she is rather cute and well-be. He bit his tongue and closed his eyes. I mean. Hinata just stood there staring. But, you probably think that Hinata would look better, don't you? Jiraiya knew just what to say. He had slid that one in oh so subtly. Yes, Naruto answered by reflex. I mean, no, he began to tremble. He was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. Damn touchy old pervert. There was nothing he could say. Hinata stood as if she had frozen into place. So, you finally noticed that she's a girl, have you? Jiraiya smirked, his eyes filled with boundless mirth. He winked at Hinata. She was too stunned to respond. It was Naruto's turn to blush. Then, eyes narrowing, he tried to get back to the ethics and morals of the situation. This is just all wrong. What? Jiraiya scratched his head in exaggerated fashion. Shrugging when he turned to Hinata. You don't think she looks like a girl? He opened one of his sake jugs and took a short pull. You definitely need to get out more. No. Naruto shook. That's not what I mean. He had to watch his words carefully. I think Hinata is very cute, but that's not he tensed up. He had not been careful enough. It might be best just to keep his mouth shut. Hinata's eyes lit up. Jiraiya's self-satisfied look had Naruto steaming. Thinking a moment, he knew just what to do. He walked over to the peephole. My turn, he said. He ignored Hinata's gasp. Grinning, he let loose with a long and loud wolf whistle. Then he cupped his hands over his mouth and shouted. Hey ladies. Looking mighty nice. His call was answered almost immediately by shrieks, screams, and calls for the guard. Oops. I guess I was too excited, Naruto said, putting both hands over his mouth. He winked at Hinata. Damn NNNN. Jiraiya let out an exasperated sigh. Don't just stand there, you idiots. He took off running, his scroll case and carry bag flapping against his body. Naruto chuckled. He grabbed Hinata's hand to spur her to motion, then let go and began running. Hinata looked down at her hand. Then she watched the rapidly retreating figures of her fellow team members. You there, stand still. I have some questions for you. A large woman in well-worn armor came running towards Hinata. The white-eyed girl swallowed hard. She could picture herself thrown in jail. Even worse, she could imagine her father getting word of her arrest. Hinata took off running, not believing what she was doing. Stop. The woman was joined by other guards. Hinata ran like she had never run before, jumping off of the sides of buildings like they were trees in a forest, she left the guards behind. When she caught up to the other two, Jiraiya was looking at a map. Well, we still have 9 more fences. The old ninja smiled at Hinata, then tried to keep a straight face when her mouth hung open.
Your turn to whistle next time, Hinata. Naruto hooked his leg over a bench, taking a drink of water. That had Hinata blushing at first. Then, slowly, she put on a shy smile.
Tsunade hadn't mentioned anything like this. Even hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya didn't look upset.
He had accomplished this morning's mission. A number of hawks flew high above their heads in lazy circles. Naruto, Hinata, and Jiraiya sat eating lunch on a promontory, overlooking a scenic waterfall and a large stream.
This is a very beautiful place, Naruto-kun. Hinata passed Naruto a bowl of noodles she had covered with a cloth bearing his name. Our master certainly has the soul of a poet, despite how he might have, seemed. Yay, Naruto said, brushing off the whole idea. Just wait. You'll see how damn poetic he is. He closed his mouth and swallowed, trying not to drool. What's beautiful are these noodles. Wow. Hinata smiled, then pinked up some. She watched as Naruto demolished the noodles. Hey, Ero Sennin, Naruto grinned. I told you not to, Jiraiya started. Call him that, Hinata said, giving Naruto a pointed look. Huh. I guess I can see who my best student is going to be. Jiraiya accepted a piece of bread from Hinata. Right. To be a teacher, you have to actually teach something, don't you? Naruto sneered. Jiraiya grinned, then chuckled. I have. If you've been too stupid to notice, I don't doubt that Hinata has learned a thing or two already. Huh? Naruto looked puzzled. Hinata nodded her head. Whatever. Naruto snorted. I meant jutsus and stuff. Stories even. Hinata had taught me more than you have lately. She had a folk tale from old granny to tell. You know any stories, old man? Naruto hoped that he could get Jiraiya to tell them about tales from his day as a genin. He figured he'd rather talk about that than some musty old story. Jiraiya rubbed his chin. Then he nodded his head. Looking at you, Squirt, I thought of the perfect tale. Short and straight to the point. Jiraiya took a long drink from one of his jugs. What is it, sensei? Hinata looked very eager. She loved folk tales.
It's about the origin of the word, baka. Apropos, don't you think? Hinata covered her mouth, trying unsuccessfully to hide a smile. Shit, Naruto frowned. Very funny, old fool. As you know, the word baka means idiot, fool or silly, depending on context. If you break it down into parts and look at it, the word essentially translates to horse deer. Jiraiya offered the sake to Hinata, then smiled when he saw her shocked expression.
Wow. Wonderful. Best damn story I ever heard. Naruto griped. Are you sure you want to train with that silly foolish idiot? Jiraiya asked Hinata. Aren't there better ways for Tsunade to toughen you up and test your patience? Hinata giggled, then tried to look proper and ladylike. I think I must be here to help you with him, sir. Her eyes sparkled.
Naruto stared at Hinata, then lifted his nose in the air.
Where was I? Oh yes. The story behind Baka had to do with a Chinese emperor who spotted a horse. He called it a deer, and all but one of his advisors agree. Jiraiya worked a kink out of one shoulder, then continued speaking. The dissenting advisor went on to prove that it was really a horse, and the emperor executed his other sycophant advisors and raised the correct one to chief advisor. I should note that the story arose in this country, even though it tells of a Chinese emperor. It appears to be a misinterpretation of a well-known story behind a Chinese idiom. Point at a deer and call it a horse, which means to confound right and wrong intentionally. Oh, I didn't know that. Hinata bowed to Jiraiya. Oh, I didn't know that, Naruto said under his breath. Sycophant.
Hinata pulled the basket away from Naruto. His arms reached out, then he clenched his teeth and looked away. Only a moment later, his eyes were drawn back to the basket. As Jiraiya sat biting chicken off of a skewer, enjoying the simple spectacle, his eyes suddenly went intense. His body stiffened. It looked like he was straining to hear something. SS sir, is it the guards? Have they tracked us here? Hinata put down her plate of leafy greens to reach for her weapons bag. No, it's probably the bandits again. They must have seen we had a girl with us. We'll have a fight on our hands for sure. They'll want you for the slave trade. Naruto didn't make any move to get up. Before they get here, could I have some of that shrimp? Hinata stopped and stared. She couldn't tell if Naruto was joking or not. I always fight better on a full stomach. Helps me control my chakra. Naruto kept from smiling. Shish. They'll hear us.
Jiraiya looked fierce. For a moment, Hinata began to wonder if they were indeed in for a battle.
The Sennin moved in the blink of an eye. Hinata took out 2 hands full of shuriken. She saw a bush move some, assuming that was where her sensei had set up his surveillance. Quietly, she moved to follow.
Naruto followed right behind her, already suspecting what he might see. The sound of giggles and splashing water came up from the large pool of water at the foot of the waterfall. "Isn't the weather a little too cold for them now?" Naruto asked his teacher. Pushing away a final branch obstructing his view, he saw a group of women in bathing suits playing down below. Hinata just stayed there on her hands and knees, a kunai in her mouth. Her jaw going slack, the weapon fell, bounced off some rocks, then made a sudden splashing sound.
The girls didn't notice. Ooh, Jiraiya grinned as he took out his telescope. They must be very vigorous. And, that's lucky for us. Cold water will have some interesting effects on their anatomy.
"Effects?" Naruto asked. "Never mind, Naruto-kun." Hinata had spoken with some heat, blushing. Her tone of voice had Jiraiya chuckling. But Naruto leaned further out of cover, wondering what his master was talking about.
"You see, Naruto," Jiraiya spoke in a scholarly tone. "There are smooth muscle fibers that can contract in response to cold, to certain stimulation, or to the suckling of an infant, causing the..."
Naruto. Hinata stood up, glowering at her fellow ninja. Huh? Naruto wondered why she was looking at him that way. He hadn't done anything. "Get down, Hinata. Remember what I told you about stealth. I'm merely doing my research." Jiraiya began chuckling. "As I was explaining, the female."
"Naruto-kun." Hinata stomped her foot, surprising herself as much as her 2 companions. "Are you just going to sit there listening to that stuff?"
"Well, he is the teacher." Naruto looked over at Jiraiya, who nodded his head. Hinata twiddled her fingers, her ears tingling. Her eyebrows shot upward, she grinned. "I packed a second bowl of noodles, Naruto-kun." She headed back to the basket. "If you don't want them, I think I might."
Before she could even blink, Hinata saw a blur pass her by, causing her hair to move on a brief air current. Looking down, she saw Naruto pulling containers out of the basket.
"Hey, slurp, Hinata, gulp. This stuff you made is slurp glurp. Really good." Various types of vegetables, meats, and starchy products disappeared off of plates, bowls, and platters, as Naruto's arms were barely visible.
Hinata grinned, then fluffed her hair. "I guess I should save some for our company." Naruto began chuckling.
"Company?" Hinata walked over and pulled a noodle out from under Naruto's collar. She squeaked when he grabbed her hand. Taking the noodle, her fellow student made quick work of it. "Watch." Naruto got up, rubbed his belly, then stretched. Then, looking rather mischievous, he walked over to where Jiraiya was still concealed. "Hey girls. Yoo-hoo, girls, nice suits." "What are you doing, imbecile?" Jiraiya stood up, trying to silence Naruto.
"If you're hungry, we have plenty of food." Naruto's voice easily carried below.
The girls stopped with their splashing, then looked up. They saw Naruto. Looking at one another, the young ladies ran for their towels and clothing. "Idiot." Jiraiya smacked his forehead. "Hey, I was only being polite." Naruto's grin nearly split his face. "And, had they joined us, you wouldn't have needed the telescope." He put one finger on his nose and itched. "But, I guess that's half the fun, isn't it?"
Jiraiya fumed. "Are you going to keep this kind of behavior up?" The Sennin saw that Hinata was listening intently.
"Well, you know how obedient I am." Naruto's eyes closed. He stretched and yawned. "I always try to absorb the wisdom you share with me. I remember you saying we had to act much more properly around Hinata." Hinata looked at Jiraiya, face showing her surprise. "Damn that Tsunade," Jiraiya grumbled. While he was happy to see how Naruto was reacting, his altruism went only so far. Why me? Why me yee?" Naruto laughed, then stood up. He walked back over to the edge of the cliff. "Well, the spot's empty now. Hinata, do you want to take a dip?" Hinata's eyes widened. "I told you the training wouldn't be easy," Jiraiya said. The young woman sighed. The clearing at their campsite would be the scene for a lot of training.
That afternoon, Jiraiya began by running through the projected list of skills he had in mind for his 2 pupils, before setting up a brief sparring match between Naruto and Hinata.
He wanted to get an idea of their comparative speed, reaction time, and ability to think on the fly. As expected, Naruto came out on top, but Hinata showed a lot of grit and determination. She was not about to embarrass herself in front of her important person, or in front of one of the legendary Sennin.
Not bad, for a girl, Naruto had said, after winning the third and final match.
Hinata's first reaction had been one of sorrow and shame, but, soon enough, she began to feel the nascent rise of anger within her. It didn't matter if he was only joking, she had been dismissed throughout her entire life. Maybe it was time for that to change. She saw Naruto's sly smile, and figured that he must be trying to see how far he could push her. Why? Was his pride stung, having her here, and seeing her do well?
Maybe, he always had a problem with Sasuke, or so she had heard time and time again. But, it had only been Sasuke. Not anyone else.
Naruto had always taunted his opponents in matches. He was always prone to brag. But, he never truly put people down or acted cruelly dismissive. That was not his ninja way, unless something had scarred him badly since she knew him so well. Hinata hoped that he only wanted to test her spirit, to see if she was still the shy retiring flower who would always run, and he wanted to see if she would go running to Jiraiya for help.
Was he looking to see if she were worthy of his personal attention? Did he want to see how strong her will was? What did he need to see, to judge whether or not he could trust her with his life during any mission they shared?
Or, was he just being an ass? She couldn't be certain why he was doing what he was doing. Time would tell. She probably did better than you would have, when I first started training you, Jiraiya said, scribbling some notes down on a small scroll. When we start work on summoning, I bet she gets a frog more quickly than you did. I also think that she will find my recount of those days quite humorous. Naruto frowned. Then he scratched his head, and walked around stiff-legged, his hand behind his head. Well, she should be better. She's 3 years older than I was. And, she isn't worried about facing Neji in the Chunin exams or something. Yay. She faced him and lost. I faced him and won. Naruto glanced briefly at Hinata, then said, Harumph. He stirred over at Hinata, watching her face. Jiraiya just smiled. Catching Hinata's glance, he shrugged. He wasn't about to tell the girl how Naruto actually won, but he did want to rein in Naruto's threatened pride. He scratched his crotch, scowling a moment. I don't need to mention how you won, do I? Idiot. The Sennin brushed some pine needles off of his robe. Nor should anyone rely too heavily on past victories. I doubt your future opponents will care about your press releases. Yay. Whatever. Naruto began kicking at one of the roots he had forgotten to remove from the clearing. And, since you are the senior student, I expect to see you encouraging Hinata, not discouraging her. A little competition is good, but I will deal with you unfavorably if you take things too far. I hope I made that clear. We don't need you turning into another Sasuke, right? Jiraiya chuckled. That ploy still worked after nearly 3 years. Bastard. Naruto spat. Who, me or the Uchiha boy? Jiraiya already knew the answer. You mean I have to choose one? Naruto shook his head. Hinata just stood quietly, learning things about Naruto, Jiraiya, and their student-pupil relationship. She was coming to the conclusion that they fought quite frequently, but that most of it was habit, a way of dealing with lives that weren't entirely what they might have hoped for. And, she could tell that there was a strong bond between them. She was the outsider. Again, she would just have to find her own way to fit in. Hinata shivered slightly, watching Naruto. He certainly didn't act the way he used to, 3 years ago. His pride was still there, in spades, and his love of pranks and mischief hadn't gone anywhere. But he seemed harsher, harder, like he had been hurt one time too many, or was carrying a burden heavier than any one person should bear. Not all of that was an act, if any of it was. Might that be the reason that Tsunade had sent her to the village to check up on him before? Could it be why she was here now? Maybe. The Hokage might think that Naruto was too isolated. He certainly didn't have a great life in his early years. Sakura had told the other girls some of the things that she had learned from Naruto, Kakashi, and Tsunade. Just why was Naruto out here with Jiraiya? She kept returning to that question, never having received an answer. Did she have a right to ask her sensei, now that they were working together as a group? Hinata sighed. It didn't matter to her, if she was there merely for Naruto's sake. She would benefit nonetheless. But, she doubted that the Hokage would be so cold and manipulative with people. The more cutting question was, how should she deal with Naruto's behavior? She wanted to help in any way she could, but she had her own selfish side. The last thing she wanted was for Naruto to hate or resent her. She wanted, well, I hope you don't favor Hinata the way that Kakashi favored Sasuke, Naruto said, his voice cracking before he spat. And I hope she's not as useless as Sakura once was. Sheesh. Jiraiya chuckled, then rubbed one eyebrow. Hearing Kakashi talk, it seemed that another member of Team 7 didn't start off all that promising either. Let me see, who ended up tied to the post? Hey, you know that damn copy ninja. He tends to exaggerate. Naruto looked a bit sheepish, knowing that such a claim held little water. And you were tied to the post by Sarutobi. Naruto narrowed his eyes, remembering his sensei telling that tale about his first team. The legendary Sennin before they were anything resembling that. Tsunade was training Sakura. Sasuke was with Orochimaru, and he was with Jiraiya. The way things turned out still never ceased to amaze him. Water long under the bridge, sprout. At least in my case, and I trust Kakashi's judgment implicitly. After all, he's a loyal reader. Jiraiya twisted his neck one way, then the other, loosening a cramp. Yay. That's another thing. Naruto spoke sternly. You shouldn't be doing all your perverted stuff around Hinata. The young ninja looked particularly cantankerous. She doesn't deserve that. Hinata looked up. She smiled, a slow flush painting her cheeks. There might be some reason to hope after all. Jiraiya busied himself removing a stone from his boot, ignoring Naruto. Girls, Naruto said, staring at his teacher. They need to be treated better than that. You hear me, you old pervert? Jiraiya just grinned. 1 minute Naruto seemed to be putting girls down, but the next he was coming to Hinata's defense. Did he know that he was doing that? But, if Hinata starts with Jiraiya-kun this and Jiraiya-kun that, just like Sakura and her, Sasuke-ku, I'm leaving. I'll go train by myself, living in some shack at the top of the freaking mountain. Build it like you did your first hut, not the last one. Jiraiya poked at the fire with a stick. Naruto frowned, then narrowed his eyes. Especially if you expect to have any girls spend the night, the Sennin looked away, whistling a short tune. Naruto clenched his fists, then glanced briefly at Hinata.
Hinata froze. Yay, well, I've done more than my fair share of cabin building. Naruto shook one finger at Jiraiya. I'm certain that a legendary Sennin could build a great cabin.
Jiraiya pulled up a plant, then began a detailed perusal of its root system. Seeing that his sensei was ignoring him, Naruto settled on another target, needing to vent his spleen. Fair's fair. I did the guy's stuff. Hinata can do all the girl stuff. Cooking. Cleaning the cabins. Maybe gathering some flowers. Naruto nodded his head, smirking when he saw Hinata begin twiddling her fingers. Oh yay. The laundry too. The young troublemaker rubbed his hands together.
It was Jiraiya's turn to frown, looking over at Hinata.
Hinata, I'm going to teach you a new technique now. Master. Hinata looked up, her lips parted. She had been feeling somewhat down, after Naruto's quip.
Naruto, while we're busy, you should go finish up your cabin. Guy stuff. It looks like there might be more rain tonight. The Sennin didn't care what Naruto's reasons were. He had a plan in mind.
It was good for Hinata. Jiraiya's suggestion did not sit well with Naruto. But, he needed to be pragmatic about things. Cursing, he headed off down the path to the village, needing to collect more building materials. At least the writ from the Hokage of Konoha would pay for his purchases. Later that evening, when he finally met up with the others around the cookfire, he sat down rubbing his belly, a smile gradually forming on his face. Well, I finished. No big deal for Uzumaki Naruto. He made a fist, then flexed his biceps. I can't wait to see what Hinata's fixed for supper, I've worked up quite an appetite. Hinata just sat quietly, eating her own meal. Jiraiya looked over at Naruto, broke of a piece of bread, then began chewing. Well Naruto folded his arms over his chest, then looked at Hinata. Hinata was busy training, idiot. She didn't have time to do the cooking for everyone. Just herself and me. He took another bite of bread. You'll need to take care of your own dinner tonight. That shouldn't be any trouble for a real man, right? Naruto grumped, then kicked one of the logs out of the fire, watching as the flaming piece of wood rolled down the hill towards the pond. Then, putting on a smile, he turned to Hinata. Looks like you cooked yourself a fair amount, Hinata. Do you mind sharing? He watched Hinata intently, wanting to see how she would respond. Hinata looked torn. She picked up one of the plates in front of her. Ahem. Jiraiya tried to make it seem as if he had coughed. Well, sorry, Naruto-kun. I need to keep my strength up. Master Jiraiya says that I will be working very hard. Hinata did not look over at Naruto. Naruto grumped. Then, his stomach growled. Smelling the food that Hinata was eating, he began to salivate. So, she wouldn't share any with him, would she? Well. Yay. I guess you'll need your strength alright. Naruto put his hands on his hips. Now that the Arrow Sennin has me wearing fresh clothes every day, there'll be a fair bit of laundry. You can wash your own diapers, though, Jiraiya said under his breath. That comment had Naruto angry, but merely spurred him on. I prefer light starch in my robes, and no starch in anything else.
Hinata hung her head. Then, she raised it again, staring at Naruto.
Naruto was taken aback momentarily. Hinata was still meek most of the time, but she had begun acting somewhat differently. He took careful note of that. He thought back to her battle with Neji. Just how much more had she changed over the years?
That face was certainly something new. What else was?
Now would be an ideal time to practice your new jutsu, Hinata. Jiraiya stood up and stretched. He pointed over to the training circle. Don't worry. I'll carry him to his cabin when you're through. Huh? Naruto looked at his sensei, then at Hinata. He frowned when Jiraiya motioned for him to get up and join Hinata. Whatever the two of them had planned wouldn't work.
He'd make sure of that. Don't make any effort to defend yourself, lack wit. Jiraiya said to Naruto. He wiped his mouth on his sleeve. Huh, Naruto looked rather dyspeptic all of a sudden. Why the hell not?
This is practice, Jiraiya said, sounding as if he was repeating something obvious. I did my part, teaching her the move. You'll do your part, now. He chuckled. Besides, I think that you earned this. Don't you, Hinata? He smiled when he saw the girl nod her head. Whatever, Naruto said, facing Hinata. Hinata's too nice. She won't do it. He laughed. She doesn't have the balls for it, literally. The Sennin chuckled. Naruto would get just what he deserved. Hinata, somewhat hesitantly, walked up to Naruto. When her fellow shinobi chuckled again, she set her jaw and brought her hands up, working through a progression of seals.
She struck him in the back of the neck. Noting happened. Ooh, Naruto chuckled some more. That tickled. Maybe you can a masseuse, too.
Hinata bit her lip. You missed the third seal. Settle down. You can do this. I have faith in you. Jiraiya gave her a thumbs up sign. Sorry. Hinata worked through the hand seals again, properly this time. When she was finished, she used the Chushusei Burabiri. Her chakra was converted into a pulse of electricity, coursing through Naruto's brainstem and traveling up to his brain, and down along his spinal cord. All of his neurological communication between the brain and the rest of his body was disrupted. All that he found himself able to move were his eyelids. Way too much chakra, there. It's still an effective attack that way, but in a prolonged confrontation against multiple enemies, you won't want to use up your energy. Jiraiya smiled, watching Naruto topple over like a felled tree. Hinata moved to catch him, but was too late. Sir, Hinata said, contritely. Still, she managed a brief grin, looking down at Naruto. Naruto blinked ever so rapidly, trying to get someone's attention. He could breath, but he couldn't speak. Any pranks you want to pull on that young scamp, while he's still like that? Jiraiya rubbed his chin, peering over at Naruto. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Hinata shook her head. Want to give him a kiss. In the stories it restores a fallen warrior's strength. Jiraiya had a wicked gleam in his eye.
Master Jiraiya. Hinata blushed, almost feeling affronted. Then again. Naruto's eyes opened as wide as they could. His autonomic system might be a bit discombobulated too, but his sweat glands were working just fine.
Well, I have something in mind. Something practical. Jiraiya took out a wicked-looking knife and tested its edge.
Naruto closed his eyes. Hinata gasped. Just what did Jiraiya have in mind? It might be good to neuter him. Might settle him down some. He chuckled, seeing Naruto's eyes snap open again. He winked over at Hinata. Why you, might. BB, right. Hinata tried to keep from smiling. The Sennin sat quietly a moment, letting Naruto stew some. Naruto's eyes narrowed, a clear sign that he knew they were joking. It's almost flattering, I suppose, the fact that Naruto has taken to keeping his hair looking a lot like mine. Jiraiya ran a hand through his enormous mane. Almost. I hate to think I look anything like that. He pointed at Naruto with the knife. Sensei. Hinata looked over at the knife again. Well, while it may preclude his ability to use the underworld spines, that's a limited jutsu most of the time. He certainly looks like he could use a haircut. That way, we won't get so many strange looks down in the village.
Naruto's eyes looked incredulous. Would you like to do it, Hinata? If not, I will. Jiraiya lashed out with the knife, chopping down a tangled mass of weeds, only slightly less disheveled looking than Naruto's hair.
Naruto pleaded with his eyes. I will do it, sensei. Hinata got up, ran to her cabin, then returned with a small pair of scissors. Are you sure? Jiraiya asked, smiling. He might like a man to do the job, right? Hinata smiled, then nodded. Well, since I have to look at him from day to day, now. Hinata went to kneel by Naruto, working the scissors in her hand, trying to get a feel for them again.
Have fun you too, Jiraiya waved, then turned away. Walking, he headed off to tasks unknown.
Hinata looked down at the paralyzed ninja, she grinned.
It was her turn now. I don't know if I can do this well enough, Naruto-kun. I'm just a girl, all those things you've said have, upset me, and CC can't think straight. She fumbled the scissors, then dropped them. Oh my. Naruto closed his eyes. Part of his mischievous nature must have rubbed off on her already.
The sun was just now showing itself above the mountaintops. First light was gradually spreading across the camp area, when Naruto staggered out of his completed cabin.
He had been up most of the night finishing its construction. Fortunately, the storm passed them all by. He was dry, but exhausted.
Looking up into the forests, as it began to sweep upward in an ever-changing elevation, he caught sight of Jiraiya's hut. Of course, it was the nicest of the bunch. Naruto had worked hard on it, thinking it would be his own when he finished. Big Sennin jerk. Even now, the gruff and opportunistic bastard must be comfortable under the huge pile of sleeping furs he had. A small wispy trail of smoke came out of the stone chimney. That perverted old hermit would be nice and warm, while he was out in the brisk chill mountain air, getting ready for the day. Naruto caught a small bit of movement out of the corner of his eye.
The door had opened and closed on Hinata's cabin. She was up now too. He could see her stringing out her laundry line again. That had him scowling and tossing a kunai at the nearest tree.
Shit. He scratched his head, thinking back to his childhood. There had been so many changes, more than any child should be faced with. That aspect of his life didn't change as a ninja student, or after he passed his genin exam. Change. Change. And more change. While it seemed that he was thriving on it, he discovered something when he came to these hills to train. That move itself had been a big change, but his subsequent life was one of consistency. He had his routines. He generally knew what to expect.
Not anymore, not with Hinata here. Just the other day, waking up late after his experience with the Jutsus Biribiri, he had marched towards her hut, intent on confronting the girl. The jutsu had been bad enough, but that was the bastard Sennin's fault.
The haircut was a different story. Hinata had prolonged the event, slowly trimming his hair, telling him stories as she did. For a while, she had even sung a quiet little song. Bit by bit she had cut, holding a one-sided conversation with him, seeing that he couldn't answer. Is this too short? I wonder what might look best on you, Naruto-kun. She had asked that again and again. Each time she clipped off some more. Finally, she had been happy. Perfect. It may have been perfect to her. But, the first thing he had done when he could move, was put his hand to his head. Most of his hair was gone. He had run all the way to the river, to look at his reflection. There was someone he didn't recognize staring back at him. True, he eventually found that he liked the new look a lot, but that wasn't the point.
Stupid FC King Fox. Naruto seethed, thinking of Kyuubi. When he had been trapped before, the damn demon had always lent him chakra, helping him escape from difficult situations. But no, unable to move, at the mercy of a crazed barber girl, the damn Nine Tails had left him helpless. But, that hadn't caused him to stop dead in his tracks. The sight of Hinata's cabin had. There had been a number of laundry lines up. The first one that Naruto came across was obviously her own. That was enough to drive a point home. Things had changed drastically. Eyes blinking rapidly, he had seen brassieres waving in the wind, next to panties. They were frilly and pink. He had stood, as if pole-axed to the head. Conflicting emotions swirled around him, as if he were caught in a whirlpool. Girls' panties. Frilly girls' panties. Frilly pink girls' panties. Hinata wore that under her training clothes. He had swallowed hard, a young male with young male reactions. But, his initial feelings soon evolved. Next, he wondered just what their sensei would do when he saw this. It would be just like waving reed panties in front of a bull. The old hermit wouldn't need to travel to the town to do his damn research. Poor Hinata, he would have to put a stop to that. But, his feelings continued to change. The laundry lines were a rather drastic change. He was still reeling from that impact when Hinata stepped out of her cabin. Naruto-kun, she had said,
Looking where his gaze went, she had immediately turned the color of the panties. I have most of your LL laundry inside. He had followed the girl inside her cabin, intent on getting his clothes. He wasn't expecting another shock so soon after the other. He almost keeled over. Hinata had been busy. He had no idea when she must have gotten the paint, but she had been up much of the night with a bucket and a brush. The inside of Naruto's cabin was pink, pink again. Pink, pink, pink. Well, it wasn't his cabin, but it had been, before the change. Damn. Naruto stopped. He looked over at the sun, shielding his eyes from the tiny bright edge rising above the horizon. It wasn't good to stare at the light too long. It also wasn't great to obsess on problems for too long. Jiraiya had come into his cabin when he was still paralyzed, having a few things to say. The older shinobi warned Naruto to be careful about the way he thought, and to exercise a bit of restraint in his reactions to Hinata. Careful. He had needed to be careful, all right. More careful than he had ever wanted to. Not with his words, but with commonplace everyday events. He had almost died of surprise one afternoon. Trying to hold things in as best he could, he ran for the nearest latrine. He had been drinking a lot of water, and didn't want to take any breaks from his training until the urge was unbearable. Pulling the door off of its hinges, he froze instantly. The small wooden construct was not empty. Hinata sat there, equally shocked.
It was, after all, her latrine. Naruto staggered back, his eyes closed. He had tripped on a rock, and fallen hard on his ass. His first response was to be angry at Hinata, but he had to admit that he had operated on the assumption that she had not returned from the river yet, so he thought he didn't need to run the rest of the distance to his facilities.
He had murmured a quick apology to Hinata when she was done, then went to work fixing the door. Expecting Hinata to be grateful, he had frowned when she scolded him, telling him to stay out of her latrine in the future. The nerve of that girl. And then there was the river. There was only one river within a reasonable distance. Most of that river was too shallow, too rocky, or too fast to make a good bathing site. One area was ideal, just at the base of the immense waterfall. It was the place that the village girls came to on certain days.
It was also his bath place. In the past, when he wanted a bath, there hadn't been a need for a schedule or something. First, he didn't bathe every day. Second, unless the villagers were there before him, he never had to worry about company. If Jiraiya showed up, it wasn't a problem.
But, one morning, sweaty from a hard workout, he had run up along a rocky ledge he had discovered, diving from just the right height. The sudden plunge into the water was a feeling he treasured.
When he came up for air, he realized that he should have looked before he leapt.
Standing in front of him, totally naked, had been Hinata.
The two had been too stunned to move at first. But, not too stunned to stare. Hinata had squeaked, then swam as fast as she could, jumping up to hide beneath the light area of the waterfall. Naruto had sunk to the bottom of the pool, staying there for a full 2 minutes, until the need for air overcame his jumbled thoughts.
When they made it back to the camp, Jiraiya had taken him to task in front of Hinata. He had been serious in his admonishment, but had finished in classic pervert fashion.
"You worst crime, you worthless apprentice, was not letting me know what you had found." The Sennin had laughed after that, letting them know he was joking. But Naruto was already enraged. He dressed his master down in return, telling him to stop saying things like that about Hinata.
Girls. No episodes like that had ever happened with Sakura.
Not once. Naruto sighed. Maybe it would have been nice if something had happened.
Sakura. No, there was no sense in thinking about the pink-haired girl. Pink. More pink. Was it an omen? All this pink? Where had his thoughts left off? Yes, Sakura. She had no feelings for Naruto other than friendship. She wasn't any more interested in him even after Sasuke had run away and broken her heart. And it didn't look like things would ever change in that regard. She was happy training as a medical ninja, and he was off in the woods with a perverted old hermit. And a different girl. Hinata. Naruto took a brief moment to remember how he had viewed Hinata before. No, how he had overlooked her most of the time, until the Chunin exams. He also thought back about how she had viewed him. That had been a completely different story. Just what did she think about him now? Hell, what did that matter? He wasn't off training night and day, just to worry about how some girl felt about him. What mattered most was how Akatsuki cared about him. That was his true obsession. It was the fuel that drove him. The injustice of his life weighed heavy on him. He never wanted the damn fox. But other people did not caring what they would do to him to get it. Worse, there was the terrible uncertainty of what they might do with the Yoma if they did capture him.
He squared his shoulders and set his jaw. There was no more time to put things off. It was time to get to work.
He had been told in no uncertain terms to help Hinata with the morning meal. The white-eyed girl had been doing the bulk of the cooking, not because she was a girl, but because her meals were so good, and those that Naruto and Jiraiya cooked might as well have been discovered by lifting up some rock on the forest. Still, Jiraiya had said, it made no sense for Hinata to do all the work, it wasn't fair. And, there would be no way for Naruto to improve in that regard, if he didn't have the opportunity to watch Hinata do what she did. So, not only would he do the scut work at meals, he would essentially be a beginner student again, with Hinata as his instructor. Great. Walking over to the cook facilities, he was soon joined by his fellow trainee. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Hinata had chirped brightly. It's early yet. Give it time. His surly answer had the girl smiling, strangely enough. Well, maybe a nice meal will make things better, right? She began taking foodstuffs out of sealed bags and jars. Unless you're not hungry. Naruto's stomach growled right on cue. Traitor, Naruto thought. Sweetly, never showing any effect from Naruto's sullen behavior or prickly comments, Hinata showed him how to prepare different kinds of fire, what height to put various pans and pots above the flame, and which vessels and utensils were needed for various tasks. I'm certain a man who's going to be Hokage someday can do as well as I can. Hinata said at one point. My father is an excellent cook, but no one would know it by just looking. She had let that fact sink in, then added the clincher. He is also one of the best fighters that the Leaf has. Eventually Naruto quieted down, and actually began paying attention. He told himself that it was not because of anything that Hinata had said. It was merely his ninja way. Everything is going well. We just need to do some stirring now and then, and some turning and taste testing. Hinata sounded so happy, as if she had been destined to be a cook rather than a ninja. No, Naruto told himself. She had been acting happy ever since she came here to train, and things had settled in a bit.
Why, what was going on in her life, that this place seemed like paradise?
While we wait for things to cook Naruto, I think I will tell you another tale. It's been a while now. I don't want you to think that I've run out of them. Hinata swallowed, watching Naruto's face. This was another bold step for her, even though it would only be a subtle hint, like the one she had made when she visited him before. He might not pick up on it, just like he probably hadn't picked up on things before. Naruto sat down and crossed his legs. He wouldn't mind just sitting still for a moment. Cooking was more work than he thought. I'm all ears. Naruto ran his hands along his head. Now that I don't have much hair. Hinata blushed. Fluffing her own hair, she stopped, wondering if Naruto might think she was teasing him. Pouring small dollops of batter into popping and spattering oil, she began speaking.
In a little house in a little old village in Japan lived a little old man and his little old wife. One morning when the old woman slid open the screens which formed the sides of the Japanese houses, she saw on the doorstep a poor little sparrow.
Excuse me, Hinata. Naruto raised his hand. And Naruto-kun? That little house, was it pink inside? Naruto looked up at Hinata's face. I don't know, probably not. Hinata bit her lip.
Good, Naruto grinned. Hinata stuck out her lower lip, and that had Naruto chuckling. That response made her mad, and her angry look at that then had him laughing.
Twiddling her fingers, she found herself smiling in return. She took him up gently and fed him. Then she held him in the bright morning sunshine until the cold dew was dried from his wings. Afterward, she let him go, so that he might fly home to his nest, but he stayed with her to thank her with his songs. Each morning, when the pink on the mountaintops told that the sun was near, the sparrow perched on the roof of the house, a nearby tree, or the woman's laundry line, he sang out his joy. The must not have been any frilly pink things hanging on the line, then, Naruto said, rubbing his chin. It sounded as if he had just made some sage announcement. Hinata blushed, then put on a more stern look. What? Naruto asked. I think that thing needs to be turned, Hinata. You need to take this cooking stuff seriously. Hinata ran to one of the smoking skillets. Naruto decided that stories could indeed be fun. Spatula still in hand, Hinata returned and continued. The old man and woman thanked the sparrow for this, for they liked to be up early and at work. But near them lived a cross old woman who did not like to be awakened so early. At last she became so angry that she caught the sparrow and cut his tongue. Then the poor little sparrow flew away to his home. But he never could sing again. That woman sound like that bastard Sennin, Naruto huffed. He then held his hands up when Hinata shook the spatula at him. When the kind woman knew what had happened to her pet, she was very sad. She said to her husband, "Let us go and find our poor little sparrow." So they started together, and asked of each bird by the wayside, "Do you know where the tongue-cut sparrow lives? Do you know where the tongue-cut sparrow went?"
In this way they followed until they came to a bridge. They did not know which way to turn, and at first could see no one to ask. At last they saw a bat, hanging head downward, taking his daytime nap. "Oh friend bat, do you know where the tongue-cut sparrow went?"
"Yes. Over the bridge and up the mountain," said the bat. Then he blinked his sleepy eyes and was fast asleep again. They went over the bridge and up the mountain, but again they found two roads and did not know which one to take. A little field mouse peeped through the leaves and grass, so they asked him, "Do you know where the tongue-cut sparrow went?"
A little field mouse. Ha, that's what someone reminds me of. Naruto slapped his knee.
Hinata dropped a spoon she had been stirring with. When she turned to look at Naruto, he was busy peeling fruit. Thinking he wasn't looking, she surprised herself by sticking her tongue out at him, certain that he wouldn't see that. "Didn't know that mice could stick their tongues out," Naruto quipped. HMMMPPPFFF. Hinata walked over to one of the three plates, then took some food off and put it back in a pot.
Naruto dropped the apple he had been working on. That was his plate.
Don't mind me." Naruto put on a big smile. Hinata put the food back on the plate. "Yes. Down the mountain and through the woods," said the field mouse. Down the mountain and through the woods they went, and at last came to the home of their little friend. When he saw them coming, the poor little sparrow was very happy indeed. He and his wife and children all came and bowed their heads down to the ground to show their respect. Then the sparrow rose and led the old man and the old woman into the house while his wife and children hastened to bring them boiled rice, fish, and cress. After they had feasted, the sparrow wished to please them still more, so he danced for them what is called the sparrow dance. When the sun began to sink, the old man and woman started home. The sparrow brought out 2 baskets. "I would like to give you one of these," he said. "Which will you take?" One basket was large and looked very full, while the other one seemed very small and light. The old people thought they would not take the large basket, for that might have all the sparrow's treasure in it, so they said, "The journey home is long, so please let us take the smaller one." "No doubt that will be the good one. That's the way these stories always go," Naruto said. "Yes," Hinata said, strengthening her will. "Good things often come in small packages." "That's right," Naruto said. Really?" Hinata's heart was in her throat. "Yes, just like the instant noodles. Other things too," Hinata blurted out, with more heat than either expected. Naruto stopped to stare at Hinata, while she looked away and went to stir a pot that didn't need any stirring. They took it and walked home over the mountain and across the bridge, happy and contented. When they reached their own home, they decided to open the basket to see what the sparrow had given them. Within the basket they found many rolls of silk and piles of gold, enough to make them rich, so they were more grateful than ever to the sparrow. The cross old woman who had cut the sparrow's tongue was spying through the screen when they opened their basket. She saw the rolls of silk and piles of gold, and planned how she might get some for herself. The next morning she went to the kind woman and said, "I am so sorry that I cut the tongue of your sparrow. Please tell me the way to his home so that I may go to him and tell him I am sorry." The kind woman told her the way and she set out. She went across the bridge, over the mountains, and through the woods. At last she came to the home of the little sparrow. He was not so glad to see this old woman, yet he was very kind to her and did everything to make her feel very welcome. They made a feast for her, and when she started home the sparrow brought out 2 baskets as before. Of course the cross old woman chose the large basket, for she thought that would have even more wealth than the other one. The basket was very heavy and caught on the trees as she was going through the wood. She could hardly pull it up the mountain with her, and she was all out of breath when she reached the top. She did not get to the bridge until it was dark. She was so afraid of dropping the basket into the river that she scarcely dared to step. When at last she reached home she was tired out, but she pulled the screens tightly closed so that no one could look in, and opened her treasure. Treasure indeed. A whole swarm of horrible creatures burst from the basket the moment she opened it. They stung her and bit her, they pushed her and pulled her, and scratched her. At last she crawled to the edge of the room and slid aside the screen to get away from the pests. The moment the door was opened they swooped down upon her, picked her up, and flew away with her. Since then nothing has been heard of the old woman. "That big box was probably pink," Naruto said, before stopping to think. Why had Hinata chosen that story? And what was with her reaction? When Jiraiya came down the hill and joined his 2 pupils for breakfast, he looked first at Hinata, saying nothing. Hinata nodded her head slightly. Jiraiya put his finger on his nose in response. Naruto, shoveling food into his maw, was oblivious to the exchange. As they all ate, it was Jiraiya's time to talk. He started off by sharing his wisdom with them, using his own life story as a guide. Hinata felt a sudden kinship with her teacher, hearing how he had been ostracized by his family until they came to understand him. Naruto saw a lot of parallels, listening to his sensei tell about the Genin team under Sarutobi's tutelage. There were solemn moments too, and sad ones. Jiraiya's feelings towards Orochimaru mirrored Naruto's with Sasuke. And it was quite obvious that Jiraiya had felt towards Tsunade the way that his student had felt towards Sakura. No, Jiraiya had been in love with his teammate, and felt that way for a long time. Naruto, fascinated as he was with the fourth, asked many questions about Jiraiya's former protege. You two are very different in some ways, scamp. Jiraiya hung his head, still pained by the Hokage's death. But there are some amazing similarities too. I think that Yondaime would have liked you very much. That had made Naruto feel very good. Master Jiraiya, could you tell us about Kyuubi, and the fourth's encounter with the demon? My father always told us bedtime tales, but would never share any of the details. Hinata wondered why Naruto's face suddenly went stiff. Jiraiya stretched, thinking. It was a good segue to something Hinata might deserve to know someday, especially if her training with Naruto put her at risk from the nine. But this was not the time or place for disclosures of that nature. Not today, Hinata. Jiraiya put on a smile. The food is too splendid. That story would sour things in my stomach for sure. Oh, Hinata said, looking again at Naruto. He seemed relieved somehow. Why? I thank you too for your hard work cooking. Now, comes the cleanup. It will tie nicely into our new morning training regime. Jiraiya stood and brushed the crumbs from his robe. He spat on his finger, trying to remove a grease spot. Huh? Naruto scowled. What do you mean, old man? He spat. You could do some work around here too. Really? Training is work, idiot. Especially with such a difficult pupil. Jiraiya smiled. That's no way to talk about Hinata, Naruto said, looking down at the plates and bowls. How will that tie in with our training? Hinata asked the expected question. Ah. It's nice to have a clever student. One who's not so much trouble. Jiraiya chuckled. We will need water. No, sorry, slip of the tongue. You and the sheared sheep there will need water. There is water down at the river. The buckets over there are very good at holding water. Oh, buckets hold water, that's the wisdom that keeps me on this freaking mountain. Naruto grumped, his pride stung. And the river has water in it. Brilliant, just brilliant. Jiraiya ignored Naruto. You will each take 2 empty buckets down the hill. Quickly, as this will be a race. You will fill them with water, then bring them back. Full. If you spill any water, you must carry both buckets back down to the river, then try again. Your task will be complete when you place both full buckets next to the cook area. ARR race. Hinata didn't like the sound of that. She had seen just how quick Naruto was when he wanted to be. Naruto grinned, then put his arms behind his head and started whistling a ribald tune. Yes, we will be doing this every morning for an unspecified amount of time. The first one back will be declared the winner, unless he or she cheats somehow. There will be no water jutsus just beyond my sight. Jiraiya glared at Naruto, who put a wounded look on his face. The winner will get the lion's share of my attention training that afternoon. The loser will sit reading the scrolls that I've collected. That, and practicing the jutsus they already know. Ha! It's great having such a clever and generous master. Naruto stood up and did some short calisthenics. Right, Hinata? Hinata rubbed her fingers together. It didn't sound fair, but she didn't see Jiraiya as someone who would be cruel or play favorites. There must be something behind all this. She would try her best. What more could she do? WHWH, when do we start? Hinata asked. Now, the legendary Sennin shouted. Naruto ran immediately, while Hinata stood startled for a moment. 2 buckets in hand, he skidded to a stop when Jiraiya told him to freeze. Give Hinata those 2 buckets. Take the ones that she has. The older shinobi sounded suspicious. But Naruto tossed the buckets down hard. Hinata, check out your buckets. We'll delay the race until you're done. Jiraiya tossed a rock up in the air, catching it. THTH, they look fine, Hinata answered. Use the jutsu I taught you for dispelling genjutsu. Then, look again. Jiraiya smiled. He could just be paranoid, but he thought not. Naruto-kun. Hinata had her hands on her hips. Naruto smiled, even though he had been caught. He had poked holes in the bottom of the two buckets, then cast an illusion to make the buckets look normal. When the buckets had been exchanged, the contest resumed. Naruto sat down calmly, using a slight flame jutsu to weld the bottom of his buckets. Unconcerned, he started to run when he was finished. He should still have plenty of time. He was correct. Buckets full, he returned to the camp well ahead of Hinata. He watched curiously as she came in, still running hard, even though she had obviously been able to see him for the past few hundred yards. She could have just walked in. He rubbed his chin, watching her bend over to catch her breath. Each morning for the next week, things went the same way. For fun, and out of tradition, Naruto tried some trick every day, and was caught. Hinata always had a head start as a result, but kept finishing behind him. The white-eyed girl made it a point to run from start to finish, just like she had the first time. One morning, the last in that week, it cost her, as she tripped on a loose spot of soil, then spilled some water. Both heavy buckets in hand, she ran back to the bottom, refilled, then ran back up. Naruto had told her not to worry about it, since the race was already finished, but she insisted that she would follow the rules to the letter. The next morning, the results were different, even though they started off the same. As Hinata ran hard around the bend just before the final steep incline, she saw Naruto standing there, buckets in hand. What trick did he have in mind this time? Did he intend to trip her? Would he run at her side, mocking her, then pull away at the end? Wonder what that stupid Sennin would do if we both ran into camp at the same time, Naruto asked. Hinata almost dropped her buckets. We'd have to set them down at the same time, probably on a count of 3, Naruto yawned. Naruto-kun. It's boring, winning every day, was his answer. That's all. Don't go trying to make something out of it. Oh, I won't, Hinata fought to hide her smile, she lost that battle. Naruto saw that smile, then smirked. Girls, sure enough, when the two shinobi placed their buckets down simultaneously, Jiraiya decreed that the training regimen would change again. There would be no more bucket races. Private training would be shared equally, when the two pupils weren't training together on common jutsu. The next few weeks would go that way. Jiraiya would do the training. Naruto and Hinata would do the learning. Morning, afternoon, and evening routines would be fairly constant, and there would be time off, when no training whatsoever was allowed. Hinata and Naruto were encouraged to spend time in the village, taking in the sights, meeting the people, visiting the shops, and attending the cultural events. Hinata never felt so alive in all of her life. She made it a point to write a letter to Tsunade every week, detailing what she had accomplished, and thanking the Hokage for the assignment. She did this because of good manners, and because she carried the secret fear that she would be pulled away from her new life and sent elsewhere. Remembering her previous mission, she also wrote about Naruto. Sometimes her feelings crept into her dispatches, and she had to tear them up and begin again. She burned the fragments, even though there was no need. Hinata would die if Naruto ever though to put the paper back together, and found out how she felt in that way. One morning, Naruto stopped dead in his tracks. Hinata was carrying around a small colorful balloon on her palm. As she walked, she stared intently at the thing. That had him approaching his teacher. Hey, old man. Are you trying to teach Hinata Rasengan? You noticed, huh? Your powers of observation are improving. Jiraiya scratched one armpit then the other. Did you give her any color other than pink? Naruto clenched his teeth. Yes, the Sennin said offhand. Naruto sighed, then smiled. But, from now on, I'll only give her pink. That's a clever idea, Naruto. Consistency might prove helpful to her. The older ninja chuckled when he saw Naruto's face. He had a good idea where the younger man's feeling about that particular color had come from. Well, whatever, it probably won't matter. She won't be able to master it. She's not like me or the fourth, you know. Naruto was not bragging. It was an accurate observation. That's right, Jiraiya agreed. She's a great deal smarter than you were 3 years ago, he laughed. Naruto didn't rise to the bait, and, well, she's not in a life or death situation, so she might not be driven to finish things like I was. Naruto thought back to his confrontation with Kabuto. And it's not like she has a bet with Granny Tsunade or something. And she's a girl? Jiraiya raised one eyebrow. Sexist comments are the sign of a small mind, and probably a small man. Naruto folded his hands over his chest. He frowned when his master broke out into loud laughter. I think she's brighter than you are now, too. Jiraiya manged when he had caught his breath. Lousy big-haired hermit. Sitting there in the shade of a large tree, the two men laughed. For a while, Naruto was more contemplative than usual. With his master nearby, and with Hinata visible across the clearing, he wondered if this was what it was like to have a family.
From that point on, the training became more and more intense.
Despite the ever-increasing workload, whenever Hinata had free time, she could be seen carrying a balloon. Jiraiya kept an eye out, wanting to see if she had even the slightest aptitude for that skill. It had taken the fourth 3 years to perfect it, but he had been starting from scratch, not even knowing if things would work. Nevertheless, he had shown some progress after a few days. Naruto's progress had been much more remarkable, but he never expected to see that like again.
But his scheme would not simply serve Hinata. It wouldn't hurt that young lout to see his teacher give the girl the same kind of attention that he gave a rather vocal boy when they first started traveling together. On the one hand, it might give him a reason to be competitive again. Or, it might have a different effect entirely.
Well, if Naruto did get too boastful, Hinata could simply mention summoning. She had been able to call up a small frog on her first day. Just before supper time, Naruto walked over to Hinata, seeing her sitting on an old stump, balloon in hand. She looked very frustrated, and she blushed seeing him watch her failure. "NN Naruto-kun. If you're busy there, I will cook dinner tonight," he offered, rubbing his head and looking away. "When I first started off trying to learn Rasengan, I trained all day, and even fell asleep exhausted, out in the woods." Really?" Hinata lost her concentration for a moment, then the balloon popped. "Wow. That's good, Hinata." Naruto wondered how far she had gotten. He hadn't seen the balloon go through the contortions that his once had.
"No, it's not, Naruto-kun, I squeezed too hard, it was my nails." Hinata held up her hands. Her fingernails were long, she had thought long and hard about trimming them.
She probably would now. "I see. Things aren't going well, are they?" Naruto watched as Hinata took out another balloon, her hand trembling. "Here, let me blow that one up for you. Rest your hands a moment. I remember what it feels like." "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Hinata wanted to smile, but couldn't. She was too disappointed. "You're trying hard, so I wish I could tell you how to do things, but I can't." Jiraiya was right. This is something you have to do on your own if you want to succeed. Besides, I found a unique method at first, before I went back and learned things the conventional way as well. "I see," Hinata sighed, biting her lip when she was done. "But I can tell you about that journey we had. You probably never heard the full story. And I will give you the same hints that I was given, and nothing more. That, plus I will tell you about the cat." Naruto smiled, thinking back. "Cat?" Hinata's eyes widened some. "Yup," Naruto smirked. "The cat might have been a better teacher than that old pervert. You'll just have to be patient, I'll get to that sooner or later." As the sun began to fall in the sky, Naruto sat speaking. Hinata listened, enraptured, her hands folded in her lap, balloon forgotten for now. Why you almost died, Naruto-kun?" Hinata shivered a moment, hearing about the fight with Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Manda. Naruto answered. "If it wasn't for old lady Tsunade." He pulled at his lip. "Of course, if she wasn't so damn stubborn, she could have come back with us without nearly getting me killed." Hinata smiled. Naruto spoke about the Hokage some more, calling her all sorts of names. But one thing was clear, he truly loved her, just as he was very fond of their sensei. The feeling was also mutual. Hinata had no doubt about that, having heard Tsunade talk about Naruto. "Yay, well, at least when all was said and done, I had won this." Naruto handed his necklace to Hinata. He saw her cradle it like it was the most precious treasure in the world. The story about Dan and Tsunade's brother had left her in tears. "It's beautiful, Naruto, and very special." Hinata handed it back. "That's right. And it certainly gave me a reason to finally learn Rasengan." Naruto sat staring at the necklace for a few moments, while Hinata sat quietly. Finally, he sighed. Looking over at Hinata, he hesitated, then spoke. "We all need goals, Hinata." Naruto's voice was very low. "For me, it was Hokage. I think you must have realized that, right? No one could have missed that. Then, it was showing Sasuke that I was just as worthy of respect as he was." Naruto looked up at the sky, thinking it would be a good night to see the stars. He wondered what Sasuke was doing. Then, when Tsunade made fun of me, I wanted to win this necklace more than anything. Hinata listened attentively. She loved to hear Naruto talk about himself. She didn't expect him to say what he said next. The words came haltingly, as if he had to pull them out by the roots. "Let's do this, then. 3 years. Naruto-kun." "Yes. Fair's fair. 3 years." That's the time it took Yandaime to master Rasengan. If you can conquer the jutsu in that amount of time, then this necklace will be yours. Naruto gripped the necklace hard in his hand. But, Naruto-kun, that means so much to you. Sure, I know. It's a gamble, I guess. That makes it feel even more appropriate, I guess, given Tsunade's history. It started to sink in just what he had offered. But, well, it's my ninja way. Tears came to Hinata's eyes. Then, unable to help herself, she put both hands over her face. Hinata, what's wrong? Sobbing, Hinata tried to speak. I have friends now, but her whole body shook, as pent-up emotions came to the surface. But, like you, for so many years, I was so alone. Naruto felt very uncomfortable. He had no idea what he should do, or what he should say. Feeling guilty, he wondered if his treatment of her might be the reason she was crying. For so long, before Kurenai-sensei, no one ever showed me much kindness for my own sake. She took a deep breath and wiped her eyes. Everything that was done, was because I was the heir. While I was still the heir, then. Naruto stayed quiet. He had dealt with his own pain for so long, but was unused to seeing it in others. Not like this, so close and so personal.
When I was no longer the heir, I was just, Hinata looked up at Naruto's face. You put it into words once. A shy dark weirdo.
Hey, Hinata, I didn't mean to put you down then, you know. I was just, Naruto's rushed words were cut off.
I know, Naruto-kun. I know, because, before you left, you also said that I was someone that you could like. At that moment, Hinata came very close to telling Naruto how much he meant to her. But, she didn't have the courage yet.
And, she didn't want a moment like that to follow such a powerful wave of sadness. Naruto thought about the power of words. His words had obviously meant something to Hinata then, just as her shy explanation that he was a proud failure in her eyes had given him his spirit back in time to fight her cousin. When I heard that, after standing up to Neji, I began to like myself. And, the more I liked myself, it seemed the more that others were willing to like me too, Naruto-kun. Hinata sniffled. So, you've already done a lot for me, just by helping me care about myself. She held her hands together, just under her chin. Thank you for that, Naruto. Thank you for the offer, too. Well, Naruto scratched his head, filled with confused emotions and thoughts from his own past. Hell. I never would have offered the necklace if I knew it would make you cry, huh? I'll do my best, Naruto-kun. Hinata didn't tell him that it would be for him, not the necklace. I promise.
Great, Naruto answered, watching as Hinata hurried down slope towards the cook fires.
Staggering into camp, Naruto sat down hard. For a third day straight, he had put his entire effort into learning the underworld swamp jutsu, making the resultant mire and muck larger, deeper, and wetter each successive session.
Leaning back against a tree, he scratched his back on the bark a moment, wriggled around to find the most comfortable position, and then closed his eyes.
Looks like you've been working hard again. That's a miracle. I don't remember you working that hard before Hinata came. Jiraiya stood above Naruto, smiling at his obvious exaggeration. Never knew you were such a ladies' man. The older shinobi had just come back from town. Naruto set his jaw, but didn't answer or open his eyes. He knew the best way to deal with his master's teasing. You've kept your hair short. You bathe frequently, and use soap. And your teeth look a whole lot brighter. It's autumn, but you'd think spring is in the air. The young ninja sneered, but still didn't answer. His efforts at grooming had not been voluntary, and that damn hermit knew that. Yes, when the village begins having its harvest dances this year, I think that I will assign you to take Hinata. A ninja should be skilled in social matters as well, and there is a great deal of coordination and endurance involved in dancing. Not to mention, quite a bit of finesse is needed in slow dancing. Naruto's eyes popped open. What? Jiraiya chuckled. He held out a popsicle to his pupil, saving another one for Hinata. I could mention it to Tsunade, I suppose. She would probably make it official. I see no reason we couldn't start dancing practice after supper every evening. Shit, Naruto said, scowling. I don't need to practice dancing with Hinata. I need to learn how to dance with the death god, like Satobi and the fourth did. He bit the top of his popsicle off, then chewed on it savagely. No, if I don't get stronger, I'll be dancing with Itachi and Kisame, and they'll be leading. Jiraiya's face became very serious. So much so, that Naruto froze with the popsicle in his mouth, which led to his tongue freezing. That's what we need to discuss before I leave. Jiraiya looked across the camp area and spotted Hinata. I'll be back after I give this to Hinata. Watching his sensei walk away, Naruto began to tense up. He always knew what he was working towards, but his life here had actually been relatively carefree in its own way. When Jiraiya returned, he sat next to his student. I've already explained to Hinata that I will be gone for a few days. It could be as long as a week, or a week and a few days. Jiraiya scratched the side of his chest. You're going to be in charge of the lessons while I'm gone. The two of you should be safe enough during that time. But, the time is coming near when the nine will become a very big part in your life, one way or another. Are you going to speak with Granny Tsunade and the elders? The clan leaders? Naruto pulled his popsicle apart into 2 single pops. No, the Sennin shook his head. It's time for me to make my rounds again, visiting my informants. I need to know if there has been any rumor about what those criminals might be planning, or when precisely they might be apt to move. I also want to do some research, trying to find out what Akatsuki members meant when they talked about the moon becoming the sun. I have some suspicions in that regard. What? Naruto sat up straighter. I think they are talking about a blood moon. When the moon is as red as the sun, there are a number of prophecies regarding such an occurrence, and for all we know they might be planning on some form of holy war, or manipulation of the masses through a false messiah. Huh? Naruto scrunched up his face, just as he was prone to do as a child. There will be a day during this year, when a blood moon eclipse will take place. In fact, 2 will occur in different months this year, with a solar eclipse taking place sometime in between them. That combination of events is very rare, and has shown up in some ancient writings that claim a leader will arise, who will conquer all who stand before him.
Where would Kyuubi come in? Naruto asked. I have no idea, Jiraiya answered.
But that is not the only prophecy. The sun will be turned into darkness and the moon into blood, before the great and awesome day of reckoning comes, is one saying I have come across. Another is, and I beheld when he had opened the 6th seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake. And the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood. Those are from antiquated texts, available at very few libraries. But, anything that men may have told me, men may have told someone else. And we don't know if any of that nonsense means anything, right? Naruto looked uncomfortable. He did not like the sound of any day of reckoning, or the breaking of any seal powerful enough to cause natural catastrophes. Right. Jiraiya nodded. Let's hope not. The outcomes in those old tales and prophecies are usually rather grim. He laughed, his countenance brightening up considerably. I don't want anything interfering with my research. Stupid old lecher, Naruto said, shaking his head. That reminds me. There's a talk that is long overdue, seeing that you will be here with Hinata, alone. Jiraiya stretched, then rubbed his nose. What? About my being responsible and all that, because I will be the senior member of our group? Naruto scowled. Responsibility didn't usually equate with fun. Something like that. I don't know what Kakashi got around to teaching you. I presume you do know where babies come from. Jiraiya kept a straight face. What? Naruto stood up. Haven't heard about that yet. At your age? Well, I guess I have time to go over the birds and the bees stuff before I leave tonight. First, the older ninja was interrupted. I know where babies come from. Arrow Sennin. Naruto cringed, then immediately looked to see if Hinata was anywhere within earshot. Really? Good. That will save me some work. If Hinata doesn't know, then you can tell her. This time, Jiraiya did chuckle. I'll let her know. Don't you dare. Naruto had instinctively begun to form a spinning ball of chakra in his palm. Oh, you're right. She should hear it from someone who knows what it all means. I'll talk with her before I go, then she can check to see how much you know. Jiraiya caught a large clod of dirt that his apprentice threw at him. Naruto just stood glowering. All joking aside, Naruto. Tsunade expected me to be a chaperone, even though my reputation has been unfairly besmirched, and despite the fact that she didn't think either of you were likely to experiment with things on a whim. So, you need to be on your best behavior. Hinata might feel uncomfortable, even if you don't. Jiraiya's face was rather stern. Shit, okay. So, I won't bathe on the same days that she does, I'll use my latrine only, and I won't comment on the laundry lines. Jiraiya stared at Naruto for a while, watching his face and body movements. He did not look like someone having guilty thoughts. The young man's isolation from girls his own age, thanks in part to the villagers' suspicion of the two of them, might work to his credit now, even though it was a matter that had always concerned the older warrior. Good, the Sennin said, certain that he had made his point. There are 2 more things I need to say before I leave. 1. You're really running away with woman at the scroll shop, Naruto grinned. That woman was bigger than the 2 of them put together, and hairier too. Jiraiya scowled, then opened his mouth, interrupted again. Or that guy at the post office. Naruto started whistling.
The effeminate man in question had taken an unnatural liking to the older shinobi.
I think I will need to share some interesting stories with Hinata someday, Jiraiya said. About some of your experiences with the young ladies in town. Starting with the printer's youngest daughter. Naruto suddenly stopped laughing. For a moment, he actually looked ready to shout again. Very funny. The young ninja griped. It was. Or, the whole village thought so. Jiraiya chuckled. The girl had told Naruto that she couldn't go on a date with him, but knew a framer's daughter who might. When Naruto showed up at the farmhouse, there was a pig waiting. A bunch of girls had fixed it up with lipstick, rouge, and perfume. Or there was the girl, okay. What were the two things? Naruto had a very sour look on his face. 1. Jiraiya stopped, giving Naruto a chance to interrupt him again. Naruto gave him the finger. Tsunade has made no mention of Hinata being recalled back to Konoha. Given that, she might be in some kind of danger if Akatsuki makes some move on you while she's still here. As such, it may be time for her to hear about Kyuubi. I will do that if you like. Or, you can have the honors. I will leave that up to you. Naruto sat back down. He looked over at Jiraiya, an uneasy look on his face. Hinata might well leave on her own after hearing the truth. Then, who knows who else might hear the truth from her.
And number 2, Naruto asked, his voice somewhat flat.
I wasn't kidding about the dancing. Well, at least about the two of you being more visible down in town. Not about practicing. That will be up to the two of you. Jiraiya watched as Naruto's face changed yet again. You, if you don't want to take Hinata, I can always inquire about the pig. Jiraiya began walking towards his hut, ready to gather up his things and leave under the cover of darkness, later. Stupid, ugly, scruffy, bastard, I'll miss you too, idiot. Remember what I told you. Jiraiya waved his arm, then slowly faded into the night. Not long after his teacher had left, Naruto went to find Hinata, to see what Jiraiya might have told her. Naruto-kun. Hinata waved, seeing him approach. Have you come to help with dinner? Of course, Naruto answered. Once the plates are full, I'll help clean them, naturally. He looked over the rough cook bench Hinata had, taking note of the types of foodstuffs she had selected. Be sure you make enough for 3. What? Hasn't Master Jiraiya left already? Hinata looked around, but saw no sign of anyone else. Sure. What makes you think he hasn't? Naruto reached over to swipe a carrot, but was smacked on the wrist by Hinata. I swear, Naruto-kun. You're nothing but a stomach on legs. I'm only making enough for 2. Hinata narrowed her eyes, then blushed, hearing how bossy she sounded. Geez, girl. Naruto shook his head. You have to eat too. You're a growing girl. He walked over to her, then put his hand at the level of the top of her head. Tisk tisk tisk. Then he raised his hand to mark his own height. At least I hope so.
Hinata just stood there speechless. After Naruto got most of the mischief out of his system, he lent a hand getting the fire ready.
Naruto-kun, our sensei told me that you would fill me in on all the details when he left. Why did he leave? And what else did the two of you talk about? Hinata looked up from the skewers she was filling with various meats. Naruto stopped a moment, trying to decide what to tell his companion. Well,
I would like the truth, Naruto-kun. I think I have earned that much. Hinata began working on a grilling sauce.
That old pervert has gone off to do some real research this time. It's a long story, and I'd rather save it for tomorrow. At breakfast time. Naruto wanted to think things over tonight, deciding whether or not to tell Hinata about Kyuubi. He could mention Akatsuki either way, without saying what they were after. Hinata stopped a moment, looking Naruto in the eyes, wondering what he was holding back, and hoping he wouldn't try to hide anything from her.
Okay, she said. What else were you talking about? I heard you scream a number of times.
You did, I see. Well, Naruto began to sweat. He could tell Hinata something they talked about, without telling her everything. Right? Name your poison. He said that I was in charge, of course. And that the lessons would be my responsibility. He then turned his attention to adding wood to the blaze. And what else? Hinata asked sagely. He shared a popsicle with me. Naruto nodded his head, smiling. Me too, Naruto-kun. Hinata said. What else? Well, you see, Naruto sighed, scratching his head. He said that I mean you and I, when the village held its, He cursed, knowing he sounded like a moron. No, I don't know. Hinata stopped slicing her stack of vegetables. Dances. There. He had gotten it out, enough said. What about dances, Naruto-kun? Hinata's eyes looked like they were glowing, reflecting the fire. Naruto stuck out his lower lip and closed his eyes. Naruto-kun. Hinata shouted, knowing that such a method usually paid dividends.
They have stupid dances in the stupid village, okay. And our stupid master had the stupid idea that we should attend them. But, it's all stupid. Naruto looked away from Hinata.
We're supposed to go to dances? Hinata put her hands together on her chest. Really? You're going to take me to dances? She never went to dances. Most of the time, no one ever asked her. When someone did, it was never the one she had always wanted to go with. If I have to. Oh, you have to. Hinata chopped one carrot too hard, sent both ends shooting off beyond the firelight. You'll have to take me if, our sensei tells you to. Yay. Right. Sure, can we change the subject? Naruto griped. Okay. Naruto-kun. What else did he talk about with you? Hinata was blushing, thinking about her good fortune. She didn't mind Naruto's attitude one bit.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire. That's not important right now, Hinata. Let me give you a hand preparing the food. It's the least I can do, seeing how hard you are working. Naruto put on his biggest smile.
What else, Naruto-kun? Hinata narrowed her eyes. Well, Naruto-kun. Hinata bit her lip. What would Kurenai-sensei think if she saw her acting this way? He asked me if I knew where babies came from. I told him I already knew that. Then, he said if you didn't know, I should tell you. Naruto tried to sound nonchalant, but was sweating heavily, not knowing what he would do if by some miracle Hinata was still clueless about the subject. WH. Hinata couldn't get the word out. Where do they come from? Sheesh. I thought you'd know. Naruto clenched his fist. His heart skipped a beat.
WH. Why? Hinata looked pale. Because you're a girl, of course. And girls are supposed to know these things. Especially at your age. Naruto hung his head. Okay, let's get started. Asuma-sensei once said that.
No, I meant. Why did Jiraiya-sensei ask you? Well, why did the subject? Hinata spoke in a terrible rush. Oh, Naruto breathed a long sigh of relief. He mopped at his forehead with his sleeve. I guess it's because he was our chaperone out here, and you know, there will only be the two of us out here. He swallowed hard. He just wanted to make sure, you know. Hinata made one of her characteristic squeaking noises when she realized she had just slid the leafy end of the carrots into the stew, after pushing the good bits into the compost bag. The white-eyed girl didn't dare ask if there had been anything else discussed.
When dinner was finally served, the two shinobi sat as far away from one another as was physically possible at the ring of large stones they used as stools. Hinata kept looking down at her food, glancing over at Naruto every so often, only to look down at her food as soon as she could.
Naruto felt as if he was going to explode. The only sound at the campsite was the crackling of the wood in the fire. The silence was really getting on his nerves. Hearing the sound of a rabbit being caught by some predator, he grinned. You know, Hinata, our teacher did tell me one other thing. DD did. Hinata bit into the wooden skewer instead of the meat. Yes. He told me to protect you, since he wasn't here with us. Naruto made it a point to look off into the forest, twitching every so lightly. He jumped purposefully, hearing a branch fall. But I'll remember to redo the seals every night. SS seals? Hinata put her plate down. Oh, did I say seals? Huh? It's nothing to worry about, Hinata. Just eat your dinner. He looked back out into the woods again. Naruto-kun. What aren't you telling me? Hinata began to sound a bit worried. Trust me. It isn't anything to worry about. Even if the stories are all true, there hasn't been one around these mountains for a few years. Are you going to finish that bread? Naruto fought hard to keep from grinning.
What? Hinata took a drink of water, her hand trembling ever so slightly.
Naruto didn't answer. He looked around the clearing, Hen straightened his shoulders. Naruto-kun. Hinata began twiddling her fingers. Naruto picked up his skewer, shivered a bit, then put it back down without taking a bite. Naruto-kun, please. Hinata got up and moved one stone closer to Naruto.
Okay, you dragged it out of me, Hinata. You may wish you hadn't. Like I said, probably, nothing will happen while our master is gone. He rubbed his head, then moved one stone closer to Hinata. The man was from the village we visit. He used to visit these mountains, prospecting. He looked off into the forest again. Have you ever noticed that few people walk about the town, late at night, even though there are plenty of streetlights?
No. Hinata had never visited the town late at night. She didn't know that Naruto never had, either. One night, at a late hour, the man was hurrying down from this very mountain, when he perceived a woman crouching by the river, all alone, and weeping bitterly. Fearing that she intended to drown herself, he stopped to offer her any assistance or consolation in his power. She appeared to be a slight and graceful person, handsomely dressed, and her hair was arranged like that of a young girl of good family. Naruto paused. "A lot like you, Hinata," he said. Hinata smiled, momentarily forgetting her unease. He walked over to the woman. "Oh Jaka, honorable maiden, please do not cry like that. Tell me what the trouble is, and if there be any way I can be of assistance, I shall be glad to help you." He really meant what he said, for he was a very kind man, but she continued to weep, hiding her face from him with one of her long sleeves. "Oh Jaka," he said again, as gently as he could, please listen to me. This is no place for a young lady at night. Do not cry. I implore you. Only tell me how I may be of some help to you." Slowly she rose up, but turned her back to him, and continued to moan and sob behind her sleeve. He laid his hand lightly upon her shoulder, and pleaded, "Oh Jaka, honorable maiden, oh Jaka, oh Jaka. Listen to me, just for one little moment. Oh Jaka, oh Jaka." Then that honorable maiden turned round, and dropped her sleeve, and stroked her face with her hand. The man was horrified to see that she had no eyes or nose or mouth. She was one of the creatures of legend who could take on the faces of those they killed. She began to moan terribly. That poor miner screamed and ran away. Down from the mountain he ran, falling and stumbling, running as if his very life depended on it. Naruto stopped for a moment, then took a deep breath. He looked around again, then clenched his fists, looking more determined. Hinata moved one stone closer. He ran. Then he ran more. He never stopped running. Ahead of him, he saw a light. He thought he must be coming close to one of the houses that used to stand outside the village walls. But he realized that what he saw was actually a lantern, so far away that it looked like the gleam of a firefly, and he made for it. He knew there would be safety in numbers. It proved to be the hand lamp of an itinerant salesman who had set down his stand by the roadside. But any light and any human companionship was good after that experience. The frightened and exhausted man flung himself down at the feet of the old soba seller, crying out. It was awful, awful, so awful. Naruto moved another stone closer. "Get up! Get up!" The salesman spoke in rough terms, taken aback. "Here, what is the matter with you? Did someone hurt you?" "No, nobody hurt me," the miner panted. "But it was awful, so awful." "Something scared you?" queried the peddler, unsympathetically. "Robbers?" "No, not robbers, not robbers," gasped the terrified man. I saw a woman, over by the river, and she showed me. No, it's too awful. I cannot tell you what she showed me." Hinata moved over to the stone next to Naruto's. "Ah, was it anything like this that she showed you?" cried the salesman, stroking his own face. His face became as smooth as an egg. Then the light went out. At that moment, Naruto acted quickly. First, he used an illusionary technique to make his face seem smooth and featureless. Then he used a wind jutsu to blow out the campfire. Eek! It sounded as if Hinata had fallen backward off of her stone. Naruto said nothing, even though he wanted to laugh so badly. Walking slowly, he dragged one foot in exaggerated fashion. Then, he began to moan. Naruto-kun. Squeaking like a mouse again. "Hinata?" Naruto began laughing, louder and louder. A roar of fire could be heard. It wasn't in the fire pit, but at Naruto's feet. In the sudden explosion of light, he saw Hinata standing on her rock, hands held in the position of the last seal for Kaden, Karyu Enden. "Geez, Hinata." Naruto used his sleeve to put out his pants cuff, which had caught fire. "That last part was just a joke. I didn't actually think you'd believe that I was one of those things. Like I told you, there hasn't been a report of one in years." Hinata's determined look faded. "Naruto-kun, don't tease me that way, it's not funny. I'll have nightmares. My father used to tell my sister and I stories, and it frightened you out of a few years' growth? I can see that." Hinata narrowed her eyes. She started more hand seals, then stopped. "Okay. I'm sorry I frightened you. If you want to get some sleep, I'll sit by your cabin door tonight. But, after that, each night after this we should probably take turns on watch." Naruto sounded very serious. The explosive seals Jiraiya and I have set up should make enough noise to let us know if something is coming. There were no explosive seals. The joke isn't funny anymore, Naruto-kun. Hinata shook her head. Actually, it wasn't ever funny. Naruto rubbed his chin, making himself look worried. He made a big show of trying to smile.
You're right, Hinata. It was all a joke. Just a joke. Ha ha ha.
Another large branch fell in the forest. Hinata swallowed hard. She was almost entirely certain that Naruto was joking. Almost. Whether or not there might be some kind of ghosts or demons roaming the mountains was an important issue for sure, but something else actually took precedent in Hinata's thoughts.
Why was Naruto teasing her like this? Was he doing it because he resented her, and couldn't do or say anything too nasty or straightforward without being punished by Jiraiya? Might it be because she was the only one here, his age, and he had some inherent need to play tricks on someone? Might he have accepted her as his training buddy, and this was simply his way of showing her that she was one of the boys?
Or, could this mean that he actually liked her? It was something to think about, maybe even dream about. It wasn't wise to get her hopes up too much, but Naruto's behavior towards her had certainly changed. He had been glad to see her during her visit, the day she had brought food and stories at Tsunade's prompting. But, when she had come to stay, he had been rude and resentful. Gradually, he began helping her and looking out for her. Then, there was the whole business with the necklace.
She still didn't know what to make of that. In any case, he wasn't ignoring her. After the years she had spent estranged from her father, she still found herself starved for attention, even though she was part of the household again. So, even negative attention was better than none at all. It would be interesting to see how he acted around her, now that their sensei was absent.
She hoped that he would open up to her more, as there were still some questions that she wanted the answers to. Why were he and the legendary Sennin training together? Why out here? Was it for privacy? Was it for their safety, or the safety of everyone else? What had Naruto working so very hard, his very nature, or some secret goal? It must be something important, if the Hokage gave it so much attention. Tsunade might want to look after Naruto out of her personal feelings too, but she always seemed to put the greater good first. There was also the matter of Naruto's personality. No matter how up or cheerful he appeared in the best of times, there always seemed to be something dark holding him back some.
She had learned to see the subtle and not so subtle changes in his eyes, voice, and actions.
When the two of them were finished eating, and had cleaned everything up and put the uncooked food away, Hinata stood staring up at the sky, looking like a stone statue in the middle of the clearing. Naruto watched her for a while, wondering what she was doing, determined not to interrupt.
After a while, his curiosity got the best of him. He wandered over and stood next to her, waiting to see if she would say anything.
Naruto-kun, so you ever look at the stars at night? Hinata's voice was quiet and wistful. Huh. Well, they're always up there, right? And when I look at the sky, I can't help but see them. Naruto scratched his head, realizing he had not answered entirely truthfully. I mean, I don't look at them much anymore, but I used to look at them a lot as a child. Really? Hinata turned to look at him, seeing him only as a vague shadow. She wondered how he had felt, looking at those stars. The star-filled sky used to be a haven of sorts for her, after her mother had died.
Yay, Naruto looked up, searching for particular stars and constellations. The sky was cloudless, perfect for stargazing.
But, his thoughts were hazy, going back to days he didn't really want to remember. Why, Naruto-kun? I used to look at the stars, too. Naruto was quiet for a while. Hinata did not speak either, wondering if she had crossed some unknown line.
When I was very young, Naruto spoke somewhat flatly, one hand hooked around his belt, grabbing harder than need be. I had no one to talk to. All of the adults shunned me, quietly at best. They would pull their children away from me, physically if need be. He sighed. I would sneak out through the orphanage window, climb up the water spout to the roof, then look up at the sky.
Hinata remained quiet. I used to imagine the stars were people, before I could make out the constellations. I talked to them. I told them how much I hurt. I asked them where my father and mother were. I shared my dreams and secrets with them. Silly, huh? Naruto put his hands behind his back. He was doing the same thing now, he realized, with the silent girl at his side. No, Naruto-kun. At least I don't think so. Hinata ran her hand through her hair, remembering how much she had wished that she could have had long ebony locks like her mother. When my mother was alive, she used to take me outside, then tell me tales about the sky, stars, and moon. I was so sad on the nights she was too busy, or when the clouds were out. It was Naruto's turn to remain quiet. He could hear the echoes of sadness in Hinata's voice, knowing that he would once again learn something about her past. She was not simply a shy, weird girl growing up in the lap of luxury, as he once had mistakenly believed. When my mother died, Hinata shook her head, trying to erase her memories of a certain snowy morning. I used to sit on the railing of her balcony, looking at the sky, wondering if she was up there looking down at me. I couldn't understand why she had gone, unless she liked the sky better than me. Naruto wondered what it must feel like, to actually know one's parents, and to lose one. I still watched the Yawatashi Boshi, the passing night stars. I wondered if there were people up there, and whether they were happier than me. I kept thinking about the stories my mother told me. When I saw the constellation shaped like the Suzumi drum, I wished I could bang on that drum, calling some deity to help me and protect me. When I saw the patterns that looked like Oni chasing young girls into the night, I would run into my mother's room, and hide under her old blanket, one which still had her smell on it. When Hinata's voice caught in her throat, the memory was obviously hard for her still, years later. When I looked at the star groups that were said to be a family standing together, I cried myself to sleep on the balcony. After that, both stood looking upward for a while, leaving the other to his or her private thoughts. Naruto reflected on how difficult a life many shinobi had. His own life would be fit for a tragic novel or ballad. Sasuke's life had been scarred beyond belief. There were any number of young shinobi who died themselves, or who had lost at least one parent in the wars that made up their everyday life. It wasn't as if he had never come to realize that Hinata's life was full of hardships. After hearing the tales of the main and branch families from Neji, he knew that Hinata had been faced with some difficult times. Still, part of him had always assumed that her life must be good overall, because she had a father and a sister, things he would have given anything to have. But, the aching in her voice matched one he had often heard inside himself. Despite having family, friends, and instructors who cared about her, she was still lonely in some ways. The same went for him. Iruka, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the other people in his world had made his life a whole lot better. But, he still felt as if something were missing. What he lacked was family. But, was that all? He looked over at the small silent girl. All of this made her efforts seem all the more remarkable. She tried so very hard, without ever giving up or taking time to complain. He had come across her from time to time, as a child and recently, finding her, head against a tree, tears running down her face. He had taken it as a sign of weakness then. Now, he knew better. The only difference between the two of them was that she cried on the outside. What other girl worked as hard as she did? Certainly not Sakura, at least not before she found her calling with Tsunade and Shizune. In school, she had always gotten by because she was bright. As part of Team 7, she had the best chakra control, and was the tops at Genjutsu, but she never trained hard like he and Sasuke had. No, she had spent her time pining away for that Uchiha bastard or moaning about her lack of obvious talents. Ino hadn't been much better. She too was a Sasuke groupie, and showed more enthusiasm for fighting with the wide forehead girl than she did with her training. Always complaining that Shikamaru and Choji showed no spirit or dedication, she had been no better herself. She had a special talent passed down from her father, but not a great deal more. Sure, she could have shown as much growth as Sakura had, but he hadn't been around Konoha enough to notice one way or another. 10-10 was a different story. Her talents for taijutsu were strong, and she worked hard at that. But, not being great at ninjutsu or genjutsu, she spent more time helping Neji and Lee train than she spent on herself. He had never stumbled across her training alone, like he had with Hinata. He remembered one day when he had approached the training posts, finding countless bloody handprints there. They were of such a size and height, that they had to be Hinata's. Not because younger shinobi couldn't have left similar marks, but because he had seen her jump behind a tree when he was on the way in and she was on the way out. She was working hard now, too, almost as hard as he was. He knew what his own driving force was. What had Hinata trying as hard as she did? When the strong cold gusts of wind began descending down from the snow-capped mountain to far above them, it was time for the two ninjas to turn in for the night. As Naruto neared his own cabin, he stopped, smiling. All of his personal discoveries were set aside for later. He remembered something, and his trickster nature surged to the forefront. Hinata's reaction to the Quaden had been priceless. At the punchline for his ghost story, she had fallen off of her stone perch, sounding like a chipmunk grasped by an owl's talon. Maybe he could do that one better. Waiting a number of hours, he crept back outside into the chill night air. The forest was strangely quiet, and any sound would carry in remarkable fashion. First, he made his way to the outside of Hinata's cabin. There, he began moaning, increasing the volume and intensity every so often. Then, he ran back over to his hut, then threw a kunai with an explosive seal as far as he could. That was followed by 2 more. The explosions echoed throughout the darkness. "Hinata! Wake up!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Get out of the cabin, run to the village, hurry." Then, he ran from one place to another, using various noisy jutsus against non-existent foes. Finally, he made a gut-wrenching noise. No-urk. He stood watching Hinata's cabin door. She must be inside, quaking under her covers. He'd yell FPR her to stop, if he saw her run off into the night as he had instructed. "Naruto-kun." The voice came from behind him. The white-eyed girl had left the building when he had his attention elsewhere. "Are you okay?"
Hinata had her weapons pouch slung over one shoulder. There was a kunai in each hand. Naruto was the one who nearly jumped out of his skin.
In the lack of light, Hinata's face seemed featureless. "Sure, you see, Hinata stood ready, her eyes looking this way and that. From the look on her face, she had clearly used Byakugan.
"I sense nothing, Naruto-kun. Is the danger over?"
Naruto kicked at a small rotting log. He looked over at Hinata, then at the dark canopy of leaves over their head. He had been caught, big time. "About that, Hinata, well, there really wasn't any danger, I was just," he shrugged, trying to put on a friendly smile. Hinata just stood there, waiting. It was a joke, Hinata. "Aren't jokes supposed to be funny, Naruto-kun?" Hinata's voice was a touch waspish, not surprising considering that she was awakened from a sound sleep, had run outside in her night clothes, and was freezing her tush off in the damp cold air. "Yes," Naruto stuck his chin out. Righteous indignation began building up inappropriately. "They are probably best saved for when people are awake, too." She began walking back to her abode. "I don't think this kind of thing was what our teacher had in mind." She froze a moment, realizing just how she was dressed. With a slight stutter, she added her final thought. "Remember the story of the boy who cried wolf?" Naruto scowled, then nodded his head. "Fox, actually." "Naruto-kun." He shook his head. "Never mind, Hinata. I'm sorry, I never thought you'd come outside in your pajamas." A shaft of moonlight had moved to highlight Hinata.
Hinata squeaked, and then took off running. "At least they're not pink." Naruto yelled after her. That had turned out to be fun at the end, after all. As Naruto later fell asleep under a tall stack of blankets, he thought about Hinata's reaction. No, not the way she had run off after he mentioned her pajamas. The way she responded when she had thought he was actually in danger. While he had expected her to be frightened, she had rushed outside, ready to defend herself. Naruto usually had little trouble sleeping, but his conscience kept waking him up during the night. The joke he had played on Hinata had really been funny, and her reaction had been one for the mental scrapbook. But he wondered if she might find his actions somewhat cruel. She had mentioned that Jiraiya expected better of him. That might not actually be true, but it still made him think about the nature of his responsibility. Oh hell. Stepping out into the chill air, he knew that it was an hour or so before sunup. Compelled to make things up to Hinata, but not to apologize in one fashion or another, he began gathering logs for the morning cookfire. He would make certain that things were ready when Hinata came out. There would also be a waiting kettle of tea, and a few warmed over sweet potatoes from the night before. Think Naruto. The more pressing issue had to do with training. Certainly, the two of them could spend as much time as they liked, going over jutsu they already knew, or were well on their way towards mastering. That was a practical approach, and would offer the illusion that Jiraiya was still around, just out of sight. But he would go beyond that. He had never been given the opportunity to be a Chunin or Junin, and didn't have a team to lead. In a way, that was fine by him. He wasn't the best one to lead by example, and the weight of responsibility was not something he relished. Yet, it was something he would face someday, if he managed to survive whatever Akatsuki had in store for him. For now, he could view Hinata as his student, and as part of his team. Just like Jiraiya did every morning, he would talk, telling things he had learned. After breakfast, they would work on their own. But, when they had both finished lunch, he would try his hand at teaching. And, they would head on down to the village for supper, since that old perverted hermit had left Naruto's frog purse behind. His master had suggested they head down to the busy little community every now and then, so he would do so. But no dancing. None at all. Not a single bit. No doubt the damn Sennin would return soon enough.
then order him to do that kind of stuff. But, while the cat's away, the mouse will stay off the damn dance floor. So will the fox. It would be nice to walk along the crowded stalls again, getting squid on a stick or candied apples. They could stop in at some of Jiraiya's old haunts, the ones suitable for young adults. They would not visit Jiraiya's printer in this village, and would definitely not be making any deliveries. Tsunade would kill him if he took Hinata into any of those places. No, the Hokage wouldn't have to see any of that. If Neji didn't stick up for his cousin's honor, Hyuga Heishi would act to remove the smear from his clan's name, should Naruto expose his fellow ninja to anything illicit.
Then again, if Hinata was going to become a well-seasoned shinobi, she needed to learn to deal with the darker sides of life.
No, even he wasn't comfortable with a lot of that stuff, and he had been trailing behind that old pervert for a good while now. There were more interesting things to do with their free time. For example, even though Hinata had done well with her summoning, she had never managed to call a frog larger than a small cat. One late afternoon of evening, he would make it a point to introduce her to Gamabunta. That ought to impress her, not that he really needed to show off, or anything. But, it would be courteous, introducing Hinata to the boss frog. Just as long as that damn son of his didn't show up too. He had the habit of sticking out one of his damn fingers, claiming that every girl in sight was Naruto's girlfriend. That would probably embarrass Hinata, not him, of course. Wait. How could he have been so remiss? There were even more important issues, because he had been so very busy. Naruto had neglected certain human necessities. He could only imagine how much his soul had suffered. And, if Hinata wasn't already a convert, she would need to be. Ramen. He just knew that he was suffering from some kind of noodle deficiency. He heard the sound of Hinata's door closing. Sure enough, she was dressed and heading on over.
Good morning, Hinata. He stood and bowed, watching Hinata's face. She was obviously puzzled. Naruto-kun, well, after last night's story, I just wanted to be sure to save face. He kept his mouth straight as long as he could.
Hinata caught the pun, easily enough. She just shook her head. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Naruto chuckled. But, to make it up to you, I already have some things going.
Thank you, Naruto-kun. That is very kind of you. What do you wish for breakfast? Hinata began getting out utensils and cook pots. Everything you cook is so good, Hinata. It really doesn't matter to me.
That had Hinata blushing, then looking down at her feet.
Naruto went down to the river for water as Hinata cooked. When he returned, everything was ready, and the two of them sat down for their morning meal.
Naruto spoke a bit about some of his missions with Team 7. Hinata returned the favor, mentioning some of the adventures that she and her gang had seen. Feeling somewhat emboldened, she asked one of the questions that was always on her mind.
Maybe Naruto would answer it this time. Naruto-kun, why did you leave Konoha to train here? What are you and Master Jiraiya looking to accomplish?
Naruto put down his fork without taking a bite of the sausage he had speared. He sighed, taking a moment to determine where to start, and how much to say.
Remembering the feeling of looking up at the stars, he decided to go for broke. There certainly was a real risk. Now that he was becoming more comfortable around Hinata, and had to admit that he enjoyed having her around, there was a chance that she would leave this camp and head back to the village if she learned about Akatsuki. Worse, there was a chance that she might be frightened of him, even hate him, when she heard about Kyuubi.
Do you mind if I tell a story first? He asked, his eyes troubled under half-closed lids. Okay. Naruto-kun. There was a time, when a young strong Kage ruled over a proud and valiant village. The prior leader was still vigorous enough, and loved by all, but the younger man was something special. Amongst the other shinobi, he stood out like the brightest star at dawn. Naruto had added that part in honor of the night before. A time of great battles had ended, and the village was well on its way to being prosperous again. The people were happy, and enemies were wary of challenging a village with such a strong leader. The clans resumed their normal lives, bringing back the rich tradition that had filled their lives. The civilians thought about lives filled with laughing children. The fire of the older generation was there to be passed on to the young. He reached his hands out and rubbed them together over the fire.
There was no warning. The catastrophe that struck could not have been foretold. No one would have believed any such claim, even should one of the temple priests have had a vision. As it was, there should have been no one left alive to tell the tale, after the events unfolded.
The blonde shinobi rubbed his head, then stared into the fire for a moment. In the dancing flames, he imaged 9 giant writhing tails.
Many brave men and women would die in the horror that came. Families would be torn apart forever. Some families would disappear altogether. Women weren't spared, children died as well, the elderly struggled little, knowing their time had come.
Hinata was listening entranced, wondering what kind of late Naruto was telling. It was familiar to one that she had heard many times from her father. There came into their lands a monster so large that it defied imagination. Why it had come, no one could say. The only question was, could it be stopped? But the answer did not matter. The best and the bravest warriors went out to try what they could, carrying on the brave spirit of their ancestors. Naruto coughed. Clearing his throat, he continued. The huge demon towered far above the trees, its great tails swinging about like angry snakes, throwing forests into the air, and knocking mountains asunder. What hope did the walls and buildings of the village have against a bloodthirsty Yoma? Hinata bit her lip, hard. She could taste blood. It had to be the story of 9 tails. Why? With each snap of its great jaws, scores of men died. With every thrash of its tail, the wind caused more damage than any tsunami could. Where its paws fell, the works of men ceased to exist. But there was a scroll of forbidden jutsu, added to by every generation with having a genius wise enough to create new and powerful techniques. Naruto rubbed his eyes. For a moment, he pictured Iruka, Mizuki, and a small corner of woods. Sitting there, he had read that very scroll, learning Kage Bunshin before the 2 other ninjas showed up. The act of courage that it took to stop that beast is the stuff of legend. There had been no way to halt its deadly rampage, without a life being sacrificed. And, as the jutsus being used were so advanced, it was by necessity the best and brightest of them all who answered the call. The loss was almost more than the village could stand, but without that selfless act, none of the village would stand. Naruto watched Hinata's face. She knew what tale he told. The white-eyed shinobi would be wondering where he was taking things. When the demon was no longer a threat, the villagers all went to work rebuilding their homes and burying their loved ones and friends. The feelings they had towards that horrible monster would never diminish over the years. While they might speak of it in hushed terms, there were some parts of the truth that were rarely spoken out loud, and never in front of the children. Naruto looked up to the sky for a moment, looking at the clouds drifting past. He looked for shapes in them, but was unable to find one shaped like a fox. Good. A new rule was made. The true fate of the great fox would be hidden from the coming generation. Why the fox was never actually killed, I cannot say. Perhaps it was because of the fourth's decision to sacrifice himself, choosing a certain way to contain Kyuubi. It might be a result of the village's honor, with the men and women in power not being able to bring about the death of an innocent. That did not keep the people from wishing such a death, or from hating any remnant of the beast. Naruto looked Hinata straight in the eyes. The look on his face had her gasping and bringing her hand to her mouth. To defeat the bastard fox, Yondaime made summon the death god, surrendering his own life. Through that act, and other powerful techniques, the 9 tails was sealed away. Not in some hidden tomb as some stories say. Not within some other realm beyond the reach of mortal men. Not within some bottomless chasm in the mountains that remained. Hinata spoke up, he face pale. WHWH where, Naruto-kun? The fourth sealed Kyuubi behind the navel of a baby. The damn demon is still there today, ruining the life of a boy who never asked for such a burden. Making that boy a target for men who want the demon, as well as those who hate the beast. Naruto's face gave everything away that Hinata hadn't already guessed. Yes, Hinata. I am Yondaime's legacy. The 9-tailed fox lays sealed within me. Hinata stood, stunned. At first, her mind seemed totally blank, like a deep snow fall on the side of a mountain, before the mountain goats or hunters walked across it. Then her heart seemed to beat louder and louder. The 9-tailed fox lays sealed within me. Those words echoed within her head, getting louder and louder, until she put her hands over her ears without effect, bending over, trying to hold herself together. Naruto was not pulling another prank, no matter how much part of her wanted to believe that. It must be true. It explained things she and the other shinobi hadn't been able to figure out. It placed her square in the jaws of a dilemma. Naruto watched, his eyes burning and his chest tight. He didn't want someone else to look at him for the beast within his belly, instead of the person he was, or the man he had dreams of becoming. Hinata put out one arm, as if she were about to lean on something for support. But there was nothing near her. She stumbled a moment, then her eyes cleared. Slowly, she walked to place the fire between her and Naruto. That had her fellow ninja hang his head, before lifting it back up again, his eyes defiant. Let her react as she would. It would show him just what kind of person she was. Maybe she wasn't someone he could like after all. Neither could tell how long the two of them stood silently, lost in their own thoughts. Hinata felt the temptation to run. Not just physically, but within her head too. If she didn't think about it, the fact would merely fade away, right?
Wrong. That sweet temptation, a steady companion from her younger days, now was the candle she needed to find her way.
There would be no running. There would be no hiding. There would be no imagining that things were different than they were.
Still, she found herself turning to walk away, again and again. She couldn't help but remember the words her father had spoken about the demon, almost able to touch the hatred that had been prevalent in his voice. Her grandmother, grandfather, and aunt all died at the feet of Kyuubi.
But she never saw the monster. She hadn't lived through the fear, devastation, and mourning. She did know Naruto, however. She had been watching him for a very long time. She set her feet like anchors, trying to hold still against the fierce current of emotions. NN Naruto-kun. Naruto heard the quiver in Hinata's voice, but he also saw her spread her legs apart and bring her arms down, taking up a stance for confrontation, not one for escape.
Yes, you are the boy I have always known, but with 9 tails trapped within you. You are a bottle of sorts, with a cork. Not the demon in human form. Hinata needed the answer to that question more than anything she could remember. Her dreams and wishes, as unrealistic as they may well be, all rested on what Naruto would say.
I'm not some damn bottle. Naruto answered. Then, he regained his composure. I suppose that's one way to look at it, he scowled. It's pretty demeaning, though. If you get angry enough, Naruto-kun, will the cork pop out? Hinata didn't want to imagine what would happen if Kyuubi could run free again. Naruto kicked at a rock, missing. He frowned at the rock, as if blaming it for all his problems. I don't know, it's come close before, I think, but I have been able to keep things contained. He ran his hand through his hair. He gave Hinata a brief rundown on his battle with Hiku. The third was worried too, I think. But he let me fight in the Chunin exams. And that damn pervert taught me to tap into Kyuubi's chakra. That's how I beat Neji. Oh, Hinata twitched. For a brief moment, Naruto seemed less heroic to her, almost as if he were a cheater, or had won under false pretenses.
But another idea dawned on her, because of the talks the two of them had shared.
The demon was more a burden to him than a boon. Realizing why the townspeople hated Naruto, she also began getting an idea of just how strong and far-reaching that hatred must be.
How could she ever feel the same way that such small-minded people did?
Naruto-kun, if someone were to break the bottle, would the contents take shape, or just flow away forever? If they kill me, I die, Naruto said, a bit testy. The question was a good one, but it was not a topic he was fond of. If I die, I'm pretty certain the bastard fox dies too. He told Hinata about Jiraiya's drastic training method, the chasm, and Gamma Bunta. He explained how he had been drawn within the passages of his own mind, standing before the huge bars of Kyuubi's cage. By all accounts, the demon would do what was necessary to stay alive, within its strict limitations.
And you are training out here because... Hinata's eyes were intense. Is it to keep everyone safe, in case the bottle opens? Then she bit her lip. Or, when there is great need, will you open the bottle, but control the pour?
Naruto shook his head, impressed at Hinata's thought process. It was easy to think that she was dull or stupid, because she was quiet and not very expressive. No, there are people looking to grab the bottle, he spat, realizing he was using the analogy. They want what's inside. They must think there is some way they can use it. If they can, they will probably toss the bottle in the trash. The young shinobi told of his encounter with Kisame and Itachi, adding things he had heard from Kakashi and Jiraiya afterwards. That's what that old hermit's research is about this time. Akatsuki. An organization of 9 S-class criminals. No one knows for sure what they are after. I'm not their only objective, but there is no doubt they just want me alive, not as a member of their little knitting circle. Hinata turned pale when Naruto quoted Kisame's threats. Before Hinata could ask any more questions, Naruto blurted out his major concern. So, do you hate me now? He turned and faced the girl, but his eyes couldn't meet hers. Hinata bit her lip, but stopped. She shook her head, even though she still looked to be somewhat shocky. If I don't like the drink, Naruto-kun, I usually don't hate the bottle. Especially not this one. It's a strong bottle, and it's been banged around so much, by so many people. It hasn't broken. I don't know if I would trust any other bottle to hold in such a dangerous drink. Naruto's eyes watered. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. It was like his revelation with Iruka. Despite the way many people in the village might feel about him, The leaf had some great people. Iruka had known about Kyuubi, but risked his life to save him, saying that he was Uzumaki Naruto, not Nine Tails. The Junin had all treated him equally with their students, and Kakashi had done his best to teach him. The third had cared, too. But he didn't want to think about Sarutobi at the moment. The loss still pained him greatly. Oh, he also couldn't forget his favorite ramen man in Konoha. Now, he could add Hinata to that list. Thank you. Naruto turned away. He cursed himself for a weakling, when he couldn't hold the tears back. Only a few fell, but that was enough to bother him. Naruto-kun? Hinata walked over, but Naruto wouldn't let her see his face. Nodding her head, she just reached into her pouch and took out a handkerchief. She held it out to him. I don't need that, Hinata. I'm not crying or something. So you can. Naruto stopped, quelling his pride. There was something important there he should not overlook. Hearing what she had heard, Hinata had offered him support. Sorry, Hinata. It's okay, Naruto-kun. It was Hinata's turn to tear up, empathizing with the life Naruto had been saddled with, from the day of his birth. No tears, Hinata. Naruto said, turning to face Hinata. It's not our ninja way. Hinata nodded, then managed a shy smile. Naruto, of course, remained true to his nature, even at a time such as that. You can feel a small fox inside me, he told Hinata. It's usually asleep, and only rarely bites. He pulled his shirt out of his pants, exposing his abdomen. Hinata swallowed hard, looking at his muscles. Then she blushed, unable to look away. Want to feel it, Hinata? He pointed just above his navel. Just press your hand in, you'll feel the fur. Hinata shook her head. Huh, I knew a girl would be afraid. Naruto laughed. I knew you would chicken out. Hinata stuck out her lower lip. Then, she reached out her hand. Closer, closer, closer. When she touched the skin, she drew back and closed her eyes for a moment. Then, she reached again. Closer, closer, closer. There. Just push down. Further. A little further, not too hard. Con. Naruto had thrown his voice down to his abdomen. Reviving a useful ninja skill that few shinobi learned these days, Jiraiya had painstakingly taught Naruto ventriloquism. Hinata stumbled backward, then fell hard on her duff. Naruto laughed so hard that he had to stop to catch his breath. There is nothing, gasp, there that you, gasp, can actually feel, gasp, Hinata. Naruto's smile was the brightest that Hinata had seen since she had been at the training site. Ha, gotcha. Hinata just sat down on the ground, then she too began to smile. They had both weathered the storm. Put a cork in it, Naruto-kun. That had Naruto grinning like an idiot. Good one, Hinata. I never knew you had it in you. He gave Hinata a hand up. But, his face fell some. Naruto-kun. You're not just acting, are you, Hinata? You're a very kind person, you know. I mean, when you have time to actually think about things, you're not going to, hate me. Naruto looked somewhat vulnerable. He hated being hated. He hated being hated more than most things he could imagine hating. He also hated thinking. Hated, so damn many times. Hinata stared at Naruto a moment. It was a valid question. Did she accept the truth because she had always cared about Naruto and was merely a weak-minded creature of habit? Might she really loathe him or resent him deep inside? Why don't we sit for a moment, Naruto-kun? Hinata looked over at Naruto, touched by the concern on his face. It made her feel meaningful somehow. He obviously cared what she felt. In some way, he valued her feelings and opinion of him. She'd hoped for more someday, but that was pretty special in itself. My turn, she added. Huh? Naruto scratched his head, just before Hinata started her oratory. In ancient days there lived in a remote part of Japan a man and his wife, and they were blessed with a little girl, who was the pet and idol of her parents. On one occasion the man was called away on business in distant Kyoto. Before he went he told his daughter that if she were good and dutiful to her mother he would bring her back a present she would prize very highly. Then the good man took his departure, mother and daughter watching him go. At last he returned to his home, and after his wife and child had taken off his large hat and sandals he sat down upon the white mats and opened a bamboo basket, watching the eager gaze of his little child. He took out a wonderful doll and a lacquer box of cakes and put them into her outstretched hands. Hinata passed briefly, remembering a similar event from her childhood, in the happy days before her mother died and her father was hardened by so many touchy clan issues.
Naruto watched her, seeing a faraway look on her face. He correctly guessed what she might be thinking.
He wondered what it might be like to have a family. He would never know from a child's perspective. He wondered if he would ever know how it felt to be a husband or father. Once more he dived into his basket, and presented his wife with a metal mirror. Its convex surface shone brightly, while upon its back there was a design of pine trees and storks. The good man's wife had never seen a mirror before, and on gazing into it she was under the impression that another woman looked out upon her as she gazed with growing wonder. Her husband explained the mystery and bade her take great care of the mirror. Not long after this happy homecoming and distribution of presents, the woman became very ill. Just before she died she called to her little daughter and said, "Dear child, when I am dead take every care of your father. You will miss me when I have left you. But take this mirror, and when you feel most lonely look into it and you will always see me." Having said these words she passed away. Tears formed and fell down Hinata's face. Naruto reached within his pouch and took out a handkerchief. He waved it at Hinata. She shook her head, wiped away a tear, then managed a grin. In due time the man married again, and his wife was not at all kind to her stepdaughter. But the little one, remembering her mother's words, would retire to a corner and eagerly look into the mirror, where it seemed to her that she saw her dear mother's face, not drawn in pain as she had seen it on her deathbed, but young and beautiful.
In Hinata's pouch was a locket, with a picture of her mother. It was something she treasured greatly. Taking it out, she opened it.
Looking over at Naruto, she handed him the locket. Naruto gaped. He knew how much the item must mean to Hinata in a sentimental sense. He cradled it, like it was a newborn infant. Hinata had her mother's eyes. One day this child's stepmother chanced to see her crouching in a corner over an object she could not quite see, murmuring to herself. This ignorant woman, who detested the child and believed that her stepdaughter detested her in return, fancied that this little one was performing some strange magical art, perhaps making an image and sticking pins into it. Full of these notions, the stepmother went to her husband and told him that his wicked child was doing her best to kill her by witchcraft. When the master of the house had listened to this extraordinary recital, he went straight to his daughter's room. He took her by surprise, and immediately the girl saw him she slipped the mirror into her sleeve.
For the first time her doting father grew angry, and he feared that there was, after all, truth in what his wife had told him, and he repeated her tale forthwith.
Hinata's face fell again. Naruto wondered why she had chosen this tale, if it had so many parts that brought back painful memories. No doubt she was thinking back to the time when her father had effectively cast her out like a worthless tool, turning his attention to her sister. When his daughter had heard this unjust accusation, she was amazed at her father's words, and she told him that she loved him far too well ever to attempt or wish to kill his wife, who she knew was dear to him. "What have you hidden in your sleeve?" said her father, only half convinced and still much puzzled. "The mirror you gave my mother, and which she on her deathbed gave to me. Every time I look into its shining surface I see the face of my dear mother, young and beautiful. When my heart aches, and oh, it has ached so much lately, I take out the mirror, and mother's face, with sweet, kind smile, brings me peace, and helps me to bear hard words and cross looks."
Then the man understood and loved his child the more for her filial piety.
Even the girl's stepmother, when she knew what had really taken place, was ashamed and asked forgiveness. And this child, who believed she had seen her mother's face in the mirror, forgave, and trouble forever departed from the home. Naruto looked at Hinata, as if she had just crawled across a burning desert to bring him a drink of water.
He understood the point of her story. So many people hated him for what they thought he was, or for the demon sealed within him. But, just as the girl had been faithful to her mother's memory, he was dedicated to his village.
Sasuke, the golden boy, had been admired by everyone. The girls all swooned for him, even though he cared nothing about that. All the other shinobi wanted to try their hands against an Uchiha.
It had been genius, this, and genius, that. And, of course, it had been Sasuke-kun this and Sasuke-kun that. But, he had chosen his obsession over his duty to the leaf.
Hated since birth, the fire still burned within Naruto. He would defend the village no matter what. And he still dreamed of being Hokage. Someday, it might be the people of Konoha who feel ashamed and ask him for forgiveness. "You're pretty smart, Hinata." Thank you, Naruto-kun." Naruto smiled, his eyes looking full of life. "But not as smart as me, of course." He stood up on a stone, striking a pose very similar to one Lee might use. Hinata began to giggle. She couldn't help herself. Despite the conflict still raging inside of her, Naruto's action touched her in just the right spot. What? Naruto put his hand on his hips, then wrinkled up his face. Seeing that, Hinata put her hand to her mouth, trying hard not to laugh. She failed. Huh. I'm not the one who fell for the old, "there's a fox in my belly" trick. Sheesh. Naruto stuck out his jaw.
Why, ha, why, ha ha, absolutely right, ha 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 ha. Naru, ha ha ha, Naruto-kun.
Naruto frowned, trying to think of a comeback. Instead, he watched Hinata. He had never heard her laugh like that before. He had never seen her face so relaxed, so happy. Hinata's laughter may have been inappropriate, given all that she had heard. But Naruto's disclosure could have shattered her world into a million pieces. It hadn't. She had remained strong. Something inside her felt like rejoicing. Oh well, observation time was over. The last person I am ever going to take to a dance is someone who laughs at me. All the girls in town do that. HMMMPPPFFF. Hinata stopped laughing, but didn't look worried. She knew Naruto was just trying to trick her again. Naruto-kun? Huh? Naruto looked at Hinata's face, seeing that she was not worried in the slightest. You might as well refer to me as Lord Uzumaki, or Master Naruto, while that old pervert is gone. I think I have much too lenient with you. He folded his arms across his chest. Practice will begin shortly, student Hyuga. Hinata smiled. Naruto just shook his head and sighed. Girls. Lord Uzumaki, Hinata said, purposefully bowing and twiddling her thumbs at the same time. I respectfully ask permission to speak. What's stopping you? I mean, go ahead, student. Naruto was glad to see Hinata playing along. She surprised him every day, it seemed. I believe that the fox in your belly has a big effect on your personality. Maybe you wouldn't be Master Naruto-ku without it. Hinata maintained her exaggerated pose. Huh? I mean, what makes you come to this conclusion, student? Naruto tried to look sage, placing his chin on his fist. I remember the tales of Kitsune that my mother told me, Naruto-kun, I mean, Lord Uzumaki. Hinata stood erect now. The wisest among them had 9 tails. And, as you must know, master, they were foxes that could take on human form. Continue, student. Naruto wondered where Hinata was going with this. First off, the Kitsune were said to be mischievous. They can be thought of as the trickster. One could say they were apt to try to teach those around them lessons. Kitsune are notorious for seeing a weakness in someone, and aggravating the weakness, until others see it. Hinata grinned. Well, okay. So I have some similarities to Kitsune. Kyuubi is not a Kitsune. I am not a Kitsune. Students these days, Naruto waved for Hinata to continue. It was a dismissive wave. For the first time in her life, Hinata had the urge to stick out her tongue at someone. Well, there were some differences. She stared Naruto right in the eyes. They were described to be grateful for any kindness done. She paused. Naruto just folded his arms across his chest, resting them on a knee he brought up. Hinata smiled again. HMMMPPPFFF yourself. The Kitsune can, for a short range, breathe out fire. Hinata held up one finger. A Kitsune can transform into anything found in nature. She held up a second finger. Freedom is very important to the Kitsune. They do not accept being forced into something they do not wish, and do not like being bound or trapped. She held up a third finger. Kitsune have to keep their promises, and especially follow their word of honor. They become self-destructive if they break a promise, and when someone else breaks a promise, they become deadly enemies. She held up a fourth finger. Kitsune are also a victim of their own feelings. A Kitsune's emotions can cause them harm, or distract them. That took care of one hand. She used it to wave at Naruto, before holding up the other fist. Yay. Fine. Coincidences. Naruto had forgotten about Lord this and Master that. Once someone has earned a Kitsune's enmity, the Kitsune will begin enacting revenge that can become rather extreme. She held up one finger. On the other hand, those who have earned a Kitsune's trust and loyalty will be blessed with a friendship that can last through many tough trials. She held up a second finger. Kitsune are able to bewitch men in the guise of a charming girl. I'm certain that Master Jiraiya can attest to that. She held up a third finger.
Naruto frowned. Stupid hermit had mentioned the sexy no jutsu to Hinata.
He'd better not try to make her do anything like that. She better not have any ideas either. He was not going to invent a sexy to girls no jutsu. But it could be done easily enough. He shook his head violently, erasing that thought. They have an insatiable love of ramen. Hinata held up a fourth finger, knowing that Kitsune actually thought that lemon rice balls were a delicacy. Next, she almost quoted something verbatim that she had read in one of her father's hidden scrolls. She put down her hand quickly, and blushed. Huh? Something wrong, Hinata? What were you just thinking? Naruto sat up straight, like a hawk noticing movement in the grass of a meadow. It's nothing. Naruto-kun, nothing at all. She swallowed hard. She thought. In regards to Kitsune in human form, it was said that the effect of lovemaking for a Kitsune's partner is, according to many sources, more pleasurable than most mortals can handle. Come on Hinata, tell teacher. Hinata looked away and shook her head. Probably something dirty. Naruto had just been teasing, but when Hinata turned bright red, it was as if the hawk saw a mouse's head pop up in the field. Hinata. The girl was a dark scarlet now. Tisk tisk tisk, Naruto's grin had his eyes shut. He never would have though of Hinata having any kind of naughty thoughts. So, you're saying Kyuubi is like some kind of ultimate Kitsune, and he is making me what I am today. Naruto figured that Hinata was joking in that regard, but he did have to admit there were a lot of similarities between him, his shinobi jutsu, certain attitudes and beliefs, and things that Hinata had said about the trickster foxes. Of course, Kitsune were not larger than whole villages, and were not prone to destroy entire cities. And, the Kitsune legend had come from China, by way of India, while the Kyuubi was a demon bound to this land. Hinata regained her equilibrium. Coughing, she readied her final zingers. Kitsune can take an avatar, possessing a dead body, an unborn child, or a newborn. She grinned, seeing Naruto jump. That was indeed close to home, except for the fact that Kyuubi was sealed in Naruto's belly, not there through some kind of possession. Oh, and for your future reference, the children born to Kitsune in human form always been Kitsune, and are usually in fox form when born. You'll want to tell that to, well, any girl you might want to, get married to. Right. You applying for that position, student Hyuga? Naruto was merely be facetious. Hinata came very close to swooning, but she held on to her final fact about Kitsune. That ought to get Naruto defensive. One more thing. With some exceptions, Kitsune are female. Those who are male, are not very male at all. Hinata looked over at Naruto.
Naruto instinctively spoke in a deep voice, flexing his muscles and throwing out his shishist. 9 tails may have 9 tails, but he is not a Kitsune.
How do you know Kyuubi is a he? There's no way to, look. What? Naruto clenched his fists. 9 tails might be a girl. Hinata tried to keep a straight face. He is not a girl. Naruto shook a fist at Hinata.
Could be, Hinata said, shrugging. No, he could not be. Naruto cocked his arm, firming his biceps. There is nothing of a girl inside of Uzumaki Naruto.
Hinata stood watching Naruto, an amused look in her eye. She was not likely to forget his trick with the ghost story. It was good to return the favor, so to speak. Even though it went against the grain with her usual behavior. You're taking this very seriously, Naruto-kun. I was only talking about Kitsune, after all. Perhaps you need to rest after telling me your secret. Hinata grinned. Naruto stood dumbfounded. He looked at Hinata as if seeing her for the first time. Not only didn't she hate him, she had stood there baiting him. The two of them definitely were not acting like people who had told a dramatic truth, or heard something so earth-shattering. Naruto just shook his head. Looking over at Hinata, he asked, Hinata, did I ever tell you that you were someone I could like? Hinata froze. Her eyes went impossibly wide, her mouth fell open. Maybe you should rest before practice, Naruto said. Then, he walked away whistling. Naruto sat down, toweling himself off. He realized that taijutsu practice wouldn't get him anywhere with Akatsuki. But, it still did him a world of good. It helped keep his body sharp, and it never failed to put him in the right frame of mind for more necessary ventures. Now that Hinata was here, it also fed his need for competition, not to mention his nearly biological need to confront things, and show the world that he was worthy. He winced, pressing in on one of his ribs. Some of those damn Hyuga techniques were difficult to counter in a friendly session, when he couldn't use any of the drastic techniques at his command. Hinata was pretty good. He had no doubt that she was better than Neji had been at the Chunin exams. That had him wondering just how far his taciturn friend had advanced over the past years, now that he no longer was a bird in a cage.
Tossing the towel down, Naruto looked over at Hinata.
She was still going, running through the motions of a number of moves that her father had taught her and her cousin. It almost looked like she was dancing. No, not dancing. It didn't look anything like that. Still, it was a graceful display. It had Naruto's mind walking down paths it usually avoided. That too was a form of training. The white-eyed girl was not long and lithe like Tenten, or Ino to a lesser degree. She was not large or boned, with exaggerated curves like Sakura or Suonde. There was no comparison to the classical beauty of Kurenai, or the dark and dangerous allure of Anko. The village girls, including those at the hot springs and their counterparts at the waterfall, all had characteristics that Hinata seemed to lack. But he realized that he had fallen into a trap that other people must have stumbled into. It was easy to overlook Hinata, because she had once been so easy to overlook, and, when one got into a habit, they tended to see what they believed they should still see. She was still somewhat short, but she had indeed grown, just not as much as he had. Her figure would never grace one of Jiraiya's book covers, but she had gotten rather, well, yes. She had. And, her face was no longer plain or unremarkable. Hinata had grown cute. No, not cute. That was not a word for a man to use, especially not a man with a male demon in his belly. Naruto stood up, bending over to stretch some. Why was he thinking about such things? Back when his life was finally looking up, he had begun to notice girls, and had developed a crush on someone who had seemed so perfect to him. But, even in those less weighty days, the feelings were merely a distraction. Weren't they? He remembered what it had been like as a child, staring in the window of the toy shop or candy store. He had no money in those days. Looking at the shiniest toys, or licking his lips when he spied the brightest candies, he knew they were all beyond his reach. Sometimes he would see the village children eating sweets, or playing with new things in the park. It didn't matter how many times he had wished to be like them, the wishes never came true. How had things changed? Even if the forces Konoha had at her disposal could somehow remove every trace of Akatsuki from this world, what guarantee was there that some other nation, group of men, or single twisted individual might not view him in a similar light? And, even if that blessed day did come, and there were no more people viewing him the way they must have once viewed Hinata and her clan secrets, there would still be the issue of family. What clan or civilian family would view him as a welcome guest? If they couldn't see him that way, how would they ever allow their daughter to pay any attention to him? Shit. Such nonsense. Even if he did have any kind of feelings for Hinata, and he didn't, well, not much, no, none at all, and even if she could feel that way about him. Naruto swallowed hard. There was no way he could deny Hinata's feelings. He resisted thinking about just how much she might care, but there was no denying that she cared. Who was he fooling? Damn. Acceptance was such a strong allure. There was no doubt that Hinata accepted him. How could there be, after what he told her, and how she reacted? There had only been one other time, when he worried that the truth he told would drive someone away. That was when he had returned from his battle with Sasuke, not having kept the promise of a lifetime that he had made to Sakura. He had wondered just how she would react. Visiting him in his hospital room, she had accepted things as they were, and had realized how hard he had tried. That had felt special, but there had been no way to follow up on that feeling, because there was no doubt that her heart still belonged to that Uchiha turncoat, despite all that had transpired. Naruto looked over at Hinata again. The truth he had told her was many times more brutal than the one he had shared with his former teammate. The small girl had been shaken at first, but had stood by him. Not only that, she had tried to make him feel better. Even an idiot like him could appreciate her strength in character. But it was more than that. She was such a good person, despite everything that had happened in her life. Miraculously, she seemed to see him the same way. So, the way he had started looking at her wasn't merely because she was the only girl around. Not by a long shot. The closer he looked, the more he saw. And, the more barriers he let down, the more he found he wanted to knock down altogether. He was pretty certain that she would like that. She might even long for much more. Who could understand girls? But, was that fair to her? Was it even fair to him? He didn't want to be standing outside the toy shop again, putting all of his hopes in something he could never have. And, he did not want to bring the toy back to the orphanage, only to have some group of bigger boys break it. Right. Despite his uncharacteristic meditative mood, and the truths he faced every day, Naruto could help but smile, imaging a letter he might write. Dear Akatsuki, I have recently realized that I might be able to have feelings for a girl. I know, this is hard to believe, and it's difficult to think of anyone, other than member Kisame, who might have more trouble getting a date. So, since I find that I might actually be human after all, and not all those other things that people have called me, I ask that you give up your plans to capture me and ruin my otherwise dreadful life. And, even though I think that member Itachi is probably an ever worse rat bastard than his selfish younger brother, I will think of you all in the fondest regards, should you grant me my wish. To those 7 I have not had the displeasure to meet, we should do lunch some day. Yours truly, Uzumaki Naruto Hokage to be P.S. Kyuubi sends along love and kisses. Naruto shook his head. Pulling at one ear, he thought that it might be fun to write such a letter. No better yet, wouldn't it be great to start a petition? No, what was really necessary was a way to keep his feelings under lock and key. Well, if not his feelings, then at least his stupid tongue. The last thing he wanted to do was say anything that embarrassed Hinata, or gave her some kind of mistaken hope. Besides, maybe some of what he was feeling was merely gratitude. It was nice to think that someone had been paying attention to him over the years. It was wonderful to see someone else learn his secret without rejecting him. Looking around the clearing, he rubbed his chin. It had already been 1 week, but there had been no sign of that damn pervert. He doubted that Jiraiya would be off in the woods, observing their behavior. While he felt a knot in the depths of his stomach, Naruto saw no reason to contact Tsunade yet. Still, he shivered for a moment, once again wondering just how powerful Akatsuki was as a whole. If enough S-class criminals confronted the legendary Sennin at one time, even if he hadn't been slipped some drug that handicapped him, they might be able to bring him down, or at least injure him severely. And who knew how many men the Shadow Organization might have working for them? There might be only 9, or there might be 90, or 900. Stupid bastard. Naruto walked over to his hut, where he had placed an item put in his trust. Being a very responsible leader, Naruto removed the wax seal from the scroll a secret courier had delivered the other day. Sure, it was from the Hokage, and had been directed towards Jiraiya, but since it had not been booby-trapped, that could only mean that it was okay for him to look at it, right?
Sure, that was his story and he was sticking to it.
He pulled at his lip, not really feeling that flippant. Truth be told, he was very worried, and wanted to know if there were any details he should know about, that Jiraiya would have told him anyway. He read the scroll, then cursed. More words that did nothing but conjure up frightful images. Tsunade obviously had people working on the mystery of Akatsuki's objectives as well. The scroll had included more fragments of information, though they were just as cryptic as the things that his sensei had told him just before he left. Release of his second seal calls a beast colored red, and its power will take peace from the earth. Its teeth and claws shall be like great swords. And power will be bestowed upon them to make war with the leaders of men, and to overcome them. Power will be bestowed over all kindreds, and tongues, and nations. And as the people stand witness, the wild beasts will ascend out of the abyss and make war with them, to conquer them and kill them. That first quotation in particular had Naruto sweating. It could represent Kyuubi. No doubt that was why Tsunade had sent it along. The second quote sent shivers down his spine. If Akatsuki had found some way to defeat all of the villages, countless number of people would be at their mercy. The third quote left him breathless. Kyuubi was bad enough. Were there other great Yoma that could be awakened or controlled? Naruto-kun. The young ninja nearly bumped his head on the ceiling of his cabin. He hadn't heard Hinata approach, being too engrossed in his thoughts. Instinctively, he hid the scroll behind his back. Hi, Hinata. Are you done with your practicing now? Yeah, good workout, huh?
Hinata looked at Naruto, wondering what he was so anxious about.
Naruto-kun. Is there something wrong? Hinata looked up at his face. Why were his eyes so wild? And, why is he sweating? Is that a message from our sensei? Message? Hinata? Naruto swallowed hard. He didn't want to frighten Hinata by showing her the scroll. He also felt guilty, having been caught reading it. Yes, the scroll you were reading when I walked in. Hinata began to worry that their teacher had gotten into some kind of trouble. Oh, that message. Well, we do need to work on your manners, don't we? Imagine, just walking in without knocking. Naruto tried to laugh, but found he couldn't. Hinata just stood there, looking at him. Sighing, Naruto handed the seal to Hinata. It was bad of you to open that, Hinata. It was sent to that old hermit. For your sake, so you don't get into trouble, I will see if I can redo the seal. Hinata looked up at Naruto and shook her head. Then, with some trepidation, she read the notes from Tsunade. What does this all mean, Naruto-kun? She asked, in a very quiet voice. Is there something else you know that makes these words more meaningful? Naruto shook his head, telling her the other phrases that Jiraiya had mentioned. That's why the old man is gallivanting about. Naruto's hands twitched. You're worried about him, aren't you? Hinata asked.
Naruto nodded. Me too. I'm also worried about you, Naruto-kun. Hinata's hand trembled slightly. She handed Naruto the scroll.
By all means I have to work harder, right? Naruto struck up one of his trademark poses. Remember when you brought that picnic lunch, trying to tell me to stop working so much? He grinned. Boy, were you dumb. Hinata bit her lip, but narrowed her eyes. Yay. I need to get stronger, and I have to be certain I don't get kidnapped or something. He scratched his head. Normally, I'd say that we should head further up into the mountains, until our sensei gets back. But, if someone is keeping track of us, that might not make any difference. Hinata thought a moment, then nodded her head. It might also be smart to stay out of town. But, we're in as much danger here as we are there. There might be more opportunities to ambush us in crowded streets or back alleys. Not that I would take you down any of those, but crowds can just as much work to our advantage as to our detriment. We just need to be careful, that's all. Hinata nodded again. There is something I could do, however. An idea had just dawned on Naruto. I can leave a message for that old pervert, then walk you back to Konoha. I'm certain Granny Tsunade would give me an escort back. It might be nice to see some of my friends again while I'm there. No, Hinata said flatly. Huh? It wouldn't be nice for me to see my friends? Or, you think the Hokage can't spare any shinobi? Naruto rubbed his nose, a quizzical look on his face. No, I don't want to go back to our village. Hinata's face looked sterner than Naruto had ever seen it before. There's danger enough in our lives as it is. As ninja, we have to live with that. But, if something momentous is on the cusp, and Kyuubi is a target, then my safety is not nearly as important as yours, Naruto-kun. Naruto swallowed hard. That was true in an intellectual sense, but... Yay. Well. Hey, Hinata, that kind of thing sounds right and all, but, he put one hand behind his back and began pacing. You know, I might be in more danger if you were here, because, well... He stopped and looked at Hinata. He had to be careful not to sound too emotional. I would have a harder time protecting the two of us, you know. It might be hard enough just taking care of myself against those bastards. And, well, if they captured you and offered, or threatened, you know what I mean. Naruto rubbed his hand over one rough-hewn plank on his wall. Hinata bit her lip, wondering how much she should read into Naruto's concern. No, there was no place for that now. She was a shinobi of the leaf, and her responsibility had been drilled into her for many years. That's not the kind of talk I would expect from a Hokage, Hinata said. Or someone who wants to be Hokage someday. She blinked, seeing Naruto's posture stiffen. We have all been trained emotionally, some of us more successfully than others. When the time comes, we each need to sacrifice ourselves for the good of our mission, or the safety of our village. Hinata, she continued. You may see me as small Naruto. You may see me as one weaker than you. You may even question the strength of my resolve. Hinata looked up into Naruto's eyes, glad to see no sign of any such dismissal. But, I will do what I can to protect you. She looked down at her feet, when her statement crossed from the professional to the personal. Forever. Naruto looked out the window, not trusting himself to look at Hinata's face at that moment. She would protect him. Yes. It was her ninja way. And, there was probably more. That made him nervous and hopeful at the same time, but it did not make any such thing less advisable.
With Jiraiya gone, I could order you to go back, Hinata. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Indeed, I could.
If I refuse to obey, what are you going to do, Naruto-kun? Hinata's voice sounded soft and vulnerable, but her eyes were intense and her stance strong.
I could put you over my knee and spank you, to start with. Naruto smiled, seeing the expression on Hinata's face. You deserve that, if only for trying to say that Kyuubi might be female. He chuckled. No, I'd better not do anything like that without a chaperone. Hinata's eyes went wide, then she blushed. I also could run off to a new site, if need be. Naruto nodded his head, a serious look on his face. I doubt that you could keep up with me, or keep my trail for long. Especially if I created a few dozen clones.
Naruto-kun. Hinata's eyes hardened. She clenched her small hands into fists. I won't do that though, Hinata, because you are correct. Naruto sighed, and, because part of our training is supposed to be in good judgment. Naruto perked up some. Of course, you know how I feel about that old hermit's judgment. And that can only call into question old lady Suad's judgment. Hinata sighed. Naruto grinned. Hinata had no choice but to grin as well. Thanks though, Hinata. Naruto brushed a cobweb off of his ceiling. You never ceased to impress me. He started to walk then. Excuse me, but you make a better window than a door. Hinata stepped out of his way, her emotions churning. Just how did Naruto see her? Needing to clear his head, Naruto ran off to do some endurance work alone. Left behind at the campsite, Hinata did some light calisthenics, then sat down with her balloons. She hadn't made much if any progress so far, despite her impressive control of chakra. It must be something you get, or don't get, with little middle ground. She ran her fingers through her hair, then sighed. While it might be nice to share a jutsu like this with Naruto and their sensei, she wouldn't lose any sleep over things. Somehow, she couldn't see herself taking that necklace from Naruto. He had already given her such a great gift by making the offer. Taking out her mother's locket again, she sighed. Keepsakes were important. Deciding to work on some water-based jutsus, despite the temperature and a strong swirling wind, she tossed her balloon high in the air, then turned away from it. Using Byakugan, she easily located it and struck it with a thrown shuriken. In contrast to Rasengan, her other techniques were all coming along well. Master Jiraiya might be rather unorthodox, but his methods showed results. Looking off in the direction Naruto had gone, she thought that she had made progress in a number of areas. Her confidence continued to rise. She was becoming more vocal, relatively speaking. And, surprisingly enough, she had begun to give back to Naruto what she got herself. Of course, it was all because of how she felt about him. What she wanted to know most of all, or didn't want to know, depending on her mood, was how his feelings might have changed towards her, if they had changed at. It would be nice if he learned to respect her more, but she already had peers. She even had a number of friends. Was it wrong for her to want more than that? Hearing what she had heard about Kyuubi and Akatsuki, was it crazy for her to want those things with him? What would you have done, mother? She asked, her voice swept away by the wind. What might you suggest that I do? She had watched Naruto for so long, not just because of his determination, and the example he provided her with. Her crush hadn't caught her by surprise, the way it did the other girls she confided with. Everyone had tried to pair her with Kiba, but that was foolish. She admired her teammate and thought of him as a trusted friend, but their tastes were far apart. Some had even tried to pair her with Shino. She admired him too, but Shino? No, there was no shortage of matchmakers. Some numbskulls had thought she should consider Neji. That still had her shaking her head. He was her cousin after all. One girl had said that she should hold out for Sasuke, just in case he returned to the Leaf. How ridiculous was that? There was just something about Naruto that seemed right to her. If he proved to be beyond her reach, she might just end up like the maidens in some stories she had read, forever loving from afar. When Naruto finally returned, drenched with sweat and panting heavily, he told her that training time for the day was finished. It's time to clean up. We'll be heading down to town again, so we have to look our best. I'm going down to the river now, so don't say I didn't tell you. I don't want to catch you trying to peek again. He shook his head, throwing off sweat like a wet dog. Hinata frowned. Naruto was bad as Akamaru sometimes, even though his hair was still relatively short, and that comment. He had been the one who came plummeting into the bathing area without checking first.
Don't pretend you didn't look, Hinata. Naruto laughed at the look on her face. I, at least, was a gentleman.
Hinata let out her breath. She had wondered just how much of her Naruto had seen. By the way, was that a training bruise or a birthmark? He began heading towards the laundry line in search of a clean towel. Naruto was halfway to the river before Hinata found her voice.
Later that evening, as the two shinobi strolled down the path towards town, Hinata kept looking over at Naruto. Having seen the way people reacted to their master's ratty old outfit, he had insisted that they dressed up in their best clothes that evening. That had Hinata dreaming about a life she wished she could have. Maybe she would have been able to, had she remained as the Hyuga heir, instead of training to be a ninja. She might not have given her heart to a warrior, had that been the path her life followed. Or if she had, it probably wouldn't have been Naruto.
Yes, the way the two of them looked, it was all too easy to imagine they were out on a date together, even though they weren't. That thought was pleasant in its own way, but it simply had her feeling jealous of normal girls. Every so often, her eyes went to Naruto's hand. She'd give anything to be able to hold it. Naruto-kun, she snapped her mouth shut immediately after that word. Just what was she thinking? Naruto looked over at Hinata, who seemed uncomfortable himself after he looked closer and longer than he felt he should. Oh, it's nothing. Sorry, Hinata bit her lip, feeling like the tiniest speck of dust in existence. Okay. Naruto snuck another look at Hinata. She certainly looked nice in her outfit. Sakura had never looked that nice. But, as he had told himself before, he had no business thinking that way. So, what was his usual means of covering up his true feelings? Yup. If you were going to ask me to carry on Jiraiya's research while he's gone, you can just forget it. Naruto tried to sound very serious. We're here tonight to show the villagers a different face. Besides, you had your chance to peek at the river this afternoon. Hinata nearly stumbled on a dip in the trail. She should be used to that by now.
Then again, did she ever want to get used to that kind of remark? You said we were going to have a nice meal tonight, Naruto-kun. Hinata also sounded serious. If I had come down to the river, Her bravado fizzled out. She wasn't a natural at this, after all. I would have lost my appetite.
Naruto went quiet. Then, he began to smile. Once again, the Uzumaki magic strikes. Another promising student begins to show her true potential. He winked at Hinata. Hinata stopped walking. He wasn't being serious, was he? There was no way she was going to become like him, right? Naruto began laughing, then settled down, strolling at a stately pace, whistling. Hinata looked at him and hurried to catch up. It wasn't the only trial she would be faced with that night. Next, she had to face the sad truth of what Naruto considered a nice meal.
Being a wonderful cook, Hinata, you no doubt know a great deal about noodles. Another reason that you are someone I could like. Naruto marched through the streets of the village, taking note of the size of the crowd and the length of various lines.
Hinata's hands twitched. She blinked ever so quickly and repeatedly. That comment was certainly a double-edged sword.
Liking was good, but, noodles, yes, soba, I like soba, buckwheat noodles, taro root, egg whites, yum. Naruto's face lit up like the lanterns lining the main avenue. Udon, I like udon too, wheat dough, served with soy-flavored sauce, He turned to smile at Hinata. But, you know my favorite by now.
Ramen, Hinata said, without much enthusiasm. Sure, it wasn't a date, but she would rather talk about something else than noodles. Did Naruto suspect how she felt about him? Was this his way of trying to bring an end to that? You know where the name ramen comes from, don't you, Hinata? Naruto asked. Yes, Hinata answered, feeling guilty immediately. She had lied. Really? Where? Naruto was all too eager to prove her wrong. Hinata frowned. It hadn't worked, didn't think so. Well, your evening won't be a total loss, no matter what happens after this.
Naruto beamed. First of all, please let me inform you of the meaning of men in ramen.
Though we use the same Chinese character to express men, as the Chinese do, the meanings are a bit different. For people in our land, men mean all kind of noodles including rice sticks, soba, etc., whatever the ingredients are as long as they are cereal flour. On the other hand, in Chinese, it means dough, made of wheat flour only. So in their language, udon and ramen are counted as men, but rice sticks and laksa are not. But they do not limit its usage only to string-like stuff only, so dumplings are also considered to be a part of men. With me so far? Hinata didn't say anything. She wasn't really being rude. She just didn't want him chattering on, thinking it's what she wanted. She couldn't help but smile, realizing how much she had changed. In the past, she would have rushed to say yes and offer praise, in hope that Naruto might notice her more. Of course, Naruto misinterpreted that smile. Glad you're interested, Naruto said warmly. Now, getting back to the origin of the word, ramen. Frankly speaking, there are several hypotheses, but no one can tell which is it. Naruto rubbed his chin, deep in thought. He almost stepped on a small dog yapping at the side of the street. But the following two are the most widely accepted. First, in Chinese, in lamen means pulling and stretching. So lamen means noodles made of wheat flour by pulling and stretching. It is believed that when the ramen-type noodles arrived in this part of the world, noodles were made by lamen way. Then, lamen, the name of noodle-making process, somehow became ramen, and became the general name of this noodle dish. Hinata found herself smiling again. She couldn't help herself. Just having Naruto talk to her could overcome a lot of ills. Yes, in some languages, there is no distinction between L sound and R sounds, so things like that can happen. That also provides the basis for a lesser-known theory, one which says that ramen derives from
la meaning, yes in Chinese. It was supposed uttered by a Chinese chef employed by some ramen shop in Konoha, who would say, lamen, when he meant, yes, noodles. Fascinating stuff, huh?
Naruto didn't wait for an answer. He launched into the next part of his spiel, telling his companion which shops had the best noodles in this village.
Hinata's eyes became a bit glazed over. She hadn't actually needed to know who made the best shoyu, tonkatsu, miso and shio type ramen.
Yes, at that shop over there, I like to get ramen topped with crab. He pointed, then waved to the shop owner. Across the way, in that small stone building, I buy ramen with pork-filled dumplings. He shouted a greeting to one of the cooks taking a break outside. On special days, when I am in the mood for ramen topped with egg omelette with onion filling, or ramen with salty Chinese pickled turnip, I visit the shop with the tanuki out front. He pointed again. And so it went. At one point, the usually reserved girl was about to shout. If she had to deal with noodles anymore that night, she would give Naruto a piece of her mind. The best laid plans of mice and shinobi. Greetings, Master Naruto. A pudgy old man in a greasy apron ran up to pump Naruto's hand. It is wonderful to see you here tonight. Ah, nice to see you, Mr. Nissin. I hope your noodles have been treating you better than your daughter-in-law. Naruto shared a laugh with the portly noodle chef. Then again, any girl who works in a ramen shop must have a heart of gold. Hinata bit her lip. So, is this your young lady? The chef bowed to Hinata, who automatically brought her hand to her mouth. Did she come with you tonight, to watch you do the judging? No, Naruto answered quickly to cover his discomfort. Look at her. She's too cute for the likes of me. Naruto sighed. What judging are you talking about? Hinata blushed, happy to hear Naruto call her cute, even if he was making polite conversation. You mean the city council did not ask you? How can that be? You would have been an ideal person to add to the panel. Maybe they think that you have grown too friendly with the lot of us, so it would be hard for you to give an honest opinion with hurting feelings. Does the judging have something to do with ramen? Naruto's eyes lit up, and his posture straightened. Tasting ramen? Hinata froze. That didn't sound good. Yes. Yes. We have a number of distinguished chefs coming in from other villages. Some of us will be competing against them, for the title of High Ramen Chef. I was just hurrying home, needing to clean up and get in my best cooking outfit. My sons are gathering the ingredients for me. Mr. Nissin went on to describe the particulars. Wow. We sure picked the right night and time to visit the village tonight, Hinata, didn't we? Naruto nodded his head. It's a shame I didn't know about this sooner. I would have entered you in the competition. Those noodles you brought me when you visited, they are still some of the best I've had. Hinata's mouth opened and closed like that of a fish. She was very grateful that Naruto had never heard of this before now. But, she was also pleased by the compliment. Oh. There's no problem. We had a cancellation, even after our distinguished visitor had set up his cook station on the square, and had purchased all of his ingredients. Illness in the family, I understand. It might ruffle some feathers to have a woman vying for the title of chef, but I'm all for it. The noodle shop owner told Naruto what steps to take, and what officials to check in with. See you both there.
Great. Naruto walked with a slight strut. Isn't it, Hinata?
No. Hinata answered without thinking. Huh? Naruto stopped, frowning, bringing both hands up to his hips. Well, you see, Hinata didn't know where to start. She had wanted to spend time with Naruto, but not in some cook-off. She liked cooking, but not in front of a rabid crowd. And, she had heard enough about ramen for the evening. You still need to come out of your shell some, Hinata. Naruto looked her in the face. You have a wonderful talent. You shouldn't be afraid to use it. But, great, she just had to stutter then. And, while you might be afraid to work in front of strangers, I'll protect you, and it would be fun to watch you in action at something besides shinobi stuff. Naruto rubbed his chin. But, that last part had her wavering. This might be the last fun thing we get to do together. If that old man gets back sometime soon, who knows what I might have to go and do. Naruto looked in the direction of the central square, seeing groups of people headed in that direction.
But, she almost gave in there. Naruto looked back at Hinata. His eyes had a strange look. Hey, if you don't want to, I'm certainly not going to goad you into things. After all, we did get dressed up in our nice clothes. It wouldn't do much good for you to hide them under some apron. There was some inflection in Naruto's voice that had Hinata's knees go weak. He was truly worried what the future might bring. That wasn't like the Naruto she used to know. The weight on his shoulders was heavier than she could imagine. She looked up at Naruto. Her eyes told him how she felt about him, while her face showed her opinion about joining the contest. Her mouth broke the tie. Okay, Naruto-kun. Naruto didn't smile the way Hinata had expected. He was still looking at her face, his expression a mystery. It's all right, Hinata. You know me, I get really stupid sometimes. Let's go do something fun. He began walking away from the square. Hinata walked over to him, grabbed hold of the sleeve of his robe, then halted him. He had put her interests ahead of her own,
even though this night must be his way of trying to enjoy something good before bad news followed their sensei home. He had wanted to see her do something that was important to him. It sounded so silly at first, and maybe it was. But not to her. Not now. I will do this, Naruto-kun. She smiled, taking a page out of his book. I think I will cook kitsune noodles. Naruto's eyes bulged. There really was such a thing, but it was an udon dish, not ramen. Because kitsune pelts are a golden brown color in some stories, what some old-timers call kitsune iro, or fox-colored, and because the tricksters were said to like the taste of abura age, fried bean curd. Reference to kitsune on a menu typically signaled the inclusion of fried bean curd in the dish.
Kitsune udon, or fox noodles, were served in a golden brown broth, topped with slightly sweet, soy-simmered, fried bean curd.
My mistake, that's an udon dish, isn't it? She looked up into Naruto's eyes. She wished that she felt ready to tell him how she felt. Maybe doing this would give him some idea. And, she had to admit, as frightened as she might be, there would be some satisfaction using the skills she had perfected at home, after her father had evaluated his life, and made his peace with her and Neji. Ramen may be considered a simple food, but cooking it is not easy at all. Making the broth can take anywhere from several hours to an entire day, and constant attention is required to control the temperature, strain the broth, and make sure the ingredients are added at the proper time. While not as difficult as learning to make sushi, becoming a ramen chef isn't exactly an easy thing. People study for years, and famous cooks will have apprentices who work night and day to learn their craft. Naruto could probably tell her that's why he usually avoided shops where no one behind the counter is over the age of 25.
Her father said she was very talented, but she had learned to cook to his and Neji's taste.
How could she hope to fare against experienced chefs? Naruto just stood still, trying to figure out Hinata's reason for making her decision. He had his suspicions, and that had him feeling confused again. But, once she had made her decision, he was not going to spoil her gesture by saying anything else. It was just another thing that made her seem more special in his eyes. When the two of them had seen to Hinata's official enrollment, Naruto walked with her over to an enormous table filled with foodstuffs. Next to it, large cook fires were bridged over by iron grills, each supporting great pots and skillets. Utensils of all sorts were present, as were spices and condiments of every imaginable kind.
Hinata looked around her, startled by the number of onlookers. Buildings of every shape and size surrounded the square, and there were people leaning out of windows, sitting on balconies, or perched on the eaves or roofs.
All this turnout, for a cooking contest? For noodles?
Well, Hinata, since all of the other chefs have apprentices or family to help them with the rough preparation, do you want me to pull a few slaggarts off of the street to aid you? Naruto chuckled.
No, the one I have will do well enough, she stuck out her lower lip, looking at Naruto. He gave her a thumbs up, making her blush and grin. Then he had her jumping, when he whistled loudly. He waved to a number of cooks he knew very well. Hey there, Mr. Konosuke. Mr. Tampopo. Mr. Munchin. Mr. Takewaka, over here. The men walked over, and Naruto said his regards. Then, he introduced the to Hinata, and her to them. Smart man. See how good a cook the little princess is, before you marry her, huh? Mr. Tampopo's comment had Naruto choking. Mr. Konosuke leaned over and began slapping him hard on the back. Yes, that's one of the things to try out. The other is best saved for a more private setting. Mr. Muchun's words had Hinata choking. Mr. Nissan's daughter-in-law, just then walking up with him, patted Hinata on the back while giving the men a scathing glance. Here miss, come along with me. I'll find you a place to sit with my friends, while these overstuffed baboons scratch and shout. The woman, whose name was Yuki, smiled at Hinata, then turned up her nose to Naruto. Well, actually, I'm the one who will be cooking here, Miss Yuki. Hinata's words had a number of wags in the crowd hooting and shouting. Why, she'll need a step ladder to reach the pots, one man said. She can't cook in that robe, another man shouted. I'm afraid that she will have to take it off, but why stop there? That spurred similar rude and coarse comments. A woman can't be a chef, one of the visiting contestants said, whirling his waxed mustaches. This is an insult to those of us who are skilled. A number of people in the crowd followed that theme as well. Hinata stood tall and proud, but the responses were beginning to wear her down. Naruto had heard and seen more than enough. Calmly, he stepped up on one table. Rubbing the back of his neck, he smiled, kicking a large pot filled with vinegar in the face of one of the rude men. Working hand seals, he created a small dragon-shaped stream of water from one of the boiling pots, sending it to crash against some of the nastier hecklers. I had thought that this village was a proud one, peopled by men and women of class and dignity. His words carried across the entire square. I suppose that could still be the case. Do these intellectuals speak for the rest of you?
No.
Glad to hear it. Naruto gave the townspeople a thumbs up. A story a wise woman told me once is worth taking a lesson from. Good things come in small packages. He saluted Hinata, who waited a second, then managed to salute him back.
A number of people in the crowd applauded. Big, small, good, bad, she's still a girl. One of the other foreign chefs, a towering hat upon his mop-like hair, threw his arms up in the air, as if he were lecturing an imbecile. That's unnatural.
Oh, I see. You prefer boys. Naruto's comments had the man's hat falling askew. The chef began sputtering like a brewing steam kettle. If you ask me, that's unnatural. That time, the crowd's response was much more widespread and enthusiastic. Joke as you may, the honored chef is right. A woman has no place being a ramen chef. The third guest polished his row of large brass buttons. It's against tradition. There are plenty of things that their temperaments are better suited for. Naruto scratched his head, then walked from one table to another, looking down at the speaker. You and your buddies probably don't get many dates, do you? He shrugged. My guess is, you're probably just scared. There was a lot of noise from the crowd on that one, people talking about Naruto, Hinata, the chefs, and everything that had been said. Preposterous. A very large man with unbelievably hairy arms shook his fist at Naruto, his beard covering most of his apron. She couldn't possibly win. What do we possibly have to be afraid of?
The buzz from the crowd grew in volume. This was sheer entertainment.
Naruto chuckled, then bowed to the man. Turning to face Hinata, he asked her, You think you have a chance, Hinata? Be honest now. I won't let that large man swallow you whole? The chef in question bellowed a response to that, causing everyone else to laugh and cry out.
I don't know if I could win, Naruto-kun. Hinata hesitated a moment, then stood up on one of the benches near the tables. But, I would do my best. And, I would do you proud. She forced herself to look out upon the sea of people, but did so without backing away or bringing a finger to her mouth. That had a number of people calling out encouragement for her.
Nodding to Hinata, Naruto reached into his pouch, took out his frog purse, and tossed it at the feet of the hirsute man.
I wager that Miss Hyuga finishes in the top 3, and I will taste all of the recipes myself, to make sure there is no favoritism. He looked over at the village chefs. I think my reputation of a ramenist precedes me.
They all called out confirmation of that fact. Naruto stared at the group of foreign cooks. I'm willing to put my money where the judges' mouths are. How about you gentlemen? The crowd went entirely still, waiting for the answer. Hinata looked up at Naruto, her eyes sparkling. He really was amazing, in his own way. Smiling, she swore again to do her very best. Let's see if the crowd is willing to give you brave men a little help making your decision. Naruto waved his arms like a performer. Who here would like to see Hinata compete?
It started slowly, but the chant grew in volume. Soon, the people in the crowd found it hard to hear themselves think.
Hinata, 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 Hinata. Hinata couldn't believe what she was hearing. If someone would have told her this morning that she would have a huge number of people chanting her name, she would have sent for a healer. Naruto raised his arm, quieting the crowd. Well, LLLLLLLLLL. Grumbling and cursing, the foreign visitors gathered up some money between them, then tossed it on the nearest table in a contemptuous manner. After that, the cooking started in earnest. Naruto rolled back his sleeves, and had Hinata tie them down tight. He repeated the same favor for her. He then put on a long flowing apron, while Hinata borrowed an overly large chef's jacket. The young ninja stood a moment, looking at Hinata, smiling. The jacket was meant to fit a sturdy man, and extend down to just below his waist. It swallowed Hinata, and went down halfway between her waist and knees. What? Hinata asked. Nothing, Naruto answered. Hinata began arranging ingredients into piles, and was set to check her selection of noodles. Before doing so, she bit one fingertip for a while, then said nonchalantly, You look cute in an apron, Naruto-kun. That had him dropping a large bowl of pig bones, destined for the soup. The sound rang out across the square, as a few bones flipped out of the bowl. Having heard the comment, some of the nearest watchers laughed. Shit, Naruto said, seeing that. It's okay, Naruto-kun. It's probably, you know whose influence, Hinata grinned. It was fun to tease Naruto.
The perturbed young ninja picked up a pig bone and shook it at Hinata, speechless. He mouthed, "Kyuubi is not a female."
Hinata finished adding the bulk items she had at hand, wondering just what ingredients her competitors had chosen. Speaking to Naruto, she looked a little concerned.
"I like to add squid tentacles to my broth, Naruto-kun. But, the other cook did not arrange for those."
"That's not a problem, Missy. Mr. Munchin was at the station next to hers. My boy works at the fish market. They probably still have some left on ice. I'll have him go see." Hinata bowed, surprised to see how differently the local chefs treated her. Other men had spoken up as well. She saw Naruto bow to Mr. Munchin as well, and guessed that ramen lovers stuck together. While her fellow shinobi didn't have a lot of opportunities to visit the village because of his training schedule, he probably made up for it when he did come. At one point, Hinata took a large ladle and scooped up a huge dollop of lard. Turning it over her pot, she had to sake it harder and harder, trying to get the sticky ingredient to drop off. At one point, she flicked the ladle so strongly, the lard flew off, and caused a huge splash of broth. Golden brown liquid dripped off of her face. "Here you go, Hinata." Naruto walked over with a cloth, then began gently wiping off her face. "I just can't take you anywhere, can I?" He walked back over to his tasks after that.
Hinata stood still for a few moments, her hand on the cheek that Naruto had cleaned.
When it came time for noodle selection, Hinata called in Naruto as her consultant. Various varieties lay in plastic wrap, lining the back of the preparation table. There were those that were straight, some that were slightly curly, and others that were tightly wound. Add to that, there were noodles that were very thin, noodles that were very thick, and many grades in between. "What kind of noodles do they like in this village, Naruto-kun? The judges are from around here, are they not? Their clothing suggests that." "Well, it varies from shop to shop. One cook actually favors rice ramen. But, I would say the most common noodle is extremely thick, but that is usually served in a tonkatsu soy broth, favored by workers and students. The more specialized shops around here tend to use soft, straight, medium-sized noodles." He nodded in the direction of Mr. Munchin's setup. Sure enough, he was checking the quality of noodles fitting that description. Hinata scratched her head, then stopped. That was Naruto's habit, not hers. "Don't try to think your way, Hinata," Naruto said with a grin. "Go by what your gut says. Use what you know." Hinata nodded, then chose medium curly noodles with low moisture content. It wasn't time to cook those quite yet, as the broth was nowhere near finished, and ramen is best eaten extremely hot. As her father had once told her, 2 or 3 minutes after the noodles come off the cooker, the flavor deteriorates because the fatty acids in the broth start to oxidize, giving off chemicals that block the flavor of the other spices and ingredients in the bowl. Everything had to be just right. For Naruto, when there were moments where she didn't have to check the broth and add small increments of flavoring, she looked around the crowd. This was not a religious event for obsessed noodles lovers, it was a social event, a chance for the villagers to get out and enjoy something together. Watching, she saw food vendors selling their wares. Children ran here and there, laughing and playing. Old men leaned against each other and spoke of battles past, old flames, and their last game of Go. Hinata smiled. She didn't know why, but somehow she felt less alone. A number of the girls in the crowd had begun flirting with Naruto. That had her feeling on edge. Knowing his pride, and the way that he had been disappointed by the way that the ladies had treated him in the past, Hinata expected him to flirt back. He didn't. "I guess I should have worn an apron before, huh, Hinata?" was all he said, obviously gratified to get any form of attention. Hinata began to sing a happy quiet song as she perfected her soup. She also worked on the stuff to place on top of the noodles, the gu. Moving efficiently, she set aside bean sprouts, pork slices, dried bamboo shoots, eggs, spinach, seaweed, and spring onion. She would use whatever combination complemented the final taste of her broth. Mr. Nissen walked over to see how Hinata and Naruto were making out, not to evaluate the competition or steal any secrets. He was a stage where he could entrust things to Yuki for a while. His smile growing ever larger, the chef watched Hinata work. "She's really something, that one," Mr. Nissen said fondly, looking over at Naruto. "Yes, she is," Naruto answered, uncharacteristically quiet for him. Hinata didn't hear him, but Mr. Nissen did. Seeing the look on Naruto's face, the chef smiled and headed back to his cook area. Finally, the moment of truth arrived for all of the contestants. There were 6 foreign chefs, 7 local ones, and Hinata. The judges, all dressed in ancient traditional clothing with elaborate headgear, included 3 elderly men, 2 young gentlemen, and a middle-aged woman. Rising at the sound of a small gong, the judges made their way from table to table, tasting the various ramen dishes. After Naruto had given Hinata encouragement, he went off to do the same. I'll taste yours last, Hinata. That way I'll have an idea of where you fairly stand. Walking off, he stopped. When the judges have all finished, make up 13 small bowls, one for each of your competitors. I think they should be given a first-hand taste of your talent. Hinata said that she would do just that. Now that things were finished on her part, she felt the pressure weighing down on her. Naruto's money was at stake. Professional chefs would be critiquing her work. Judges would be voicing their opinion, and the whole crowd would be listening. When the judges were finished, they returned to their small platform, standing behind their chairs. They gave out their final decree, one by one, and then as a group. Mr. Tampopo's ramen was judged to be the best overall. 2 foreign chefs were judged to have done the next best. Hinata, who had actually been the third favorite of one judge and the second favorite of another, ended up in 4th place. Hearing that, she hung her head. She turned away when Naruto returned, followed by a number of the chefs. I'm sorry, she began. You did great, Hinata, Naruto said loudly. The competition was on the up and up. All of the ramen was tremendous. I did like Mr. Tampopo's the best, but after that, it was very hard to choose. Yours was even better than before. But, your money, Hinata looked up at Naruto. Was well spent. It got those tight asses to let you in the competition. I would spend it all again in a second. Naruto's face was exuberant. Naruto-kun, Hinata's eyes watered slightly. Well, I might be a tight ass, one of the foreign chefs spoke up, then smiled as Naruto apologized. But, I was very impressed. It seems that a woman can be a skilled ramen chef after all. He placed his share of the winnings on the table. I was 4th, Hinata started to say in protest.
Yes, but I was 5th, another foreign chef said, placing more money on the table. The bet was a point of honor, but we all acted dishonorably. Your noodles were remarkable, even memorable. He bowed. The remaining foreign and local chefs all had words of praise for Hinata. That had her feeling as if she were walking on air. But, things got even better. When the chefs were all brought forth for their farewell bows, Hinata received the loudest ovation of all. And when the crowd began to disperse, and the well-wishers finally gave her a moment to catch her breath, she heard one man say something to another. Maybe my daughter can be a ramen chef someday. Hinata felt proud hearing that. Proud. It's pretty late, Naruto said. We should be heading back soon. Yes, Hinata agreed, suddenly feeling as if she had practiced taijutsu all night and all day.
I hope you had some fun tonight, Hinata. I probably should have, he was interrupted by Hinata. Acting on impulse, with no chance to stop herself, Hinata stepped over to Naruto and gave him a quick hug. Letting go, she felt her face growing warm. Naruto looked stunned. Hinata didn't feel so tired anymore. Oh, well, yes. Naruto had been caught entirely off guard. We, have a few moments left, if you want to try some of the games. You didn't win tonight, but you certainly deserve a prize. Hinata opened her mouth, something having come to mind. She remembered her wish from earlier in the evening. But, she didn't have the courage to ask. Naruto felt a bit uncomfortable, certain he would be better off keeping his mouth shut. But, Hinata had done herself so proud that night that he felt obliged to ask his question. What were you going to say, Hinata? Is there a prize you might like? Hinata blushed, then started to shake her head. Looking up at Naruto's face, she pushed ahead. If she could cook in front of all those people, she could ask for this simple thing. Risks sometimes paid off. Standing on her toes, she whispered into Naruto's ear. She looked down at his hand, then back up again. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, like, subscribe, and drop your ideas in the comments. See you in the next video.